side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift the game rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against all odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against all odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against all odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, we'll never be apart.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. the tides wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the tides. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
G2, the perfect teammate. They take it all. Here comes the Crows storm. Knocked back, it's Dakota, but the crowd is people. My God, claps, everybody. You know the story, you know the legend.
And welcome back to another episode of GB Sports. This time around, we've invited Fnatic over to participate in some League of Legends football.
The rules are simple. 2 versus 2, 10 minutes. Whoever has the most goal by the end of the minutes going down gets the win.
But he was teleporting.
By the goal kick? I mean, I've said you're not supposed to teleport. I don't know why I'm here. You're here because I needed all players and someone needed to be the ball, so I'm sorry.
Okay, just a ball. That's what you are.
But so you can add commentary if you want to.
Okay. Wait, but he cannot use ulti, no?
They picked the wrong guy to be Rammus. No one is scoring today.
It's impossible.
But isn't there other champ that looks more like a ball?
Then Rammus with his football skin that's a ball?
I don't think so. There must be, no?
Ops, I go to the middle. I'm gonna count you in now.
Alright. Sounds great, Goldberg.
3, 2, 1, go!
Get him!
Okay.
Yeah. What? What?
Oscar, you're the goalkeeper. You have to goalkeeper.
Okay.
But hey, he's going for... Get up!
You pushed him to the goal.
He put
goal.
himself next to us.
Guys!
Okay.
Hold up.
Kick off.
I will buy a pink quad, guys.
What? Okay. What?
To put it in the middle or what?
Yeah, I put it here, exactly in the middle. So I will always port on it, okay? Okay, guys,
Kick
I'm
off.
gonna get some more pink ones.
3, 2...
Wait, sorry. I need to put a pink one.
It doesn't matter.
Clear it, guys. It's a pink one. Take it.
But you have to put the other one.
But
bro.
where
Just
is the
put it.
Where's the middle?
Here.
I can't. Oh,
We got a yellow card for upset.
okay. Yellow card.
Yellow
I'm
card.
the ball. How can
Doesn't
the ball
matter.
get a yellow card? Oh, what do I need to do to get a red?
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh. I'm the goalkeeper, Mark. Oh. Push him out. Okay.
Guys, you're bad.
Oh, it was in.
Mickey and Oscar, we need some aggression from you guys soon. It's
But
a very
then the
defensive
goalkeeper-
style we're
Alistair's
seeing.
AFK, by the way. Who's
That was an own
Bro,
goal.
I'm trying to be the goalkeeper.
Ivan, you're so boosted.
What the are you saying, man?
Det är bara...
Oh shit, we got it.
It's 2-2.
How
It's
was
2-2.
Alright, go ahead.
Kick it off.
Yeah, okay.
They have the ball. Why
Why
don't you queue
bro,
and then...
please stop trolling.
Even your
Oh,
feet.
You know you can queue and then Sonya has to actually be a ball when you Sonya's.
Marek,
Oh!
what are you doing?
What are you doing? 3-3! Quick goal from Mickey and Oscar. That looks good enough.
Okay. Oh, saved. Oh, shit!
Saved just on the line as well.
Okay, 4-3.
4-3.
Oh, goal!
That was a goal. What's a goal?
It was a goal.
That was a goal. That was a goal. Confirmed goal.
It was a goal.
That was a goal.
Oh my
Was clearly a goal, guys.
But why am I getting slow by Rando? It's like... I can't believe it, man.
That was a goal! Goal!
This guy is cheating.
Catch me if you can, boys.
Initially.
The ball is going wild.
The ball is
Okay, what do you think this is? Harry Potter? Go in the middle again.
No, we're playing Quidditch now.
3, 2, 1, go.
I'll try hard a bit.
But bro, what the f you want me to do? It's impossible. But bro, it's impossible to get it in.
Oh, nice! No, this one was offside. Offside.
Offside.
Offside.
Offside.
The ball is moving.
And the ball is going wild. You can see him sprinting through the thing.
The ball!
The ball is out of control. Will somebody
No,
catch
red
it?
card the ball right now. What is going on?
Guys, red card just means I go home. If you kick Goldberg in the nuts, you get a red card.
Can confirm that would happen, yeah.
Oh, it was in.
Oh, there was a ball.
It was in?
No, it wasn't.
I mean,
Oh, no, it was. Now it was.
this one was in.
Now it is.
And that is in.
Whoa! But what the f is happening? Go, Marek.
Yeah, I'm getting it.
Get it in, man.
But stop teleporting when it's not out.
It is out, man. These are
No, it wasn't in.
It was 7-7.
Ref, it was in.
It was in. It was in.
Ref,
7-7. 20 seconds left to play.
7-7.
Okay,
middle, go
kick
middle.
off, kick off.
Okay, wait, guys. Next one wins. Okay, let's make this one a bit more epic. Okay. I will
What
roll.
are you gonna do?
I will roll in from the side. Okay. Like look. It will look so good. Like look.
Oh my God.
I want to do Sonya's mid air.
no!
Get him in there.
Okay, middle.
No. Oh, it was in. It was in. It was in. It was in.
No.
Ref.
no
Ref.
No. It was
Okay, we're gonna have production. Can I get it? Do we have an instant replay on that one?
Replay.
It was
Instant
dummy.
replay.
It was dummy. It was dummy. It did the dummy. 100%. Instant replay.
I am getting the.
Okay, checking on bar. Nice.
I'm being told it's a goal.
It's a goal!
It's a goal!
No.
How the observers want to go home either. I can see that. God damn.
My pro career is over.
GG's, man. GG's, Oscar.
And there we have it. Mickey and Oscar takes the first ever GB Sports football in a massive victory with an 8-7 scoreline. That's it for now. We'll see you next time.
Week 3 of the LEC Spring is well underway. Welcome everybody to day 2 of the Chaos. In the last few play days, we have proven anything is that the only thing that we can expect here on the LEC is the unexpected. So I'm here with Karzi and Humanoid because what else would be a better unexpected duo for the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game checking to unpack the madness that we're most likely going to see and witness here as both teams love the true LEC approach, which is a coin flip. Thanks, guys, both for joining me. You have your little whiteboards in hand, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys a little clip, and right before that clip goes really well or really bad, I'm going to pause it, and you're going to tell me whether or not you think it's going to be a coin flip. So, X means no, it is not a coin flip. And then the circle means yes, it is a coin flip. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect, amazing.
Into the mic, don't forget.
Yeah, don't forget, into the mic. Let's roll clip number 1. You can watch it behind you, you can watch it on the screens. Let's get it. So do you think this would be a coin flip?
Is coin flip like a bad thing?
It can be a bad thing, it can be a good thing. Maybe it
Like
makes
the baron, you mean?
Yeah, is this play gonna turn out well or gonna turn out not so well?
Wait, there's a Yasuo top. Was it from your game?
No, you can't even, no, don't analyze it, just look at the clip. Just, it's gonna be no coin flip?
No, it is coin flip. Wait.
Can I go this?
Then, guys, microphone.
Sorry.
It's a coin flip.
Coin flip.
It's a coin flip, okay. Can we play this See the whole clip.
Wait,
See how
I know what this is.
yeah, of course you know what this is.
This is from actually.
This happens, you know, in
It's
this
from my game.
surprise.
Who's playing this Silas on the board game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe, you know what,
That wasn't
Humanoid, looking at this clip, you could tell us what went wrong?
Does it tell us what went wrong?
Top gap. As we could see, the top laner isolated himself and he solo lost the game. Thank you, Oscar.
Mid lane played extremely well the entire game, and
Mid lane is
team-
second elo
his
health.
team was holding him back.
All right, it was the team's fault. Classic. Clip number 2. Let's bring it up. Let's have a look at the okay, play the clip. And then right before things go really well, we're just gonna pause it and we're gonna see. So is this gonna be a coin flip or not? Do you think we should clean that pink ward? Yes or no?
It's a coin flip.
It's a coin flip. Stop looking at the mini.
Nah,
It's not gonna be a coin flip. Okay,
it's
finish.
a safe pink word.
Look
to
at
take.
it. Look at this. How beautiful.
Who's this, Alistar?
It's Niski.
It's
Ah.
yeah.
Risky.
So why was it a coin flip?
Why
The
was
thi-
it?
You explain. You
Yeah.
explain.
Why
Why
was it
wasn't
not the coin flip?
I
Yeah.
mean, I was trusting in my boy Niski that he knows what he's doing, but then I realized that actually he has no clue what he's doing in
Classic.
in this clip. So
Maybe in this clip, the team knows what they're doing. So we're gonna roll it. You know, the setup, it looks great. It's Atacon, it's the
Oh.
EU Classic.
it's another Yasuo top.
Okay, yes or no, coin flip? Yes?
It's
not a
not coin flip, it's exactly calculated play.
I love how you're like straight to the point.
Definitely a coin
Definitely a coin flip. All right, roll the clip. Beautiful. Don't you just love that?
It's beautiful. I can also give you my explanation if you want.
I would love that. I feel like maybe Humanoid can give one after, but go.
So like, I know it's not coin flip because it's Maokai versus Vi, and Maokai always outsmites Vi. Even if Xanta takes him like million years away, it doesn't matter, he has the flash. So he's back for the smite battle.
That is actually true, and I would have to change my vote.
You can't change
now
your
that
vote, you lost. Let's roll the final clip. I think this is like the best one that we have. Please witness. This was actually from my solo queue game, so that's why we brought it in here. Do you think this Alistar is going to make the right decision? Yes or no on your whiteboard?
I mean, he's definitely just gonna jump and die. So is that?
That's
I'm
no.
forgetting. This is no.
That's no.
This Alistar is not gonna make the right decision.
Okay, then yeah, there's no
Okay,
way.
final. Let's look at it real quick. If we can play it, there we go. It gets better.
He's engaging.
Yeah, he is.
Oh.
All right. Thank you guys both for taking the time. That was actually a literal coin flip. Maybe don't jump into the Baron Pit to clean out some more. Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to be heading over to our next guest. So, guys, take it away.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
And thank you so much for that segment, Ginny. Now, I have just been told by my producers that you're lying. That wasn't a solo queue game. That was actually Niski. So shame on you for lying. But anyways, my name's GB. I'm here with Finn. We're going to talk about Vitality. Specifically, we're going to be talking about a guy that Finn has been, not bothering with me, but he's been telling me about a guy, hyping him up. Finn, who is that? And why are you so hype about him?
And his name is Nako. No, okay, let's bring it back to Earth a little bit. Because we have a beautiful scenario that played out previously during the split. And as we check it out, we see that Vitality has accumulated a beautiful, beautiful 700 goal lead by themselves. Great laning is great play. But as we roll out the clip, here we see there's 5 people in the bot side. But I also want to bring your attention to the positioning of Nako. He's only clicking forward.
Okay, Finn, but you're a former pro top laner here. Surely, any top laner in this scenario, you go back to your tower. You wait for the wave to come in. You know your weak setting, right? So you go back, right?
Okay, we see everything now. Let's see what Nako sees. As the map darkens, Nako decides, I want to stop GX Noah's and GX Jun's
So he goes
bases.
forward.
He goes forward, and then he masterfully baits Lot in to stop his recall. Lot even flashes on him, just trying to stop this. Flashes to try to make anything happen, but he paused again.
Yeah, so in this scenario now, he stopped the bases. He's traded flash for flash. This is great, right? You can just stop here and this is a good play.
Oh, he's just gonna catch the wave now and recall. No, he will not! He keeps going! And he smells something. It must be Noah's cologne or something, because he knows the cologne of Noah. He knows they're in this bush, and he walks up to stop them again. Once again, he tries to dance and make his way out, but in the end, he will fall. to the team that is GX.
Okay, but hold on, Finn. You're showing me a clip right here of a top laner who did cancel bases. He went in 2 times, and he's very bold. You gotta admire that about this player. I love seeing that from him. But he died. How did they get gold lead from this?
Yeah, why would I show you play like this?
Yeah, why?
Oh, but wait, there's something we forgot. Look at Carsey in the top lane.
There's a lady carry?
He is just hitting the tower, getting plate for plate for plate worth of gold, funneling himself. So meanwhile, Naknako did this. Meanwhile, Naknako was in the bot side, putting on so much pressure and threatened GX to stop him. Carsey went and got himself a big sack of gold under the rainbow. And now, as we look at the gold lead again, it is a 1-6-0-0. Massive gold lead for Vitality, all on the back of Naknako's boldness, and the fact that he doesn't fear no man, no Noah, no Jun.
It looked like 1.4, but you fooled me. Let's say it's 1.6. I think that those are great reasons to watch Vitality. And I think, honestly, theatrics aside, their solo laners has been incredibly impressive. And I think in a game where it's Vitality versus Fnatic, which, quite honestly, it's one of my favorite games of the regular season. Because you know both these teams, they're going to throw macro out the window at points. They're going to drag you down into the mud. And it's going to be a fist fight where they'll battle and battle and battle. So there's only one thing left for us to do. That is say, let's go and get ready to rumble and throw it to our casters for the first round of the series.
Are you ready to rumble?
I'm ready to rumble.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was aggressive.
Well, he had a lot of energy. I felt like your energy was matching my energy.
I'm down at the, I can rum.
Well, I was ready to...
I can always rum, I'll be honest.
I was ready to bumble, okay? So,
well, good.
Yeah.
Together, we make a rumble.
Yeah, exactly.
Very. Always here for you.
Welcome, everyone, to our first series of the day on this beautiful Sunday. It's surprisingly warm. The weather in Berlin is extremely inconsistent.
It is, but you haven't been outside since you got here, right?
I mean, yeah.
It's windy and it's going to rain. So we'll see.
Classic Berlin weather.
Whether the weather gives us a transferred epitaph for how
One could
this
say
game
it's
goes.
50-50. A coin flip, perhaps.
Well, we'll see which of the teams are 50-50 today. I think Vitality have been more in that coin flip mentality than Fnatic have.
You say that. Fnatic lost to SK.
But they beat Carmine Core.
Yeah, the duality of Fnatic.
But last week, I would say Vitality were more coin flippy.
Okay.
And Fnatic were more consistent.
Quite frankly...
in one whole week of sample size.
I'm still, hesitant to have a strong opinion about Vitality yet. We've only seen 2 series from them. They had a 2-0 victory into 0-2 loss.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I'm going to hold my judgment until I see a little bit more gameplay. This will be very indicative of what sort of skill level they're playing at, especially given that Fnatic do seem to be ramping up.
So if you're holding your judgment, do I have to release all of my judgment? And this is going to be the most DM judgy cast I've ever done in my... I feel like that's sort of the yin and yang, the coin flippy. At UB Tails, I'll be heads. We'll go through that today.
You do what feels right to you.
No, you don't want that on a cast, Betty. I would get fired very quickly. Vitality, for the first time, though, are on the blue side for Game 1 of this best of 3. So far, they've only played on the red side. As you say, went 2-0 and 0-2. We'll see Vitality getting rid of the Rumble. They're not ready. They are not ready, and the Jakes are taken away by Fnatic.
They're not ready to rumble. Jake's going to be taken off the board, as you highlighted, with the Taliyah. I think Taliyah is such a strong pick in the current version of the game, which is 25.07. Kalista going to be joining the ban table. Varus, of course, still up and available. Many of the power junglers, the Razork, had a lot of dominance on in winter, but have been target banned away from him this split, are both open. Maokai and Vi were 2 of the champions that he often defaulted to in winter that he found a lot of success on. Skarner is up as well, so a lot of the mainstay junglers seem to be very present.
It does feel like Vitality just go, Varus here, you give over one of the junglers, and then you take the other one afterwards. Here, by taking the Maokai, you give over Vi plus Varus. Obviously, Vi debatably strong. We do see her banned out quite a lot, but sometimes she can be a little bit too eager to get onto that back line. Razork very comfortable on the champion.
I think it's a question of what AD carry do they want, because typically you'd see the Kai'Sa paired alongside the Vi for Fnatic specifically. So if they want to prioritize Varus, I wouldn't be surprised to see them lean away from the Vi and instead maybe just go for a tank v tank matchup. Oh, there's the cheeky hover.
It's just a hover.
It's just a hover.
Just because Canyon did it earlier today doesn't mean Razork's going to get to play the champion that he loves to play in solo queue.
I'm expecting the Skarner.
54 games over the last 3 weeks or something. Skarner much more likely here for Fnatic.
There you can see he's goading the crowd, and yeah.
Get goaded. Can't attack me, but you must attack each turn if able.
That's oddly specific.
Oh, yes. Victor, the next pick alongside Na, so a safe, strong top side overall for Vitality. Victor, slightly lower mobility than most players, most picks in the mid lane, but does have good long-range wave clear and can poke out people in those lanes as well. Alongside the Varus and the Skarner, Gwen will be the final pick for Fnatic. It's the first time we've seen Oscarinin on that this split.
Look like it, but we know that he's happy to play the carries when he gets his hands on them. Right now, I really like what Fnatic have drafted. They have a winning bot side of the matchup. They have fairly solid engage coming through from the Skarner. Now champions like Rel and Leona rise in priority a lot. I wonder if Vitality will look to target those away, especially given that we're not expecting them to get a power bot lane. Corki going to be banned away. I wonder if they consider a Caitlyn ban. We don't really see much of it here in the LEC. Maybe Draven is something that they would consider getting rid of. But again, I don't love Draven with Maokai drafts.
I think Ezreal is okay as well. Doesn't give you as much upfront damage, but a bit of safety means you don't have to focus down towards that bottom lane early. Kazi, a very comfortable Ezreal player as well, did a lot of good stuff on that back in winter. Tristana is the ban, getting rid of some of those AD mids, trying to pinch that pool for Humanoid. Lucian really the one that comes to mind next up, but not a pick that we see too much of or see perform too well in the mid lane right now.
Oh, they're going to choose to ban away the Rel, so they're likely looking at a Leona first pick. They could also... Are they thinking of maybe a Braum as well? Could be good into the Maokai. We'll wait and see. It depends how much engage they feel like they need on the side of Fnatic. Kazi will be forced to play an AD carry that he hasn't played so far this split. Varus, Corki, and Kalista is what he's shown us in his 2 series of the split. And all of those are taken away. So Ezreal does seem to be the likely choice.
You see the Sylas ban here as well from Vitality, realizing we picked our mid. We don't want to give Sylas Maokai ultimate as well. If we want to go towards the Alistar with the Red 5, the final pick of the draft, you could have that Sylas. It is instead going to be Humanoid on Aurelion Sol. Been a while since we've seen him pick up this champion. Been a while since we've seen it in the LEC as well. I'll find out exactly how long it's been. He did play it once in winter, but before that only 4 times. His 3-2 all-time on the massive Galaxy Dragon, the Stargazer, I guess, in mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like, though, we haven't really seen any patch changes for a while, based on what I can see on Aurelion Sol. So likely just something that he's been practicing in scrims as a potential answer into the Victor. We'll see how the matchup plays out as Vitality looking to lock in their bot lane. Sivir coming through, a nice hyper-scaling champion, fits nicely with the composition that they have. Strong front-to-back scaling opportunities. Question is, how are they going to round things out? Alistar likely to be the response to the Leona that they're probably expecting to come through from Fnatic.
I think the Sylas ban really indicated to me that there was going to be an Alistar support for Nisqy. One of the 2 supports he's played so far, Rel and Alistar, those 2 picks. And he's had an okay start to his supporting career here on Vitality. I think there's a few things, especially mid-game, where he struggles. Getting experience between levels 5 and 6 when you're moving up for those second grubs as well can be a little bit of a pain point. We'll see how well he does. Renata the pick for Fnatic, so they feel like they have enough engage. They just want a bit of disengage, which does make sense into Na, Maokai, and the Alistar. It gives you a little bit of ability just to reset the fight and then allow the Aurelion Sol and Gwen to get to work.
Well, there's a lot of front-to-back on both sides, with Fnatic having slightly stronger split push threat thanks to the Gwen. You can also argue that because of Aurelion Sol's ability to move from one lane to another quickly, is going to prove very valuable if Fnatic want to play one of those 1-3-1 styles of comp. But again, a lot of both compositions have strong scaling carries in the form of Aurelion Sol and Varus. I wonder if Upset will go for lethality in contrast to the on-hit. It might be because he's running with an on-hit Gwen. He feels that he's fine going with the lethality. We'll have to wait and see. The biggest difference, though, is the disengage tools that Renata provides will make it a lot harder for Vitality to actually start off these fights. Maokai Ultimate, obviously fantastic at creating a lot of space around these neutral objectives, but Alistar, as an engage tool, kind of one of your primary engages, I would say, going to be very reliant on either finding flanks or finding flash engage, which I think is going to be difficult to pull off. So I'm excited excited to see how these teams face up against each other. I'm hoping for violence. I don't know how much we're going to get, given that we're seeing Askana versus Maokai, but it is Vitality versus Fnatic.
And the crowd here in loud voice today as we take to the Rift for the first game of this series. Looks like both teams are just going to do relatively standard lines of scrimmage. Razork and Linsus will meet up in the jungle, spot each other out. Razork, he just backs away, chucks out a little bit of damage, but doesn't connect, whereas he did take a Bramble Smash back from Linsus, who will just want to start up on this top side jungle. I think bot is really where a lot of the action can be in the early game. Both the junglers starting on top and moving down towards that makes a lot of sense, especially with Niski's ability to use the Q buffer, the pulverized buffer flash, to get on top of Upset or Mickey. If he can burn their flashes early as well, makes it a lot easier for that Maokai to gank.
You know, you can, sorry, I should say I can tell that I'm still not used to Niski support, because as I was looking something up in the game, I heard you mention Niski, and I was like, what do you mean pulverize? Like, he's a mid laner, he doesn't, but of course he's role swap to support. For those that are just joining us here in week 3, this is one of the big roster shifts that we did see coming into spring. Niski, formerly of SK last year, joining the Vitality roster in this support position. And I think that one of the big things that he provides is a staple consistency to the roster. It's simply because he is typically well known as a shot caller. Flash.
Going in. Looks for the pulverize. Upset getting chased out here as well as Kazi is on the offensive. Upset down to 200 HP. Only has the cleanse and has to invest the flash, and that's what we're talking about. Burn these summoners early. Kazi and Niski so far ahead. Mickey flashes away, stops the reset from Upset as well with that ricochet.
Damn, great awareness from Vitality's bot lane of how much stronger they are if they just fully commit to the 2 versus 2. Upset going to be forced to go back to base. Both flashes were used. I'm surprised Upset didn't want to cleanse away from the Ignite. But that's it. Early advantage gain for Vitality.
Massive lead for them early on. This wave is going to crash in. Mickey's not going to be able to hold it at all, so it's at least a couple of minions lost. Probably going to be about 4 in total for Upset after not being able to farm up any of that first wave either. And that's what I was talking about with the Alistar, right? If you go on the front foot, you can start to burn these summoners. It allows Linsus a much easier path for that gank. One of the reasons I think Upset would have wanted to hold that cleanse for as long as possible is to get out of the Twisted Advance. But even if you get out of that, Nature's Smash, still Bramble Smash still coming out. Alistar there for the follow-up. It's going to be a very, very tricky road for Upset and Mickey over the next 5 minutes.
So Vitality, they have a pushing top side, they have a pushing bot side. Nako should feel very safe in this matchup as well, given that he should be aware that Jungler is pathing towards the bot side of the map. Getting some nice trades still, but Oscar not doing too bad in the farm department. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, as you highlighted, Medic, we have to keep track of Linsus. Will he look for an early gank? Good vision set up from Vitality already. They've dropped double control wards. They're going to spot out Razork as well. Spot lane doing a lot of work, and keep track of Chayak on the minimap. You'll notice that he's moving into the top side river. He's going to be able to drop a ward in that entrance to the river to provide more information. So Vitality with a lot of control here in this early game.
Razork has to be in this area though. Look at where that wave is. He knows he needs to help Upset and Mickey get their minion wave underneath the tower. It can't be frozen here. Flash into the root. Bramble Smash on the wrong side. Mickey with a handshake there. Maybe caught Linsus mid-air, allowing him to be on the top side of that Maokai, meaning that Bramble Smash didn't knock him back towards Niski and Kazi.
Just double check for you, because that was a nice play from Mickey. The fact that the flash came through, it was great awareness, because of course, as you highlighted, the Skana being on the bot side of the map made the gank much harder to pull off. They focused down Mickey, but yeah, the handshake comes through, moves Linsus to a position that means that when the Bramble Smash actually comes through, it knocks Mickey away to safety. So great reactive play there from Mickey.
It was just after the Twisted Advance had landed. I think Linsus tried to step up above him and then he was pulled back down. Obviously not happening mid-air through that Twisted Advance as you are untargetable. Humanoid going in, just trying to put some damage down onto Shayak. Both the mid laners relatively even. Haven't seen a huge amount of Aurelion Soul recently, so just as a reminder, Kit. Well, and Niski going in. Yeah, the kit mostly revolves around chucking out that Dream Breath, making sure you have the Singularity out to get as many stacks as possible early. When you get your ultimate, if you get 75 stacks after acquiring it through skilling it up, you get an upgraded version of it as Nisqy goes in once again onto Upset. He's got the cleanse. Trample will get the stun. There's the cleanse away. Now the bailout as well for Upset. And Nisqy's bitten off more than he can chew. Upset. Oh, he doesn't see him because of the control ward. Nisqy with the perfect positioning to stay out of vision there. Mickey getting chased down as well. The shield won't be enough. Kazi and Nisqy find a double in the 2v2. Chayak has to flash away from the mid lane as Razork was coming in with Ishtal's impact.
I was not expecting Kazi and Nisqy to get the better of Upset and Mickey in the bot lane 2 versus 2, especially in this matchup, but their aggression is paying off beautifully. The patience from Kazi in that play as well was fantastic as he waited for the bailout, knowing that even if it does go through, it doesn't matter because he doesn't want to proc it. Even if he gets that kill onto Nisqy, it would be way worse if he comes back with way more HP. So they're guaranteed to get a 1-for-1 here. And again, you'll notice Kazi, he stops hitting Upset. He doesn't want to proc the bailout at the risk of him actually getting that kill. They lose vision because the control ward wasn't cleared out earlier, even though Razork was in the area, allowing Nisqy to move into the fog of war, avoid losing his life, and Kazi to pick up another.
Huge from the Vitality bot lane. Needlework coming out from Oscar, and Knuckle's going to have to flash away. And just to emphasize, like, oh, Oscar with a good flash away from the wall. Knuckle is going to go into mini form, but snip goes Oscar in. Lince is now coming across. Doesn't have the flash, but Oscar doesn't have a flash of his own either. He's just going to get chased out. In the end, it's a solo bolo for the Gnar in the top lane. Linces will go back to the Grubs, while Razork is going to take away the Drake.
And so you can see why my assessment of Vitality coming into this series was one of, I'm not really sure how to judge Vitality.
Understandably.
Because they go from having a strong week 1 to losing to Rogue in week 2, and now here in game 1 of this best of 3, they're just outplaying Fnatic individually across the board.
They really are. Just, as you say, surprised by how much presence the Vitality bot lane has had. It all comes back to that level 1, burning the flashes early. Upset has only died 6 times this split, and 4 of those were in a game versus SK. So to get 2 2v2 kills against the Fnatic bot lane is impressive stuff so far from Vitality. A 1,600 gold lead, their advantage for how they played this early game. They get the Feats of Warfare as well. They get 3 Grubs that were exchanged for Fnatic's first Drake.
The Sivir is being accelerated as well, which is huge for Vitality, given that they want to be able to play that front to back. There's, well, I wanted to say there's not a huge amount of backline threat for Sivir, which sometimes she can be concerned about when playing against dive comps, but against a composition like this, Gwen is going to be her biggest threat, but she's got a lot of great peel, thanks to Alistar by her side, and the spell she's going to offer some value too. Kazi really being set up for success. We'll see how Fnatic turn this game around, and something we've been talking about as well early on is Vitality's great vision control, and they're continuing that. They're doing a good job of keeping an eye on where Razork is on the map, which gives Nak a lot of space to play how he wants to on the top side of the map, but also they can anticipate where he's looking to make ganks happen.
Yeah, just to stress that vision control as well. You saw how Humanoid actually going in for the fight. They get the Ishtal's impact back onto Shayak. Doesn't have the flash, and Shayak will be felled. Mickey takes the kill. But I was going to say Shayak shouldn't die to this because they had vision on the Razor Beaks and then a control ward in the river. But he does end up getting caught out in the end. Nisqy now backing on a ward of his own. Has hit that level 6, so has the unbreakable will to escape any CC. Needlework's coming out from Oscar Vinin. Nako's dodged the first 2, and Oscar Vinin realizes perhaps I don't want to continue this trade. He's cleared out a little bit of the minion wave. Nako getting up towards that Mega, but Oscar just forced back to his tower.
That wave is now very awkward though, because he used the Needlework on the whole wave. You can see how he's just going to lose a whole wave, and it's going to slow push towards Nako, so he can just set up a freeze if he wants to. Oscar Ridden's going to be forced to TP back towards top lane. Nako doesn't have to. He can just hold the wave here for as long as he wants, as his TP is going to be coming back up soon. So definitely a huge misplay in terms of the 1v1 there coming through from Oscar. And again, just to highlight how Vitality are finding these individual advantages right now.
It's just that coin flip you keep talking about. The consistent inconsistency from both these teams. Because Nako has games like this on the Gnar, where he's sidestepping all the Needleworks, he's managing to get damage, he's getting solo kills in the top lane, and then he picks Yasuo in the next game and goes 1-9. And it's just like, guys, some consistency, please, throughout this game, as Razork consistently looking towards this mid lane. Shayak doesn't have the flash, will put down the gravity well, does get the stun onto Razork, flashes away. Razork still chasing him down with that upheaval, but Shayak has so much movement speed through the Siphon power and the phase rush, he'll get himself out.
The flash even committed by Razork. They couldn't connect the ultimate, which means that he's able to get away to safety. Didn't even have to use the flash, but of course still on cooldown. But Vitality, they're just doing a great job of weathering the early game pressure from Razork through early vision. Of course, Chayak did still fall prey to that earlier gank. But the best thing about that play is the kill went over to Mickey.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even like Humanoid built up a big advantage. You can see in terms of the gold, there's only a 15 gold difference between the two mid laners.
Niski here holding the wave as well for Chayak as he's going to come back towards. 40 seconds on the second grubs of the game as Linces parts up towards that top side once again.
Yeah, and I want to draw our attention to the minimap here because what you'll notice is as things are happening across the boards, Sivir is actually not fast pushing the bot lane because they're waiting for information as to where everyone is. It looks like now Kazi's going to start the push, and the thing is that Razork has actually just gone back to base to purchase his first item. This means that Vitality is in a much better position map-wise to set up for these first grubs. The biggest difference though is Upset having control over the mid wave means that he's going to get that push, will have some access, but again, it's not really an area they can afford to enter because they don't have their jungler present just yet.
Vitality will really want this next set of grubs, having got the first 3 a few moments ago. Obviously, Drake is a possible trade, but that's still a minute away from spawning. Linces has his top laner TPing back to the top lane. Razork spotted out, as you say. Naka can keep Oscar in and Razork at bay for now. Mickey's trying to come in from the side as well, but Niski is shadowing. Upset's on his way across, but Kazi's already here as well. Linces is going to be chunked out just a little bit. Nako trying to catch that wave. They go in onto Mickey. TP coming out from Humanoid, counter TP as well from Chayak, but he's going to be in the middle of Fnatic. Hostile takeover takes him away for the moment. Nako trying to build up that Mega Gnar, and Chayak's on the chase. Ishtar's impact knocks Linces into the wall. Oscar is going to get a kill, but he will see Mickey fall in front of his face. Jungler for support so far. This Breath of Light from Humanoid keeps people at bay. The wallop from Nako has the Gnar here as well. Will lock Razork against the wall, and the Ishtar's impact will have no impact at all. Both the junglers fall alongside Mickey.
A big team fight win though still for Vitality as they find 2 kills for 1. It was a bit of a scrappy affair, mainly because while Vitality had control over the top side of the river, Upset and Mickey getting the push in mid gave them access still through the mid lane. Kazi a little late to arrive to mid means that they don't quite have the numbers to really pressure a fight. Niski starts this off at a numbers disadvantage as Nako tries to go and answer the top wave. The TPs then come through, and here it looks a little awkward for Vitality, but then you realize Fnatic is crumped up, which makes it really easy for the wombo combo of Vitality to do some serious work. So Fnatic immediately hit the eject button, tried to get out of harm's way, the flashes come through, and then Vitality start to chase down their prey.
Yeah, now Nako doing a really good job of not letting Razork get away at all. Chases him down, lands the wallop, and gets the CC in that causes Razork to fall. 4th grub, 5th and 6th will be secured by Vitality. Really gives Nako a lot of pushing power in that 1v1 in the top lane. And Vitality are looking to make it a 4v1. No teleports available for Fnatic. Humanoids was burnt in the last play. No wave here yet for Vitality, but they might just go for the dive with a single minion here alongside them. They get it. Linces handshake back. He's not going to tank any more tower shots. Must have been just out of range as that final shot come in, but this should be first tower as well for Vitality.
Clean dive from Vitality. I thought that Kazi was actually going to head over towards mid lane and catch that wave, but Vitality want to keep their proactive streak going. They know that Razork is on the cross map looking to secure that dragon, which means that they guaranteed have numbers advantage on the top side, and Oscar, after getting solo killed in lane, and then making a few big blunders in the 1v1 matchup, falls even further behind as he falls prey to a dive.
Chain of Corruption going wide as Shayak's had his fancy feed on today. Arcane Storm as well onto Upset. He's going to chase him down and force the flash out of the Fnatic AD carry. In a 2v1, he just walks him.
Yeah, and the phase rush providing huge amounts of value there, which is ultimately what forced Upset to have to flash away. He knew that Chayak was going to get in range to be within lethal, so he has to get out of harm's way. Now though, have a look at Niski. Gets the smite out from Razork. Vitality, they're playing with nothing but confidence right now. Again, you look at the mini-map, there's no wave to play on in mid. Top has been pushed through, so they just overstack on the bot side of the map. They've brought Kazi down, knowing that he's a point of strength for the team. The mini-wave is going to be cleared out quickly, though, by Humanoid, so maybe Vitality have overcommitted their resources, but fortunately, there aren't really that many objectives to play for on the map. Nako, his TP should be up, which means that he can always respond to that top tower if he needs to as well.
I mean, it's also about, if you're moving Fnatic down towards the bottom side, you can then gate them out of their jungle a little bit, so they have to take the long route round. Upset is there in time to catch the wave. Vitality deciding not to extend the play towards the mid lane tower. At the moment, their gold lead has extended to about 3,000 as an advantage. First items across the board, and Vitality are doing a really good job playing around their power points. The risk obviously is Humanoid and Upset will scale into the game. Upset has gone Halo Blades into lethality, so not the true on hit that can absolutely shred later on, but Humanoid will just continue to stack throughout this game. I think it was about 200 stacks in 20 minutes, or 22 minutes is what we used to look for. At the moment, he's a little short of that, but now it becomes a lot easier to get stacks every time a minion dies in that singularity. The black hole he puts down, he's getting more and more stacks.
I want to draw your attention to the minimap once more because Herald is going to be the objective that these teams set their sights on. Top wave has already been pushed in deep by Chayak with Nisqy hovering for support. Fnatic have set their sights on a Nako play.
Humanoid has the skies to send. That big stun AoE ultimate. Razzle looking for it as well. The Impale connects and into the singularity goes Nako, but because of that, he had the time to flash underneath the tower. Razzle trying to keep him in the middle of that E. Gave him a little bit more space than perhaps they wanted to.
I mean, that should be an uncontested Herald, and we're at the point in the game now where Upset can't contest the mid wave against Kazi. He's going to one-shot those waves. He's already got the push in mid, even in a 1 versus 2. Razzle might try and interrupt the base, but I guess Fnatic is saying we're not strong enough to fight, so we're going to have to concede the Herald. Nice focus there from Vitality. Nako doing a good job of avoiding the gank. This could very well be a tower in exchange. I see Nisqy hovering around, though.
He shouldn't be. He should walk away. The only reason you hover this is because you know the TP is going to come in. But even then, like, Razzle's burnt his ultimate. Humanoid just TP back into the lane. Are they really going to go immediately for a dive onto Nako? The answer here is no. Perhaps Nisqy's hovering is what dissuaded them from that path.
But I mean, he doesn't really have much else he can do on the map, right?
100%, yeah.
He's not going to contribute to Kazi's wave clear in any way. He will lose a bit of experience, but even then, he's still almost a full level ahead of Mickey as Chayak completely bullying Oscar now in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Oscar's got plated steel caps first as well to deal with the Nako matchup on that Gnar, so doesn't have the Merc Treads, can't really deal with the fact that Chayak is putting out a lot of magic damage with that Blackfire Torch, almost at 100 stacks himself on the Victor.
Another upgrade has come through for him. I believe that is his... I don't know why I'm checking, like I can't tell.
They're much harder to tell now.
He has more stacks, which means that that's a second upgrade. He's
yes, yeah, he's got a couple.
It used to be very obvious because his skills would completely change colors.
Yes, but now they're just all Hexy. Hexy Techy.
Oh, they're all just Hexy.
They even changed the names. It's not Chaos Ray anymore, it's Hextech Ray. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
And the storm is called Arcane Storm.
It's Chaos Storm.
Chaos Storm, yeah. It's no longer chaotic, but perhaps Nisqy being in this position is a little bit chaotic for Vitality. He's going to pop his ultimate, that Unbreakable Will, and walk his way out. Meanwhile, Nako gets the wall up into the Gnar against the wall. The needle works from Oscar and he did a bit of damage, but there's no tower here to protect him anymore. The second set of needle works won't be enough. Oscar Winning knocked into the wall by Nisqy, knocked up by him as well, and then stunned. Linces takes the kill. Meanwhile, Razzle's looking for something.
Unfortunately, Oscar Winning wasn't able to survive like Chayak was on the bot side of the map. Another tower is secured, and Vitality should be able to steamroll any fight that they want to force.
They were like Fnatic want to play a fight around this Drake. At least don't want to give it to Vitality for free. Nako about half a Mega Gnar bar. Humanoid still holding on to that upgraded ultimate. Very likely for this dragon fight. The Skies Descend does a huge amount of damage, has that knock up in it too, but can be pretty difficult to really use appropriately. The Rift Tower charging in. Fnatic will just clear out that mid wave and give up all pressure around the dragon for now. Dragon's gone. Yeah.
Flawless control over both bot and mid. Good pushing waves. Top now going to be responded by Humanoid, but I guess the saving grace from Fnatic is that they have been able to get 2 dragons of their own.
Yep.
Which means that they're not really at risk of a soul point. But Vitality is going to start those stacks. And Arakan going to be soon on its way. Vitality playing the slow and steady approach. Their next main objective will be to try and secure this mid-tower. The way they do that is they're probably going to look to try and play through bots. So you get deep push into bot lane. You use that push to get control over the enemy bot side jungle. You set up good vision. You force your opponents to respond to your threat on the bot side. And that then leaves your mid lane tower exposed. They can, of course, do the same play just on the top side of the map, but it's kind of dealer's choice.
We'll see how they decide to play it. Razok having to smite away the Scuttle Crab there. Otherwise, I think Nisqy would have been headbutting and pulverizing and hoping did that 150 damage that was needed. Nako in the bot side, trading into Oscar Rinin. Razork is going to finish his recall. Niski's trying to look for that deep vision. And although the first 10, 12 minutes of this game were quite explosive, since then it's been much more methodical from Vitality. They're just playing around their winning lanes. They're making sure mid is constantly shoved in. They're placing this deep vision and then allowing that side of the map to step up. Kazi knows he's relatively safe here because anyone who's coming at him is coming through the lane. Oscar in here, trying to snip through Nucko, still gets one up. Nucko throws a house into him and slams him against the turret. Now needs to dodge to the side. The needle work healing up Oscar in an absolute delight. Upstairs on his way across. Nucko trying to flash over him. But Oscar will secure the kill with a flash of his own.
So the thing about Gwen is she's a champion that you really can't afford to underestimate at any point in the game. Her 1v1 ability is truly exceptional, and that was a great example of it. So Nucko making a significant misplay that could bring Oscar back into this game.
Nucko just a little bit short in terms of lead as well. You can see Oscar was able to get so much gold back in his pockets. It's only 150 between the two top laners now. Oscar will continue to push through bot. Kazi and Niski perhaps looking for upset here. There's the flash. Headbutt pulverize immediately onto Otse, who has to flash away. Cleanse is out of the CC and the bailout put on him as well. This should be the mid tower to Vitality. Humanoid flew across but wasn't able to defend in time. That would be the turret falling. Third of the game for Vitality.
Nice objective secure, but Vitality need to be careful because a team like Fnatic, they will look for these opportunities to punish you when you misplay. Nucko, I think his biggest mistake was he heavily committed to the fight and then he showed hesitation.
Yep.
Remember when he threw that second house at Oscar, he actually chose not to go and pick it up again. And I think that indecisiveness was what cost him in the Ultimate 1v1. I think he realized in that moment he didn't actually have enough damage to win anymore, so he tried to cut his losses and escape. But at that point, like, it's already too late.
And it becomes even harder now to win in that isolated 1v1 unless you have a little bit of poke from range, because Oscar has the Nash's Tooth and the Riftmaker at his disposal now. Rylai is complete for Humanoid as well. Upset's finished his Mana Mune, stacking that up to the Mura Mana. On the other side, Kazi is on his way to his third item, has the Yuntal and the Navori Flicker Blades, sorry. Remembering the name change from whenever it was. I remember when it was the 3 arrow or the 3 blades on the purple background as opposed to the spinning disc thing that we have now.
Honestly, AD carry itemization is my weakest front because I think that they all basically build the same thing every game anyway.
Yeah, they do.
AD carries.
And then they complain. Ooh, Linsus looking for Oscar trying to make this a 2v1. It will be for the moment. Nature's Grass coming out as well as Razork has the flank of the TP's coming out from Human. A counter TP invested by Shayak. Vitality beginning to collapse. Niski's going all the way around here. Linsus flashing forward for Razork. They'll gnaw him into the wall and he's locked up, stunned up and taken out. Niski gets the knock up onto Oscar and looking for that pulverize as well into the trample for the CC follow up. Shayak coming across to try and get the damage down onto Oscar, who drew the hallowed missed. Can't send a prayer up to survive. Nucko gets the kill, 2-0 for Vitality.
A fantastic collapse comes through from Vitality as what seems to be a proactive play initially to try and find a pick onto Oscar, bringing Linsus into the play to create numbers advantage. Fnatic was actually able to respond. The problem is Vitality then brought even more members. So here we see the play start. The TP comes through from Fnatic and they're saying, hey, we can turn this play in our favor. You look at the minimap though, and the collapse is coming through first from Vitality. The severe wave clear proving extremely valuable when it comes to these rotations. It means that the flash commitment comes through from Linsus. He locks down Razork, and then the chase comes through onto Oscar as well.
Also the movement speed coming out of the On the Hunt from Sivir. As soon as Kazi and Niski went out of vision in mid lane, they popped that out of it. They're like, we are going bot, we are sprinting. You get 25% bonus movement speed, I want to say, at level 2. So they could just run down there as quickly as possible. And although Vitality did get 2 kills and they burnt Humanoid's TP, Chai burnt his as well, there was no real objective to play for other than those kills, so they do just continue to push in these waves. Still about a 3,500 gold lead for them. Next objective is that Cloud Drake. Would be soul point for Fnatic if they can somehow sneak it away. But Vitality trying to gain control of the river right now. Oscar going to get chased out by Nucko. Linsus starting up the Drake. Razork on that front line. Astral Flight in by Humanoid. Here it comes. The skies descend. And although Jayak will fall first, Humanoid falls second. Nucko with a Gnaw into the wall and Kazi begins to open up. Mickey getting chased down towards the bottom side. A good flash pulverize from Niski to make sure that Oscar can't kill off his AD carry. And Kazi survives through it all. Vitality, they keep 4 alive. They only lose 1. They take 2 out from Fnatic. And with their jungler still alive, it looks like they're going to turn their eyes towards the Drake. Nako has the teleport, so he's going to base and then can TP back in.
Overall, that was a great engage from Fnatic, but I'm shocked that Humanoid died just as quickly as Chayak did. I want to keep track of what happened to Humanoid here, because the ultimate comes through from the Aurelion Soul. Oh, Nako just sets his sights on him, and the Chaos Storm gets dropped as well, so credit to Chayak. Still providing value, even though he is the first to fall in the fight. Ends up being a 1-for-1. The Locket proving a huge amount of value, providing all those extra shields. And then Oscar setting his sights on trying to get the kill onto Kazi. He does get the flash out from the AD carry, but he doesn't quite have the damage, meaning that Kazi can turn it around and get that kill.
I don't know if Mickey had his ultimate for that fight. Looking at the spectator client, it looked like the cooldown was just coming up as the fight finished, but sometimes the spectator client can be a little bit messy.
I mean, he still has it.
He has it now, and we have the Chain of Corruption, so it looks like neither of those were used, but I don't know if they were up and not used or whether they were coming off cooldown. Someone who has access to pausing and rewinding can look at it. I wasn't saying you, I meant someone at home, because it doesn't really matter that much, right? I think they used their ultimates beforehand. Anyway, Vitality now, still with only about 3,500 gold lead, but they have got their second cloud break of the game. Mickey didn't have ultimate.
Did ulti in the fight.
All right, well that makes sense.
That cooldown is just insanely low.
It is very short, especially when you have a bunch of ability haste as well. The next
Actually,
objective,
Renata's ultimate would have been massive in that fight.
It would have been really good, yeah, which is why I was wondering why we didn't see it come out.
Uncoordinated when forcing fights.
No, it would never happen, Betty.
Flying around ultis.
Never. It was like 5 seconds away as well at the end. Vitality seem the much more coordinated team overall as they look for the engage. Hostile takeover coming out. Kazi solo. TP coming out from Oscar in, and he looks for the chase, goes in with a needlework, and he will snip Kazi down. Nako coming in from the side, the Impale just short. The Gnar back on, he catches Oscar in, and onto Razork. Oscar in falls, Mickey falling low as well. Razork's on the back line now, and Shayak has to flash away. Arcane Storm doesn't chase Mickey down. The Leandri's tick won't be enough to kill him off. 31 HP, more than enough for the Renata. The re-engage, though, from Fnatic, they're going to look for a little bit more. Ishtal's impact. Razork going onto that front like Shayak having to flash away. Upset chases him down. And Linces is next up. Burned by the breath of life. Upset takes the kill, and Fnatic now with 4 players still alive somehow will turn their eyes to the Baron.
And just like that, Vitality throw it all away. Mickey's ultimate was huge in this play. Comes through onto the full engage coming through from Vitality to try and lock down Mickey, but it was too much of an overcommitment. Kazi, the main carry of the team, gets shut down right from the start. Nako tries to make a return re-engage happen, but they only get a single pick. And while Oscar does fall, it's not quite enough to win them the fight. Fnatic then, realizing that they can turn this into another re-engage, finds another pick onto Chayak, converts it into kill onto Alinsis, and they get the Baron to boot.
Huge from Mickey as well. Use the handshake as Kazi just burns. Used as a spell shoot at the final moment. But yeah, Mickey used the handshake early, saw the spell shoot, and was like, okay, Kazi's just running straight into me now. Hostile takeover locks him in place. And now Fnatic's trying to lock Vitality out of this game. The gold swings in their favor. A 2k lead now as Oscar Winning pushes through bot. They'll take the tier 2 in mid. They can turn their eyes towards the jungle. There's a red buff. There's some Razor Beaks and some Krugs that they can gobble up and force Alinsis and Vitality back.
We haven't talked about it much, but Humanoid has become monstrously
fed.
He's
huge. 350 stacks as well.
He's basically 2 levels up on Chayak as well. He is terrifying with this Aurelion Soul.
It's the ability as well just to catch a wave in the side lane, then Astral Flight back towards your team. He's currently catching Oscar in it. Catching Nako up in that top side. Has the teleport if a fight does erupt. 3 items complete as well on his way to his 4th, likely a Void Staff or a Crypt Bloom, depending on where he wants to take that Blighted Jewel. Upset as well, having only died in that 2v2 in lane. He is so consistent at keeping himself safe and putting out quite a lot of damage as the game goes on. Fnatic now in the driver's seat of this match. Something 5 minutes ago I really did not expect.
It's crazy how a single play can just completely flip a game. Vitality had such a commanding early game performance, and then it was just a single overforce onto Mickey. And you saw how powerful that Renata ultimate can be. And I'm shocked that Vitality tried so hard to force it onto the Renata, of all people. Like, you think, oh, we get a pick onto Renata, we can immediately convert it into a Baron, but they actually committed so many resources onto a support that it ended up paying them dearly in an attempt to make that play happen. Now Vitality, I want to say that the game has been equalized, but it hasn't. Now the game is firmly in Fnatic's control. They have a healthy gold lead. We already talked about how strong Humanoid is. Upset completing his third itemization as well, pretty much catching up to Kazi. There was a 1.2k gold lead in top lane. There was a 1.1k gold lead between the AD carries. That's all gone. Completely disappeared.
2,000 gold lead for Humanoid, who has just got that Void Staff. There's some magic resist on Vitality's side. You can see, like, Wit's End. You've got the Kanik Rukun as well for Linsus. Dragon begun by Oscar in him, but he can solo that. So Vitality were thinking, well, if Fnatic overinvest, put a few more players down towards bottom to get that Dragon, we can just take away the Atakan, but that is not an option for them right now. Fnatic are checking the boxes, making sure nothing can be done underneath their noses. And they continue to grow in strength. Vitality aren't out. It is only 3,000. You know, we talk about it. It's like a 20th of one of the team's golds in total. It's not a massive deal, but it really feels like the momentum has firmly swung into Fnatic's favor.
Yeah, and momentum is a pretty interesting thing because it's very much a mental state on your perception of how the game is going. And right now, it feels as though Fnatic is the one that's moving around the map. They're the one that's pushing those waves down. They're the ones that's proactively setting up the vision. And Vitality is reacting. However, that can shift very quickly because the reality is this Sivir has 3 items with a Last Whisper as well. And as long as Vitality play the fight properly, there's no reason why they can't win a fight. And even though Humanoid is very strong, it's a question of whether or not he can single-handedly carry a team fight. The biggest difference is, of course, he is monstrously further ahead than that of Chayak, but that might not matter as long as Kazi is free to do what he needs to do.
Talk about the 400 CS Sivir power spike so often. I think that's been accelerated quite a bit recently. As Ishtar's impact perfectly played from Razok, and he finds the double impale. Into the skies descend. Kazi knocked up, has the flash, just about getting to safety. Niski won't have that same luxury. Kazi's going to be chased down by Oscar in. Snip, snip, it's time for your haircut, Kazi, as he dodges towards the top. Razok takes him out, a good handshake as well from Mickey. Shayak and Linsus have to flash away. Oscar in will dash out of the tower range. The piercing arrow not connecting from Upset, but Kazi and Niski caught out by Razok's quick reflexes.
Another nice punish comes through from Fnatic, and they should be able to secure the Atakan off the back of this. We talked about how Kazi needs the space in order to dish out damage, but we look at the positioning of Vitality here. They think that they've caught out Razok. Quick reactions from Razok, locks up Niski against the wall, and then the ulti from Humanoid does massive work. Kazi is immediately forced to burn all of his summoner spells, trying to run away to safety. But with the collapse coming through from the rest of Fnatic, there's nowhere left for him to go.
And that was sharp from Razok. Catching a cow, a bull out of midair.
Yeah.
I don't think many people could do that. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think a single Scorpion on Earth could do that.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I would completely agree with that statement. And props to Razok.
Yeah, good job. Once again, breaking barriers as a player.
Defining what it means to be a jungler.
It really is. Baron up in 6 seconds time. That's why Fnatic are hugging the top side of the mid lane. It looks like it's going to be a 5v5 as once again Kazi almost caught unawares. The hostile takeover coming out. A 3-man impale. And Oscar's here to sink in the needles. The combination from Fnatic, they just get onto the backline. A single spell shield, not enough for Kazi to ever survive.
It's just impossible for this Sivir to play. We talked about how if you have the front line, then it should be easy for you to play that front to back, but they ignore the front line completely. A star falls from the sky, the Renata ultimate opens up the pathway for them, and then Oscar and Razok set their sights on Kazi, and with him gone, there's nothing left for Vitality to rely on.
And they just do not have the damage. Shayak yet to get towards that third completed item. Did go for a Seeker, so delayed his Rabadons, but you can see him grasping for it right now. Still a little bit short. Baron secured for Fnatic. Now a 7.9 thousand gold lead. Kazi uses a spell shield to dodge the stun from the Aurelion Soul ultimate, but then it's like, okay, hostile takeover and the impale. You can't spell shield that.
It was beautifully well played.
I can get the Sivir, guys. Sivir. Oh, I got 3 of them. They're all dead.
Very nice play from Razork, and just a great team effort as well. Good coordination, well executed. And Fnatic, they've held strong. We said it earlier, though, it's a problem with playing against a team like Fnatic. It doesn't matter how far ahead you get. If you don't keep that momentum going, the moment you make a mistake, you get punished for it. Lince is now very deep, looking for a flank play.
I think he was spotted out by a Farsight alteration as he went behind into the alcove. Alcove Gaming, not even once, chaps, not even once. Nisqy caught out as well by Oscar Rinin. Nako's going to gnaw Oscar into the wall. Kazi begins to open up, and you can see how quickly people fall in front of him, but Kazi falls equally as fast. Nisqy trying to get onto that backline, but he doesn't really have the follow-up. Nako trying to do everything he can. Upset with the cleanse and the Mikaos to get himself to safety. Razork now having to deal with Shayak. Bail out onto Upsets. Enough to bring him back to life. Shayak running for the hills. Tries to kill off Mickey, or tries to do a little bit of damage at least. Gravity Well going down the tower following it. Good damage with the Hextech raise, but Upset finds his mark. William Tell in the flesh, it seems, is Upset 9-1-7 now on this Varus.
A chaotic fight that still goes the way of Fnatic. Oscar dropping immediately, but remember that only turns it into a 4 versus 4. The bailout proving so valuable as well on the back end of that fight to help keep Upset alive. And Mickey, even though he fell short in the laning phase, he has proved instrumental in these team fights. 1, 2, and 17 involved in 18 of the team's 19 kills. Lince, this is where he tried to make the deep flank happen. Who's trying to make some sneaky out. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh no, you hate to see it. He thinks he's setting up a trap, but it is he who has walked into a trap of his own. We begin the fight, and Oscar feeling very confident with the support of his team, but he still gets melted by Kazi. He's able to do a lot of damage though, but the Varus Q finding the pick onto Kazi on the back end. And again, keep your eye on Mickey here. His handshakes, the ultis, used at crucial times to help protect his team. The bailout going to come through right here to help keep Upset alive. And then it converts into a one-team fight. An ace even.
It really is. Just impressive stuff from Mickey, impressive stuff from Fnatic to bounce back in this game. Vitality definitely in the driver's seat for the first while. Now 40 minutes in. Fnatic are the ones knocking on these inhibitors. They'll take the top one. Inhibitors tower at least. 10,000 gold the lead for them as the Nature's Cast comes out, and Razork should be able to tank this. Misses the Impale though. Nako there with the wallop follow-up. Razork flashes away. Hostile takeover invested. So Fnatic have to use those ultimates to get away, including Razork's flash and his Impale. They'll still take the inhibitor. Vitality invested on the hunt. The Nature's Grasp and that Gnar. Didn't burn those summoners to get in.
They're still strong enough though with the Maokai ultimate gone. I don't think Fnatic really have a lot they need to be scared of. They're gonna set their sights on the next inhibitor. Oscar still with the ulti and flash available.
Nisqy trying to burn stuff here. Lince is going to look for the flash. Nisqy's going to get slammed into that wall with the Ishtar's impact. Flash with the advance onto Humanoid, but again the Mikaos from Mickey just in time. Nisqy surviving. Kazi's going to pick up Oscar Rinin. This is getting chased down by this Aurelian Soul. Mickey falling low though as Lince is eventually felled. He goes Timber. Razork in again. The skies descend and the shockwave rings through Vitality. Nako tried to kill off Humanoid, but he could not get close enough.
Penta denied. As Upset secures that kill. Kazi, the last man standing. Does he have the wave clear?
I think the answer's gonna be possibly. He finds 3! Humanoid almost dies to the tower. How long on the rest of Vitality? Well, Kazi did everything he could, but 3 is not enough. He needed to play Jhin, he needed to find 4. So I think with 15 seconds left on Lince and the same on Nisqy, Humanoid should be able to claim game 1 for Fnatic. Maybe?
And Lince is alive in 3 seconds. This is very slow.
Can Lince clear the wave in time is the question. TP comes out. There's no way.
Humanoid's got to run.
Yeah, Oscar's just going to TP in, pop down the Hallowed Mist, and then snip, snip. Flashes, snip, done, 50G. All Oscar. Well played, Fnatic. What a comeback.
I love how in the all chat at the end, Razork typed, OMG, you got 3.
Kazi then did thank him for that,
yeah,
so it's very kind of
Nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Now, of course, it was only Chaos here on the Rift, but you could have been here live. And if you want to watch the LEC live in the Riot Games Arena, what do you have to do, Medic?
Well, you make sure to grab your tickets ready.
Tickets!
Get the tickets! Just
right
pick them
now.
out of the air. Sometimes they'll just be floating by.
But sometimes you will have to buy them.
That is also true.
So there is a sale that starts when?
Oh, for playoff stays 1 to 3, it's on the 15th of April at 6 p.m. Veddy.
And then playoff stays 4 to 6 on the 22nd of April as well. And then the
What
lower...
time is that one, Veddy? You didn't say
that
it.
one's at 6 p.m. as well. Thank you so
Interesting,
much,
yeah.
Medic.
The
Thank
lower
you.
lower and the split final on the 29th of April at 6 p.m. as well.
But enough from us. Let's hear from Mickey standing on stage with
Has
Ginny.
Mickey got tickets? Who knows? Probably not.
All right, I'm not going to ask Mickey if he has tickets, but instead, I would love to have a discussion about the Renata being picked into the Alistar and how it maybe threw you a little bit of a spanner in that laning phase. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of still waiting for myself to wake up because that was like, yeah, I don't know what we were doing there. Usually it's just a classic Fnatic game 1 where we're just a bit asleep. And yeah, they kind of ran us down with the glacial Q flash and Sivir had little tempo. So yeah, it was not the greatest start to the lane phase, but in general, my champions are just pretty strong because they kind of want to go in. They have like pretty much all melee champions, even the range ones are pretty short range. So every time they want to go in, they will probably die to the Renata ult. And some of the fights, it kind of happened. And also, after we had Gwen, I wanted to have someone that I can W with Renata. So Gwen was a good target, so I wanted to pick it because of that as well.
Okay, how are you going to wake up for next game?
Yeah, I'm awake now. Like, that was a crazy ending. That was very hype. So now I'm full awake.
All right, good to know. Adrenaline is pumping. We're going to be heading over to a break, and we'll be back with the second game of the series, so don't go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objectives. There's
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Who told you it was down here? Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody
What's happening?
Dude, I missed the fist bump with Mickey, by the way. You missed it?
Yes.
How did you miss it? I
But
did
it is-
this, and he did like this, and it was like...
I mean, he doesn't have the flash, but Oscar doesn't have a flash of his own either. He's just going to get chased out. In the end, it's a solo bolo.
He's like,
Okay, Varus no ulti.
Shayako, you can only do this, okay? Skarner from bot side.
I'm running a Varus no flash now.
Good.
They're choking.
Remember last time what happened when we said that?
Gone the Victor.
Victor no flash.
1 HP.
I can throw him, okay?
I get reset.
We can go Nash after, by the way.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the league of 50-50, where Fnatic wins game 1 here against Vitality. And guys, they tossed the con several times during that game, but how did they manage to pull this one?
I mean, I don't even know where to start,
don't
right?
even know.
I mean, it's not looking good from the get-go. Let's say that. I don't know if we should start from the beginning with the draft, or we want to get into.
No, let's get into it right away because we know how things went. Vitality had the advantage; they can drop the ball. We're gonna okay. You know what? Let's take a look at the draft because it's here right now. What do we think of Fnatic's approach here, Finn?
Okay, let me say, Fnatic counterpick bot matchup, get killed. Fnatic top lane counterpick matchup, get killed. I don't know what happened in the Fnatic early game.
Okay, hold up. But it's not Gwen into Nar is not a counter pick, right? They had the counter
He
pick.
picked it into
Yes,
Nar. It's a
exactly.
counter
That's
pick,
what I'm
okay?
looking at.
He counterpicked him with Gwen, and he lost that lane brutally. Sure, he get back in the game. Sure, he found some really nice angles in fights, but those matchups should not go that way. If you choose Gwen into Nar, you have to make it work. You can't just say you pick Gwen into Nar and die 1-1.
I mean, he won, so he.
Okay, but that is the
somehow.
one aspect that this composition also has, right? It's a ton of scaling, right? Even when the Gwen got pushed as far as back as she did, this champion is still incredibly busted right now. And you saw that in side lane as well, where even with Nako almost 1k up, he still really can't hold a candle to it when it comes to the side lane matchup, and you still get outscaled even when behind.
Did it come down to scaling, though? Because I felt the Space Dragon was becoming more and more powerful, but I don't feel like... Is that the reason they picked Aurelion Sol, to just have more a safety net, maybe, leading up to the...
I mean, this is the second time we've seen Humanoid kind of playing this Aurelion Sol, and it really did hold the candle when it came back in the mid game, because in that mid lane fight, it all kind of went wrong, because Vitality once again overreached. We've said this time and time again. Vitality has great individual talents. They do so many things well, but here Vitality overreached for a Renata, which is just, you shouldn't do that. And Humanoid just gets so much damage down, and here on the rundown, this is really where Fnatic solidified their place in this game.
Yeah, for me, it's really all the damage that Vitality can't actually touch. I think Upset has been doing a phenomenal job at making sure he's relevant despite the disaster in the early game in the bot lane. But as you said yourself, in Humanoid on this Aurelion Sol, they can't touch him ever, and he's got so much mobility, or rather tempo with his E when he's just, or W when he's just flying in, and they're just able to clean up and overreach from Vitality.
I mean, it just kind of came down to both teams having these long-range, high-damage comps. And when you try to dive with that, it usually ends up pretty poorly, because the other team has more range and more damage, and suddenly you're going into them.
And that's the one thing I did actually like, though. Even when the game was falling apart in the early game, Fnatic was still the team that had the move on the mid lane of Vitality. They were continuously first to the play. They forced Chaig into uncomfortable positions. They had him one time, then forced him away from a wave. It could have been better, but it's still one of those things where you can see the clear intent of what they were trying to do.
Looking into the next game, though, I have a question. I have a pitch, rather, for you guys here and for you guys at home. Think about it. Who has been advocating for Zed jungle in the LEC for weeks now, hovering the champion? Razork.
That would be Razork, yeah.
Who played Zed this morning? Canyon. So I would hate to be Grabs right now backstage having to battle against Razork, because surely he wants to find an angle for that champion. This is Fnatic versus Vitality. Zed can be the flippy champion that Fnatic needs here, and for me, it is on brand. How would you make this champion work, though? Would they go for it?
I thought about it.
Yeah.
I questioned it. I pondered it. And I hate it. I understand why he likes this Zed, but for me, to make Zed work, you need discipline in your team. You need laners to know that Zed is full clearing and give him time. Does that sound like Fnatic, Guldborg?
No, not really. And also, if you take it into context what the rest of that draft looked like with Genji, Camille, Zed, and Sylas. Do I trust that? If a team picks that? Not really. I think you have to be the best of the best to really make that work. But sure, there's other safer ways you can make it work. If it's not a Camille, if it's set up, and you still have an AP mid laner, sure, I can see it. And quite honestly, I want to manifest it. I want to see this set. I want to see Razak pull it out. I don't care if they lose. I just want to see it.
Yeah, I want to set the Rift on fire. That's all I care about.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to get proven wrong, honestly, like, because I really think it doesn't even like it's not even that Razak can't play set. It's all about how you position around it. But coming into this game, I need to see Fnatic actually execute on the lanes they set up in draft. Because last game, I think they were kind of given a pass because they had so much anti-dive and Vitality was overreach. But that doesn't really inspire confidence in me to make me believe that Fnatic can actually contest.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think it's very unlikely that this one is going to happen. Although you never know with Fnatic, it's a 50-50 team after all. We saw that Vitality was going to be a red side goal board. Closing thoughts on what you want to see from them, maybe?
Well, I want to see what we just saw here, where you pick a lane. Well, we didn't see that, but we saw winning lanes from them in matchup that potentially shouldn't have been winning, but then draft around that. Mickey said in an interview, we're a bit sleepy, we're woken up now. I don't know about that just yet. That laning phase was shaky, and Kasi and Niski, for some reason, is looking really good.
Surely they're awake now. I mean, let's ask casters, actually. You can see the players on stage. Is Fnatic awake right now?
Sleepwalking. Let's talk about it. It's possible. People can do weird things while they're sleepwalking.
You know, I walked outside my home once while I was sleepwalking. I woke up on my porch.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I used to know the medical term for it, like somnolent ambulation or something, but probably not.
I've also been told that I sleep with my eyes open.
Oh, that is scary.
And I can have conversations with people in my sleep.
Okay, yeah, that explains a lot of our casting over the years.
100%. You think I was present?
Just having a nap so I can go play Magic the Gathering Arena later. Jace banned out first by Fnatic, who are on the blue side. All of Vitality's wins this split have been on the red side. They have played 4 games on the red side and only won 2 of them, so I'm not guaranteeing 100% win rate.
The win rate isn't the best, but they do
50% win rate. I mean, that's the most Vitality thing you've ever heard of. 50% win rate on the blue side. Talia banned out, Jace banned out, Rumble banned out, Azir banned out. No real shockers as of yet.
I wonder if Fnatic's going to go for their Vi Kai'Sa draft. Their heavy dive, the backline threat sort of gameplay that they found a lot of success with in Winter. Right now, Rumble, Azir, Kalista can be banned away again, pinching that pool a little bit more. We know Upset is a very comfortable Ezreal player, but I'd be surprised if that was a first pick, given that a lot of junglers are still available, Sejuani, Vi in particular. I wonder if they will be the priority here.
I wonder if Vitality want to ban out that Vi as well to kind of pinch that jungle pool a little bit more. Skarner and Maokai obviously already out because they were played in game 1. And the final ban will be Zyra. So, Vi's still a possibility, Betty. Could still look towards the AP junglers. Yone let through, immediately locked in by Fnatic.
So, Yone, Sejuani draft probably going to come through from Fnatic. What's Vitality's response here?
Ahri Vi.
I don't love Ahri Vi. Yeah, that's a great question. It feels like a lot of teams haven't found a really consistent answer into Yone yet. Problem is, he's still a very safe laner for the most part, and then he just scales into this monstrous point.
Yeah, he's still pretty deadly.
Yeah,
I do like having CC so that when he snaps back, you know, the crowd control actually sticks now.
Yeah.
So the Vitality fans in the crowd cheering every pick from each player. Started with Naknako, now we're on Lintus. Ooh, Neferi. Okay. Very aggressive jungler, really needs to be set up by their team pretty well. You want prio lane so you can look for those invades. And you're jumping around with that Hound's Pursuit. Oh, go on.
He's not gonna do
Neferi into Zed would be peak, Vetti.
Sejuani.
Absolute cinema. Oh, no. We
but
can't
what if it's Razzle Poppy jungle?
That's still not an ooh.
It is. He's really good at Poppy jungle.
Yeah, it's a cool pick, but it's not Zed.
Yeah, but look, he's playing Poppy jungle. They're gonna lock in Rel. Poppy jungle. That's what they're saying.
It's a good pick. I like it. I think it works well in the draft. Is it as exciting as Zed?
I mean, Zed's overhyped.
But you have to look at the moves, Betty. You have to look at the plays and evaluate. All right, so it's Poppy jungle, Rel locked in. Could be Poppy top. as well, of course. Oscar Winning did play that a little bit last year.
It's not going to be Poppy support.
No.
That I'm quite confident with.
Unless Rel Jungle got some really weird hotfix buffs that we haven't heard
We
of.
don't know about this Rel top tech, but final lock-in here for Vitality. Support likely going to be the answer with Alistar already gone. Leona makes a ton of sense. So 80 carries now, very important, along with potential top laners. Will any in particular be banned? Or will they all be left open? I imagine Vitality could pinch the pool of 80 carries to get a favorable 80 carry matchup for themselves. With Sivir gone, they could look to go for something like an Ezreal, but I wonder what they're going to go for. The Kai'Sa, we did talk about it earlier.
Sense, yeah. Kai'Sa ban, if you want, you can go for the Ezreal ban, as you were saying. Could also look towards things like the MF. Although I wouldn't really want to play Misfortune into Vitality's comp. I'll be honest, that feels like signing up for a very difficult game.
Xayah,
Totality.
Corki, both available. I mean, there's just so many 80 carries you could list. Like, you could just go on for days.
The thing is, if Fnatic agree to doing the 80 carry bans, then it kind of works, because you can get rid of a few of them. But if you ban out a couple and they're not following suit, as they're not with the Aatrox ban, it becomes a lot harder to really get down to the B tier, C tier 80 carries, or at least the ones we don't see as commonly. With Aatrox banned away from Fnatic, they're trying to give Oscar Winning a little bit of an easier time in the top lane. I wonder where he's going to go. Ambessa's still available. Wasn't picked in game 1.
They really need AP is their only problem.
So
what AP options do you have? Gragas, maybe? Cho'Gath?
I mean, you could Yone top and take AP mid. You could play AP bot, not something Upset's really known for, but his Syndra, if I remember correctly, was okay.
Could Vladimir, maybe.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the worst Vladimir draft. Kennen, too. Kennen could be good. I actually love Kennen into Ahri. Old school, actually, mid lane answer. And I mean really old school. I want to say it was high. C9 high?
Yeah. He also played he played Teemo mid. So how much do we want to take from him? Just gonna put that out there.
Well, with the Ambessa banned, Fnatic, I wonder what they're thinking of here. The Aatrox plus Ambessa doesn't really scream anything to me. Like Kennen, I still think Kennen could be good here. Do they want to blind the Kennen? Corki going to be an easy 80 carry lock-in. Both Xayah and Corki, like, yeah, the hovers, they both make complete sense to me.
Personally, I like Xayah a little bit more for her self-peel, just because of the Featherstorm. I think
there's not enough CC on Vitality that I think Xayah would be really comfortable.
I get that. I get that. Corki instead is pick. Obviously, you do still have the Valkyrie. So, yeah, it's fine. You have the range. Gragas. If we're talking about AP damage, it is going to be locked in. So likely a Gragas top here for Oscar Winning, although I'm sure Mickey is saying, hey guys, I play mean Gragas.
He does play
really
mean
good at Gragas. Where will Vitality go with their answer? Things like the Jack's obviously not great into Gragas at all. Could look for something like the Cannon if you really wanted, but you don't really need more magic damage. Kind of want a tank CC. Ornn? Sion?
Oh, you would like a little bit more engage.
Well, Renekton it is.
I mean, so the thing about Renekton is it is good insides against Yone for quite a lot of the game. I think on Blade, even though many matchups Yone typically wins once he hits the Blade Spike, I think Renekton is one of the few where it wouldn't.
Yeah.
So assuming they're on pace with each other, of course, if the Yone is accelerated,
miles ahead, that doesn't really matter as much.
But I think that it will make it harder for the Yone to side lane, and it does make your backline threat with the Fury a little bit stronger. So you have this Leona, Renekton, Neferi kind of dive looking to try and threaten the backline. The problem is, I think Poppy gets a lot of value in this draft. And I would also say that Neferi and Renekton being melee champions, it just makes it super easy for Poppy to just knock them away. The response to that, though, is Fnatic don't have a lot of utility to really lock down the mobility that comes through from Ahri and Ezreal, which is why I was leaning more towards the Kennen, because I think if they had that extra bit of CC, this comp would come together really nicely. Gragas, I think, provides a lot of disruption, but both Ahri and Ezreal have very easy ways to play around that ulti from Gragas, which means that I am a little concerned about Fnatic's backline threat to a degree. But of course, Yone still exists, so he's something you always have to respect.
Really do. The Vitality B next to Upset. Wait, need to. No need to. There's no need to. What's the final word? There was just a B. It was just a B at the end of it, Betty.
There's no need to be?
There's no need to be, apparently.
Is that some sort of philosophical statement?
To be or not to be, there is no need. It's kind of a Nietzsche Descartes sort of medley.
Yeah, you're beyond my English literature, okay?
Don't think either of those were English, I'm going to be honest as well, Betty. As Linces and Razork will meet up in the mid lane bush. Humanoid coming across to protect his jungle, who is down to half HP. It is Halo Blades on Razork, looking for those extra procs early, something we see a lot more in support, but can still do quite a bit of damage, even sudden impact here for the Poppy jungle. Conqueror for Linces, no real surprises there. You can get some stacks from your dogs as well.
Now, Vitality had a fantastic early game in Game 1. Unfortunately, they made one crucial error where they tried to overforce onto a Renata in mid lane and they lost the whole game.
Yes.
Now, Vitality, I still have confidence in their ability to find advantages in the early game.
Sure.
They have demonstrated that the bot lane 2v2 can be very strong. And Kazi, I think, continues to demonstrate why he's so widely recognized as a top 80 carry in the league. If you set him up for success, he can be a crucial carry. But Vitality need to find those advantages again. And the question is, will Fnatic allow that to happen? We move into the laning phase. Naknako setting up an early ward. That will be spotted out. 2 wards, actually.
So Naknako didn't actually place a ward. He just went to check. There was a ward on the Wolves already. That had been put in there after Razork was forced out.
But Fnatic knows that Vitality knows what Razork is doing.
True.
Yes. And now Razork has just confirmed that
Vitality now knows that Razork knows that Vitality knows that Razork is doing.
Yes, right. Perfectly surmised. Thank you. He's actually doing a Raptors into Wolves into what looks to be a Gromp start.
Could always look up towards the top side. Also, it just makes it harder for the enemy to invade you. If you do this, you're then pathing down towards your bottom side. Means that if Linces had gone for a topside clear into blue invade.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yep. And that blue is maybe not there. Razork has used his smite. Linces is up a couple of seconds before the poppies. The blue buff is at 700 HP. Razork's smite about to come off cooldown, and there it is. He gets it. Linces will eviscerate over this wall, get knocked into it by Razork, and you see the damage from the Halo Blades. Linces goes untargetable, and the dogs are knocked to all 4 corners of the jungle.
Fantastic pathing from Razork. The early vision investment, it all comes back to he knows that he knows that he knows. And because Oscar, sitting in a brush, watched Naknako move down to identify who was starting, it was a clear tell to Fnatic that the blue buff was Linces' target. So Razork adapted. He did Raptors into Wolves into Gromp into blue, and he made sure to do it in that order, so he got level 3 while starting the blue buff as well, meaning that he was still able to fight Linces should he need to. But he didn't. He's able to force him back, secures his blue buff, and now he's ahead of his clear going up against Linces. So very well played from Razork in this early few minutes.
Yeah, really nice done by him, using that damage from the Halo Blades as well to trade back onto Linces, who is, as you say, half a camp behind. Looks like Razork is just going to path back up towards the top side, not going to see any scuttle action. Linces actually skipping his blue to get to this scuttle in time in case Razork had rushed to it. And then can go back towards that blue buff. Can also skip and just go straight to the Razor Beaks, knowing that they're about to come off cooldown, because that's where Razork started. Instead, decides just to put the vision down. And then goes back in.
Yeah, a bit indecisive here as the TP comes back through. Now Razork's going to be spotted. Linces just wasting a lot of time.
I mean, part of that is Razork's good pathing, and part of that is Linces trying a little too hard to find the counter jungles early on.
I think he expected Razork to actually be on the top side of the map, I guess.
I mean, part of it is, like, Razork is going up to topside scuttle, right? And you know his path onto blue because you jumped over the wall and you saw he was already level 3, and you can see how many minions he's got, so he must have taken the Razor Beaks. So I think, as you say, maybe he was expecting Razork to have based after taking his topside scuttle.
I mean, the thing is, I think Linces actually had time to steal it when he first initially saw it, and then he hesitated, walked away,
walk back, yeah.
Anyway, bit of a misplay, ultimately, from Linces. TP has come through from Oscar. Oh,
it's a Grubs angle.
Yeah, but it's a very early Grubs angle. Like, we're still a minute, 5 seconds away. I guess the timing lined up as a top wave is going to be lost. Oscar, though, did get his back through.
He'll get a plate as well. Yeah. Be happy enough with getting that plate. Oscar running the Demolish in this lane. And Naknako comes in with his own TP. Is leading in terms of CS, but that gold advantage is evened out by the fact that Oscar did just break a plate. Upset's going to catch that wave top first. It's going to be answered by Kazi and Niski in the top lane. And I do believe we have a few grubs on the menu, Veri.
Let's look that way.
Hakuna Matata. Such a wonderful phrase.
Such a wonderful phrase. Razork looking for a wonderful position in this river, as he's already here.
Oh, he's a sneaky beaky. Shadowing Strike doesn't hit from Mickey. Kazi, Arcane shifts across the wall, and Razork takes about a third of his health for checking into that tri-bush.
Can you help me understand how a beaky could be sneaky?
Sneaky beaky. I don't know, man. I say the words.
Right.
They sound good sometimes.
It's like that whale comment you made so many years ago.
I can't remember the whale comment.
Like a illustrious...
Oh, crafty whale, yeah. He's trying to get the harpoons to hit. He's dodging them like a crafty whale, yeah. Oh, that's a classic. That's an old cut video. It was probably my first year in the LEC as Humanoid dives onto Shayak, who does have the Spirit Rush, as you say. But Humanoid gets pushed in mid, which means he can move towards the grubs first. First one secured by Fnatic. It's Upset who takes it. Razork doesn't have Smite, and Linces does. Mickey trying to get onto Linces, but Linces jumps up into the air and dodges away. Shayak now looking for that flank position. The Humanoid's much more healthy than he is. Linces goes in, gets the Smite, a grub apiece so far between these two mighty foes. Razork flashes, catches Linces. Steadfast Presence will stop the Zenith Blade forward from Niski, and he's in the middle of Fnatic. Linces dives in onto Razork, but he can't get it. Shayak will flash forward. Upset's going to chase him away. Meanwhile, Kazi's stuck between a Humanoid and a Mickey, and he will go down. Upset. I don't think he gets in range of Shayak here. Gatling gun, autos, cleanses away, and dies to the tower. That's greed manifest from the Fnatic bot laner.
A misplay at the end from Upset, as he was greedy for the kill onto Shayak, but still a winning play from Fnatic. A single grub still stands. That timer will not restart until that final grub falls. But ultimately, 2 kills were given over to Humanoid. So this Yone is going to be set up for success as Fnatic gets out to an early lead.
And Linces will be really upset that he wasn't able to pick up the kill in the middle of this. You can see Razork goes in, uses those Halo Blades, and Niski gets locked up in the Poppy Steadfast Presence.
And Shayak is really trying hard to find an angle in. He flashes to secure that final auto attack, and this is what gives motivation for Upset to turn it around. But ultimately, the reason why the fight was going so Fnatic favored is because they had that numbers advantage. And it all comes back to something you mentioned, which was that ulti commitment in the mid lane.
So boosted, guys.
Holy shit.
Yeah, misplay from Upset.
Yeah, misplay. Sure. I think Niski perhaps a small misplay as well, going in with the Zenith Blade into the middle of the Steadfast Presence. 2 grubs to 1 in favor of Fnatic. About 700 gold lead for them as well. Linces is going to be able to take this dragon though, so we'll get Vitality that first major neutral, or first complete neutral of the game. Across the board, lead for Upset, no real surprises there. He's got about 12 CS over Kazi, and that kill alongside an extra assist means he's about 700 gold ahead.
Oh, I'm so happy, Minik.
Why are you happy?
Shayak is building Malignance.
Yeah.
He's not building...
Rod of Ages.
Point is that it doesn't matter what he's building. It's not Rod of Ages.
It's not Rod of Ages, that's true. That is true.
I'm just really happy to see that. I think that it's a great solo queue build. But in a composition where you need to do that, and I actually, funnily enough, this is one of the games where it's probably fine, because they have so many damage threats. But I guess he could argue that he's the only AP damage threat.
Yes.
And so as a result of that, he's like, okay, I need to do AP damage. I saw Faker building Malignant, and I was like, thank you. My GOAT would never let me down.
How is Faker your GOAT when you cast European League of Legends for so long? He is the GOAT, I'll agree, but I feel like you need a European
GOAT. If he's the GOAT,
GOAT.
he can also be my GOAT.
That is true.
You know what I mean?
Just saying, you seem a little bit like a biased caster.
100% biased, yeah.
Understandable. I think bias towards Faker is the only bias that can really be forgiven, as Linces dives in with a Hound's Pursuit, jumps over the side with the Eviscerate, and then goes untargetable. Haha, almost caught me, can't quite.
There were so many crazy plays there. One of the biggest ones, hang on, maybe a dive? Nako could ulti here to clear the wave.
He's going to pop the Dominus. Mickey jumps out with the crash down. Wave is cleared, but the plate does fall.
Okay. But the crazy thing about that mid lane play was Linces almost died as well. But if it wasn't for the invulnerability that he gets on his W, that last tower shot would have actually ended up killing him. Also, the shield that Humanoid got from his W, I think it hit onto both targets, making his shield even bigger, which then helped him survive what was a nice dive. So gets the flash out from Humanoid, nice setup from Vitality. And ultimately, just a lot of individual, well played by each individual.
Nice little mechanical plays from everyone in that mid lane. Another plate, a demonstration of superior skill. Another fight goes down over to Upset though. He's in a very happy place overall. Razork not running Hex Flash. Is it just Bodyguard or is he going to fight?
I don't think he can dive here. The mid lane is super important because Humanoid, he's going back to base right now, which means that Ahri can collapse first, so Fnatic have to call off the play. I don't think there was much of a play there anyway. I think that their sights were very much set on just securing those plates. Humanoid doesn't have TP available, so this wave is going to be awkward, which is why I like Upset moving over to catch this wave. They can now send the Yone down towards bot as the wave is going to push towards the tower. Just some nice little lane assignment stuff coming through from Fnatic. Remember the grubs spawning in about 30 seconds. Humanoid, what he could do now is push out this wave and then rotate up towards mid so that he's ready to contest the grubs, but it depends how much Fnatic care about contesting these grubs. I think they should care. I think Kazi is now overstaying if Vitality want to try and respond to the grubs.
Humanoid running forward has unbound his soul. Kazi trying to put the damage back into him, but loses out on that trade. Mickey on the flank now. Niski hasn't been spotted. Humanoid goes forward with the Q3. Zenith blade misses. Hound's pursuit. Humanoid will find two. Kazi cleanses away from Mickey. Humanoid stunned up with the solar player. There's the shutdown for Linces. And now Mickey's in for a world of hurt. Charmed up, taken out. It's Kazi who secures the kill in the end. Fnatic did want to fight over the grubs, but Vitality had other plans.
I mean, Kazi just acting as bait there, and Humanoid was happy to bite, allowing Vitality to find a nice collapse, convert it into a pick, and while it will cost them the grubs, getting 2 kills, securing a few more plates, and getting Chayak even more in the mid lane matchup is definitely not a bad place to be.
And Chayak with about a 300 gold lead now as he takes the plates towards the bottom side. It should be okay. I did see Upset getting another plate in mid. He's 600 gold ahead himself. Triforce now complete, has that tier stacking up as well, importantly. Up to about 160 sacks. Manamune on its way. Mickey with the Hex Flash across the wall. Shayak has Spirit Rush and has Flash. And shouldn't really be in any sort of harm. Dodges away from the Steel Tempest. Mortal Steel? Mortal Steel from the Yone. There's a lot of steel between the Wind Brothers.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that.
I needed that confirmation. I needed it, yeah.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
Upset, demonstrating why weapon-powered machinery can be superior to a guy with a magic glove.
Hey, it's a gauntlet, I'll have you know, Betty.
My apologies. Yeah. Is a gauntlet not simply just an elaborate glove?
It is really, but I think Ezreal would want you to correct it.
Well, Ezreal better say it to my face then. I don't know, bro. What's he going to do about it?
At the moment, Mickey once again going forward for that Shattering Strike.
That's a Hex Flash of authority.
Yeah.
You know,
it's just have a might spawn. It's like 6 true damage to the tower.
It's not about saying that I can make a play. It's about saying that I could if I wanted to. You know, I think the message was delivered loud and clear. Dragon in 5 seconds, and look, the recalls are coming through. So Mickey's messaging was effective. Difficult avenue to approach. Again, it largely comes down to just this wave control. Pushing bot, pushing mid. Fnatic with these pushing waves makes it much harder for Vitality to enter these objectives.
Definitely does. It feels like Vitality have been a little bit more willing just to step back as well over these last few moments. Get some farm. They did make that nice catch towards the bottom side, but that's 3 grubs and a Drake for Fnatic. Basically uncontested, like Vitality were poking, but not really wanting to do much more than that. I think they want Kazi to finish his Triforce, which he just has. They knew they were in a bit of an item trough, as Jack would say, a delta between the 2 teams.
Oh.
Remember the time when he used Delta? We all used Delta for whole worlds. Everyone just kept talking about the Delta between everyone.
I don't recall that ever.
It definitely happened.
I do know that for a while people called when the tower first fell first brick, and I was very much against that.
Okay, well I'm going to start doing it from now on. Oscar in looking for the explosive cast as Naknako pops the Dominus and dodges away from it. Does get body slammed back. Naknako still has the flash. Oscar healing up with that Rod of Ages. won't be able to go any further, just holds the wave.
This is an honorable top lane matchup. Both top laners, 140-ish CS, 15 minutes in. They have been left completely isolated. Neither can kill one another, and it is just simply farming. This is a Rod of Ages that I accept. I think this is a wise Rod of Ages purchase, and I like it. Oscar still loses out on the trades, which very much you'd expect. Oh, Linces, don't break this time-honored tradition.
Might be broken. Dark and Dagger's coming out. There's the true shot.
Razork's here, though.
Clips Oscar in, and Razork's on his way. And, yeah, go back to 1v1ing, lads.
Yeah. The bodyguards arrived. No action will take place here. This is a place of farming and safety for the top laners. We will see them again in 10 minutes' time. Thank you for showing us what's happening, observers. We do not need to look at them now for the foreseeable future. Herald spawning in 10 seconds. Don't be surprised to see them go back to base and be sent bot lane.
Yes.
Far away from the objective, because they have teleport, and they will be told, you will be called upon should your services be required.
That's why I think it might be less than 10 minutes.
They're going back to base.
Here we go, bot lane.
Where are they going?
Bot lane. For Oscar in as well.
They're going top
TP
lane.
top.
Okay, they're in the air of the action. Here we go, Medic. This could be a moment.
Humanoid and Chike both have their TPs as well. Okay, when you said here we go, Medic, this is not the moment, guys.
Okay,
like, the moment will happen in about a minute's time.
We're getting there, though.
Yeah, we're approaching the moment.
Don't say it.
We're in the mode.
Don't say it. Go.
What was I gonna...
Excellent. The fact that you've forgotten is fantastic. Tower secured for Humanoids.
Spirit rush forward from Chike. Humanoid's gonna snap back. Yep. Fate Sealed gets himself out of there. Nako from an honorable 1v1 to a possible 3v1. Razork in the end calls off the dive.
Time on a tradition.
Yeah.
Razork, though, should be an uncontested Herald. Oh, but he's not interested because Mickey's looking for a play in mid lane.
Gets the Shadowing Strike. Zenith played forward by Niski. Solar Flare.
Ooh.
A little bit over eager.
Yeah, quite questionable from Niski. I'm not really sure what they would have turned that play into.
Okay, I said the moment was going to be about now.
Yeah,
we've had a couple of mini moments.
I was hoping. But, I mean, Linces is bot. Can he really contest this?
I mean, he's in mid now. You could run across. He has the ultimate. Razork's used his smite. We'll be back up.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. This is our moment. Linces going in. Nako and Oscar in trading towards the top side. Keeper's verdict. Well, the dogs are guilty, apparently, as they're knocked out. Razork lands the smite. Nako forced towards the top side. Dodges away from the explosive cast. Vitality unable to get much more.
Wow, so even when the top laners are so close to proximity, it still ends up just being the two top laners hitting each other and then returning back to farm. The biggest winner of that exchange was, of course, Fnatic. Not only did they get the Herald, but Humanoid left completely alone in the bot lane to push in these waves. He doesn't really get much tower damage down, but that doesn't matter. Experience and gold is what he was after. And now Fnatic can look to use this Herald in the mid lane, given the Dragon is spawning in 50 seconds. So easy way for them to get that prio as they set up for the next objective.
The game's quite hard for Vitality unless they land something like a Solar Flare.
Yes.
Like, Razork's just always in the way.
It's one of the downsides of running in the Fury composition. It is inherently just a lower utility draft. And I was talking with Finn about this at the beginning of the day, and he was talking about why a pick like Zed can make sense, because teams have gotten better at learning how to play with a lower CC type of draft.
Yeah.
Or at least in the LCK. I don't know if that's necessarily true for the LEC, but yeah, it could be why Zed has showed an appearance, at the very least, over in the LCK. But for Vitality, it's something that they'll have to figure out as we get closer to what I imagine will be some big fights very soon. With items completed across the board, already second itemization being constructed, you imagine that this Dragon is going to be a big point of contention.
That's why the Rift Herald is coming down from Razork. Wants to get the wave shoved in, wants to get that Rift Herald charging forward.
Vitality have control over the river. Typically, Fnatic want to use this to gain access, but Vitality's not giving it to them. Nako getting the push on ball, already rotating up towards the team. Vitality in a good position.
As does Humanoid. As you say, the tower standing as well still for them is nice. Karsi's very low on mana, though.
Yeah.
Which can make things a little bit more precarious. Wave pushed in. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Yone's just going to dive. Chayek has to pop the Spirit Rush. Fate Seal still available for Humanoid. So Chayek has to base here. And then when he TP into the Drake, well, Looks like Kazi's back, and looks like Niski's doing the same alongside Nako. Dragon should be an easy enough secure for Fnatic. Mickey almost stealing away the Gromp there, couldn't quite get it.
It's an uncontested Dragon and a mid lane tower as well. So Fnatic, slowly and
a top lane
methodically,
tower.
are just gaining advantage after advantage. I feel like Vitality need to force something soon.
I agree. I just think it's hard. Because, like, the only CC you have that doesn't involve a dash is Solar Flare.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Razork's playing really well. He's always in the way.
You weren't excited about the Poppy.
It's a. I said it was a great pick, Betty.
You did say that.
I just said
It
I
wasn't
would like
Zed, that's what
Zed
you
more.
said.
Yeah.
But we can both agree, objectively, Zed maybe would have been significantly worse in the draft.
I mean, quite possibly. I trust Razork. Do you not trust Razork?
No,
Sounds like your
I
goat
don't.
is, you know, not a European player.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Atakan has spawned. Vitality still struggling to find ways into these fights. Fnatic have extended about a 1.5k gold lead. Like, we're talking a lot about, in this game, about how hard it is for Vitality. And that's not... We're not trying to doom and gloom them. We're just saying, draft-wise, it's going to be really difficult for them to start fights. And Fnatic are doing a good job of not giving them the opportunities to start fights for free.
I definitely think if you're a Vitality fan, it is perfectly reasonable for you to start experiencing some doom and gloom. I think given the map state and given the composition, doom and gloom definitely makes sense.
Also the fact that neither of their series has gone to 3 games yet.
Quite right.
Yep. If they lose the first one, 100% lost record on the second one.
Yeah.
It's only a 1 series sample size.
I am hopeful that Vitality can find an angle here.
How?
I too am contemplating such an option, but here I'm open to learning. That's what's beautiful about League. There's always an opportunity to learn, and I'm ready to learn Vitality. Show me the angle, show me the way, show me your path to victory. There's no objectives for a while, so it's likely just going to be towers. The problem for Fnatic is they've taken them all. So now they're just trying to do stuff.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Nope.
Is this the angle?
Nope. TP in immediately. Razor coming in from the side as well. Niski has to flash away. Keeper's verdict on Nako just to get the knock-up. This is chasing forward once again. Eviscerates over the wall, but Fnatic disengage.
So no angles found. TP was committed from Oscar though, so small advantage gained at the very least from Vitality. Hang on.
Mickey goes in with the Magnet Storm, stuns up Niski. Humanoid coming in from the side as well. Kazi's killed off Mickey, but Niski's so low. Now Nako on the backline. Ninsa's diving in with a Hound's Pursuit. Razork now in the middle of them as Shaik and Niski begin to collapse. Razork locked up with the Zenith Blade, but he's found 2 somehow. In the middle of them all, Razork surviving with a Sundered Sky. You found the angle, but that's a cute Poppy. Razork just absolutely outplays.
An ace for Fnatic as Razork is able to dance his way around the fight. The Sundered Sky heal proc proving invaluable as they're able to swing the skirmish in their favor. The gold extends, the Atakan in their sights, a tier 2 in the mid lane as well. Fnatic taking control over the game. And it starts with a bit of a back and forth. Remember, this play was a very long one. Vitality set the sights onto Mickey. Upset gets a lot of damage down onto Niski, forcing him to retreat. A nice use of the W from Linces to avoid the collapse, giving him that invulnerability, and then Vitality looked for the re-engage, but Chayak has already committed his ultimate to regroup with the fight. Mickey then says, hey, actually, I think we can go for this engage. Niski's very low, he takes a lot of damage, but a lot of these dashes are getting interrupted by Razork. The fight looks quite promising as Nako and Linces actually get onto the backline, but Humanoid is doing the same thing. So when it turns into this 3 versus 3, Razork just survives so often thanks to the Sundered Sky proc, meaning that he's able to survive the fight. It gets cleaned up by Oscar Rinin, and it's a team fight win for Fnatic.
Atakan, come Marek, we do this. The Thunder broke, man.
Sundered Sky.
Sundered Sky.
Pretty strong item.
Look, 2.7k from Razork in that fight. A Razork's Poppy, it's an old school one, but it's a good one.
Yeah, it is. It is now forced life on the shoulders of Fnatic. Mickey missing the Shattering Strike, but jumping across the wall is Razork again. Keeper's verdict does go wide. Lince is trying to open up onto Oscar, and Niski doesn't really have a hope of getting out of here. Slowed up, stunned up with a red buff, and now Nako has to pop the Dominus to try and survive, but the chase continues. Slow after slow with the battles. Nako falls second. Fnatic find 2 more in rapid succession.
In the top lane, meanwhile, you'll notice that Humanoid is forcing the ultimate out from Chayak as well, as he finds another fantastic trade.
Oh, Linsus. Greedy going back in with the Hound's pursuit, but Upset had friends around the corner. 2 more to Fnatic. That's 5 for none on the bot side of the map. 4 for none, in fact. That's Matt's medic. Good job.
He does get away with his life, even though Humanoid tried to make the play happen, but a tower's going to fall in the top lane, a tower's going to fall in the bot lane, and I mean, this is Fnatic's game to lose. A single fight was all they needed to blow the game wide open, and Humanoid on this Yone, level 16 now. Vitality, they've ran out of options. They tried to find a pick here. The supports run into each other. It ends up being an engage coming through from Nisqy, and they think that with the numbers advantage, this can be a winning fight, but it's Nisqy that's falling first. Oscar able to tank up a lot of the damage, and they convert it into an initial kill. Now, Upset arrives, and now it's a 4 versus 3. Naknako can't really flash away to safety, even though he tries to. He makes it a 1-for-1, but then Oscar says, no, I have the heal, I'm able to survive, and they end up finding no kills. And then at the very end, Linsa says, maybe I can actually get a kill onto Upset. He comes very close, but it's not quite enough. 4 end up falling, and Fnatic find themselves once again in the driver's seat.
8,000 gold ahead, Betty. Vitality aren't even allowed in the passenger seat. They're like in the boot or something right now.
Linsus is going in.
And he's looking for it. The charm's going to go down onto Oscarinin, who has a stopwatch to see if he can buy a little bit of time. The solar flare not quite timed well enough. Gets the knockback onto Linsus as well. Oscarinin there onto the blast cone. Only Naknako following him now. Razo is going to get the CC against the wall and flash away to survive. While all of this was happening, Humanoids pushing through bot. Upset has the push in mid, and Fnatic can just heal up, and then unless Vitality go for the Baron, someone's going to have to reset to deal with Humanoid. Fnatic might just start up the Baron themselves. Who's going to go and deal with the Yone? TP in, stop the ports,
and then when someone goes to
close
answers,
the gates.
He could just TP into the fight.
Yeah, well, Naknako's locked up against the wall. Red buff helping Fnatic as Naknako falls. Chayak fell as he tried to defend the inhibitor tower. The inhibitor itself, Kazi stunned up, dashes forward, but nowhere for that dashing man to go. Nisqy the next up for Fnatic. They'll take him down. Only Linsus survives now. And within 28 minutes, Fnatic have somehow materialized a 12,000 gold lead. The Nexus Tower's their target. It's 2-0 for Fnatic, and game 2 was an absolute stop.
I mean, what else is there to say? We were skeptical about the composition from Vitality. They failed to find an angle, and every single time they tried to make a play, Fnatic simply shut them down. Strong performance from Humanoid today, and overall a great series from Fnatic.
Yeah, good job all round from them as well. Oscarinin, after struggling in game 1, came back with a 4-0-6 Gragas performance, the only AP threat on the team. The Poppy pick inspired, like just so good, was early in the draft. We'll say Vitality didn't do themselves any favors with the rest of their draft, but good job all round from Fnatic. You can vote for one of their players in the Kia Player of the Series vote. It's Oscarinin, Razork, or Humanoid as your options.
Great options, and just the biggest criticism I would have of Fnatic is that game 1 early game where they were just kind of individually being outplayed. It doesn't seem, though, to me like a sort of macro decision-making problem. It was very much an individual mistakes problem, and so when they very much locked in coming into game 2, you can see the difference. They weren't making silly mistakes, they weren't getting punished in the 1v1 matchups, and slowly but methodically they realized that they could continue to scale. And this Yone, it does feel like teams in Europe don't have a good answer to it. I don't think Ari is the answer, because you just end up in a late game situation. Like, notice that Naknako never really matched into the Yone either, which I think is probably what they wanted.
But they couldn't stop the honorable 1v1 duel. It was a gentleman's agreement.
True.
Can't stop that. They
Very true.
handshook at the start of the game, handshook at the end of the game as well.
But props to Fnatic. They find themselves now at 3-1 in the standings.
Beating KC, beating Vitality.
And losing to SK.
Happens. Happens to the best of us. Maybe we'll hear from Razork about why that happened and why this week was so much better of a performance. Ginny, take it away.
All right, I don't think I'm going to ask about SK, but I'll ask about this game. I'm Ginny, and I'm standing by with Razork in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. They like you.
Yeah, I cannot even hear you.
Sorry.
They're so loud.
I'll scream a little louder. let's talk about this series, okay? Not about the SK game. So I would love to hear how you felt when you had that 3-man Skarner ult. Was that the plan?
Oh yeah, it was really nice, actually, really good feeling when you get 3-man Skarner ulti. I was aiming for the Sivir only, but then 3 people appeared in my Stinger, so it was pretty nice.
Oh, so they like ran into it. Was that the turning point for you, for like the mental, where you think like this is a game that we can take home?
Oh no, I think the game was pretty won overall. Like, I think at that point when we had our Brilliant Soul with like 3 items, I felt like I was OP also, I was not able to die. So I was pretty confident in that game, even though my bot lane were struggling against Niski support. So
Yeah, how do you feel about that one?
actually, I don't think Niski support is like doing too bad, honestly.
Okay.
But yeah, I think my bot lane choked a little bit the first game.
Just a little bit. We spoke to Mickey as well about it earlier, and he was like, yeah, you know, we were a little asleep, but now we're awake. So how does that happen? How does a team, you know, you guys as Fnatic come onto the stage, Humanoid last week was like, yo, sometimes it's a 50-50. What's going on there?
Well, honestly, I think overall we got better in our consistency, but I think the SK series probably, like, I think they played well, but we also were like very sleepy and we were like, too confident, but we actually didn't show up that day, so we just lost deservedly.
The confidence seems to be back though, and you guys also are now 3-1 in terms of the standing. So how are you feeling moving forward in these best of 3 fearless drafts?
Well, I mean, the main goal is just get to top 6, right? Qualify to the playoffs. And I mean, we had pretty good regular seasons before, and we ended up not winning the title. So I'm not really focused on like how the regular season will go. Right. I'm just like trying to make sure that we are in a good form as a team and we are slowly improving. And yeah, I'm just happy with that overall.
Just vibing. Seems to be working. Thank you so much for your time for
you.
the interview. That's it from the LEC in terms of the coin flips from the side of Fnatic. We're going to be heading over to a quick break, and afterwards we got our match of the week, BDS going up against MKOI.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
And it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Welcome back to the LEC. I'm Ginny, joined with Jojo ahead of the game against BDS. This is the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in. And let's start it off with a conversation about the quote that we've heard from Nuke earlier this week in one of his interviews, where he said that Jojo Pio is a good player, but I'm not particularly afraid of him. It's not like facing Caps at his prime. Would you like to comment on that?
I mean, to be honest, I think Nook is not bad. I think today will be a good competition in the mid lane, but I just think that I'm better, and also as a team, I think we're much stronger right now. I think BDS is looking pretty shaky so far, so I just think that if we focus on our gameplay and what we've been improving on this split, I think we'll be fine.
I love that I'm not bad, very humble, you know, you're staying in that lane. But I actually want to touch upon that a little bit further when it comes to your performance individually. We're seeing a lot of improvement when it comes to that laning phase, and we're also seeing the players just, you know, getting together, and you guys look like you're all on the same page. What has that taken to get to this point?
I mean, I think my first split coming in, it took me some time to adjust to how the team wants to play and how I want to play the game, and I think now we know much more how we want to play as a team, and we have more of a identity. I think last split was kind of players doing their own things at times, and we didn't know what the best play was, and we were kind of hesitant. So I still think we have some problems, of course, but we acknowledge it, and we're working on it a lot, and it's getting much better, and we're improving on it day by day. So that's why everything's getting better, because we just know it's a problem, and we've been trying to fix it. So yeah, it's been showing.
And is that more like a scrims thing or like an out-of-game thing, or just a combination of both?
I would say definitely scrims. I think scrims last split, even in the beginning of this split, we just weren't disciplined. It's like we're playing solo queue kind of some games, because I think a lot of LEC teams, they just run it down in scrims, and it's really easy to follow that and match that. Yeah. And like if we saw them, we would just fight too, and I think almost every team does it. So for us, we just have to be disciplined and not fight just to fight, and actually have purpose, and it's been helping us improve as a team on what we want to improve on. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Good luck for your game ahead against BDS. And Laura, over to you.
Thank you, Ginny. Great to hear from Jojo ahead of our match of the week. But before we get to that, quick follow-up on the previous series, because we have Grabs here. Thank you so much for joining us. Razorn was the Kia player of the series. So, sure? What is that?
I think no one stood out, really. I think Humanoid's ASO was interesting.
Okay.
But I think no one really shined today.
Yeah? One win at a time, let's say.
Yeah.
And yeah, Humanoid said 50-50. So at least you were on the winning side today.
Yeah, for sure.
But I want to hear your thoughts on the upcoming matchup. It's going to be MKOI versus BDS. We just heard from Jojo, who was talking about some trend in the LEC, the lack of discipline, taking scrims not seriously enough. Maybe stage games become hard. Do you feel like it's been the case for MKOI this season when you look at their games, Finn?
Ooh, I mean, they've been everywhere, right? They've been looking really good some games and really poor some others, but it really does feel like we've taken 2 steps back as a region, and I really need us to start taking steps forward, because it feels like right now we're going into this chaos thing a little bit too literally, and the fact that we are making games so volatile when we don't have to, it's becoming a problem.
I'm gonna blame Veli and Daniel Dracos for this one with the music video they made at the beginning of the split. But Grabs, the opposition in the mid lane for Jojo is gonna be Nuke, a player that you know, that you've coached. He embraced this role of a leader lately for the team. How do you feel like it's worked for him, knowing the player and what he's capable of?
This is something that was a long time coming. He had the seeds of this even when Daphne won BDS. Back in the day. I mean, in the Korean bootcamp, he was the shining player, basically, and he was supposed to be the cornerstone of BDS. So I think And knowing him, I'm just a bit worried that he takes too much on himself because he's also like very confidence-based player. So of course, then if he sees himself as a leader, not doing the stuff he wants to do, this might impact his gameplay. So I hope he gets some support of his teammates or coaching staff there.
And sadly, it feels like that it has repercussions in his gameplay so far, Finn. When you look at BDS, the fact that they have been lost on the map since the beginning of the year, and I feel like, as Grab said, having this extra role, this extra pressure, has not been handled quite well by him so far.
Yeah, and I also feel like we maybe put too much pressure on him because I think he is a standout player. And in reality, like one player can only do so much for a team. And I really think I want to put more emphasis towards his teammates kind of matching him and giving him more leeway in game to actually carry his games. Because when I think of Nuke at his best is when he has a teamfight carry and he is able to play his own game as he wants to. And I kind of feel like I love 113. I've been very vocal about him, but I feel like he is kind of making the game too hard sometimes for his teams. And I really want them to kind of hone into the simpler structures of the game.
What is this match of the week going to come down to, Grabs, quickly?
Discipline? No, just I think MKOI is the better team on the baseline. But they are kind of like us in the regard that on a given day they can also lose against every team. I still think, though, that if drafts are even, MKOI will just be better. Also, I think that Mervin has like more of a carry threat from top than Irrelevant, because I think that's also a BDS thing that Adam, even though in some games he ran it down, like he was always a threat in fights, whereas Irrelevant, even I think in his K days even, he had good laning phases, but he was never like the threat in teamfight. Like, oh god, this guy can take over, right? Yeah. So I think that's also why BDS is struggling a bit right now.
It is going to be an interesting matchup, especially as we're nearing the middle of the regular season here in this spring split. These teams have a lot to prove. It is time for match of the week: BDS versus MKOI.
So this week, we're going to have our direct matchup against MKOI, and I think it's a very interesting BO3 for multiple reasons. The first one is there is no set top 4 team in the LEC. We have our top 3, KC, Fnatic, G2, but who's the 4th? And I think that the winner of this series could potentially be the best fit team to belong to the top 4 and aim for the upper part of the ranking later in the split.
It's an ult from Jojo, dodged out of by Nuke. Ooh, good buster shot after. Now Jojo's in danger. The explosive charge just having flashes for a bit more, trying to get some more. Hops forward. Jojo with a solo kill. Where is this one going? Alvaro looks for the hook, lands it onto Paris. Perhaps not the easiest target, but a big knocker for Jojo. Baylor comes on through and Paris likely dies. Survives by rebounding his soldiers. Jojo, Ice trying to trade this one out, gets one back potentially. Ice does get one, but he's on top of the Soul Flare.
On the mid lane, we have this really interesting matchup because Jojo Pune hasn't been delivering on par with what we've expected during the winter split, but has been improving, I think, day after day during the spring split. And on the other end, we have Nuke, who's been one of the best performing mids, so this matchup is probably going to be key. Aggression is usually the name of the game for MKOI, and I would say even over-aggression. And on the other hand, BDS is usually a little bit timid to pull the trigger, so which team is going to be able to temper with aggression on the case of MKOI or increase aggression on the case of BDS? And I think the team who wins is going to get this extra confidence leading into the rest of the season and trying to aim for this top 4 and maybe better for the rest of the splits.
Push yourself past the hump, that's what this match of the week is all about as we get you into BDS versus KOI. I'm Asterix and joined by Dactor, and let's be real, coming into this match of the week, you know, we look at them in advance every week and we're like, oh yeah, BDS are really shaping up, and like, obviously KOI had a hard schedule, but now this is when they start ramping as well. Dactor, we should start with BDS and what happened with Heretics as a quick reminder for the fans.
Yeah, yesterday was not the brightest of showings for BDS, unfortunately. End up tossing away a 13.7k gold lead against Heretics in game number 1, and then not even being able to pick up the series win afterwards. It was a bit of a bamboozling for BDS, and you heard it from Grabs. Patience was kind of the name of the game there. They just needed to keep their cool in team fights, and hopefully things will go a bit better. But I think as well, like, Movistar KOI are sitting below them in the standings, but they are high favorites coming in today. The fact that they had to go up against G2 and KC are kind of the blights on their schedule so far. So it's kind of this last series against Heretics and now coming against BDS, maybe even looking at Vitality as well, kind of feels like the ramp up for them to get themselves up into higher standings.
That's why it's really important to mention, because at first look as well, you look at KOI and like, yeah, while they're only just in the top 6, it is that strength of schedule that we talked about only last week as well to kick them off for the split. Now, BDS and KOI, as we get into draft, BDS on the blue side, which we still know is favored. as we've got to start labeling off these picks that every single game seem to be priority takeaways. Jace amongst them as well, especially when you're going up into strong top lanes like Mirwin and Irrelevant.
But it's also how much respect do you give to the off picks, or sorry, the kind of pocket picks that we see coming through from guys like Mirwin, right? Yep. 3 games on the Aurora. Well, there you go. It's going to be banned away. It has been such a staple pick for him. He's even gone back towards even more AP picks like the Annie that have been a little bit more off meta. So he is definitely someone that likes to take these AP top laners to open up like the Yones and the Corkis for Jojo Pyun in that mid.
Where Irrelevant still been playing like basics like he's been playing Cassante when no one will touch it as well. So it does feel like Irrelevant, maybe more of a role player here. Speaking of roles, Rel, the final takeaway off with the engage. Just talking and thinking about Mirwin on something like Rumble. Irrelevant will be happy to take that as a first pick as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what you want to try and go for on the opposite side though, because the Skarner up and available if Oyoyo would like to try and go back towards that. Especially when you see a Rumble on the opposite side, there's a tendency to say, hey, we are going to have some sort of dive to enable this Rumble. So you do get value from the Skarner pick. But Varus and Azir immediately locked in, trying to make things okay for themselves.
Well, standard stuff, isn't it? I mean, here in Europe, and I know slowly, as I've been watching LPL as usual, this Azir is becoming more and more stable, or at least more and more favorite, I should say, as well. So we got Koi, the makings of what could be a front to back here is on the other side, 1-1-3. Does he get the pass? I think Finn said he gets the pass for Nidalee. I know a couple other junglers have said the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, I was going to say, I think in this game it would have been a little tough. You don't really have set up on the top side, plus then your top and your jungler AP. Yone, which is your premier AD mid laner, is already taken away. Which means you'd have to slam an AD mid of like Tristana or a Lucian or something for a nuke. So I just don't think this was really the spot for it. But Skarner going to be taken. Now you've got the Sylas as well. And now it becomes a question mark of how does Oyoyo want to respond? Do you just go back towards the... Oh, it's not going to be the side, it's going to be Talia, but do you just go towards the Sejuani and try and set yourself up in some sort of front line? Or, well, it looks like they're going to try and play at range. So basically say, hey, look, we've got long-range poke in the Azir and Varus. Let's try and enable that with this Ivern as well and just play for this range so the Skarner does not get value here.
And as we've learned as well, Ivern is like the premier take into the Skarner matchup as well. But a really good call on how it sets up the team here, as it is going to be the first Ivern for Elyoya this split, but definitely not something we're akin to, or I mean not used to rather.
So if I'm BDS, I'm banning Leona. Like this is kind of your upfront non-committal engage that you can try and pair with this. Make like using that solar flare so you don't actually have to close the distance is perfect. Surprised by the Braum, because I think at this stage MKOI definitely needs some sort of engage in their draft. But yeah, I think the Leona more than likely going to follow. Maybe even a Nautilus could be the other option as well. Whereas in the opposite side for MKOI, as you said, the fact you had to or you've opted in towards your mid laner early for BDS opens up these AD carry bands, and now you're kind of forcing ice onto maybe something like the Ezreal, which isn't great into Varus. Maybe even a Caitlyn, maybe the option here for the bottom line. Like we've seen that a little bit more over in the LCK.
Yeah, things like Jhin have been played, Civ has been played as well. Misfortune often glazed over. It's funny to see the ban here, but again, targeted towards Ice, who is one of the few AD carries who still looks at it. Doug, you called out that Leona. That was a good tidbit as another form of engage taken away by BDS by the strongest AD carry, left open for Super.
So it's Mirwin's top Varus?
I guess it is. I didn't even register that. I just assumed. I was like, oh, hang on a minute.
Because this was something he played with the
Locket build.
Virtue. The Virtue.
Yeah, you're right.
Radiant Virtue back in the day, but I wasn't expecting to try and bring it out in this case, but still, strong AD carry in the top lane that can find a ton of push and poke, and we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, Rumble doesn't really fare particularly well into range, and now you're just adding more range and more poke into the comp.
How to pinch Ice's pull even further. Bring in 2 AD carries instead of 1. We don't need no Tristana mid. I glazed over that, seeing the Varus, and yeah, now Ice's option looks like it might be something like the Ashe left up. Again, we already talked about some team fighting AD carries here, but Dagda, they want to play on the pick with a big question mark, maybe add a bit of range as well. Ashe definitely feels like it fits into the comp thematically to finish up for BDS.
Okay, so they're going to go with the Alistar. I thought, again, like, as you say, try and find something with some non-committal. I think you're kind of out of options, though, but something that can do well into the Nautilus. You pulverize the hook from the Nautilus, and you're able to walk out of it, so pretty nice. Ashe trying to find that engage tool to follow up on, as we said, what's a pretty long-range composition for Movistar Koi. So BDS basically hoping and praying they can close that gap, whereas Movistar Koi trying everything to keep their hands on the heads of BDS and keep them at arm's length.
The beautiful thing is I can use the computer to go back and see what Mirwin played that was wacky over the course of the last couple of years. Because, Dagda, remember, I love how you brought it out, like it was this strange top build on the Varus. I remember the Locket build for Varus as well, where I can't remember the rest of it, but it was strange to the point where he was tanky in early, he could contribute a lot in team fights thanks to base damage. We'll have to see, because with the Ivan, maybe there is going to be just more on hit. Every single time I see Mirwin, I always feel like I'm going to expect something weird. He'd been playing the Aurora, we've seen the Scion, we've seen the Annie, we've seen a Gragas game from him, and now we get the Varus top as well. Our own little EU the Shy. Oh, man.
But that's the thing, right? This is a player that has always wanted to experiment and always kind of feels like he has something in his back pocket. And now we're going to get to see him once more bring out that creativity, because he was talking about on Euphoria how this was something that he has been working on, which was, I think I've got my work done for me on these more regular picks, so let's try and have some fun and flex around a bit on the other ones.
Well, in our match of the week, you're not disappointed with the draft, are you? Let's roll on in. BDS versus Koi, a best-of-3 fearless that sets your heart on the line. Koi are trying to break out of this rough start against G2 and KC. It was so convincing watching their, I guess, real opener, because we know that KC and G2 hold the top 2 spots. Their opener against Team Heretics was really, really good, but as you all know, BDS had the same matchup against Heretics, and that did not go too well. BDS dropping a very crucial series there, when reminding all, we only take the top 6 in the playoffs. We were so ready to see Mirwin on Aurora. We even have a stat for it. We've got a button for it. Might have to wait.
I mean, BDS knew it was coming just as much as we did, taking that one off the board. But BDS trying to get an early ward in to spot exactly what the pathing is for Yoya. At 113, I don't think would try and look for an invade in the early stages. Maybe could look for one on bottom side of the map if he wanted to. So I think that's why he's starting up on the top end. But it does mean like Mirwin, Jojo should be able to get the push there.
Are you ready for Mirwin's career win rate on Varus? He's 5-1 in his whole career.
That's not bad.
On this Varus top. And yeah, I believe all 6 games were actually seen over the course of last year, at the very least as well. So Mirwin once again starting D-Blade, press the attack in top as well. Fun to watch how this lane plays out, because there's very few things, Dagda, that can actually take on Rumble and kind of survive, or at least withstand the lane.
Yeah, I think it's in a decent spot where you can just keep pushing the wave. You've got quite a long auto attack range himself, so you can just keep pushing Irrelevant back.
Yep.
You're able to hit down to the tower. You can punish him underneath the tower as well. And at the level 6 point, it makes it a little bit more difficult to gank you, because you do have that ultimate available to lock down the junglers that try and come in. But definitely going to play into the ability for MKoi to just try and play a range and have multiple carries as they get into the later fights.
The small trades happen down bottom lane. It'll be interesting to see how the objective changes, because I know this is something that we were going to kind of dive into as well, where it feels like this grub percentage is something that a lot of people are focusing on right now. It feels like these objectives in the top side of the map are coming because we're having such strong dynamic top laners as well. And also because, let's be real, I mean, grub games, you get a 5-6 grub games, spawning the mites, your ability to take over the map and get some of these, you know, these tier 1, tier 2 turrets before 20 minutes is actually quite high.
Yeah, I think this is where we're going to be looking to see if they can keep up that pressure. But oh yeah, starting to move up onto this top side. I don't think he's going to be able to find particularly much. Yeah, I think it's more just for moral support from Mirwin in this top side. You really do want to try and bully out heavily on this top half of the map and make sure that you're in an okay spot.
I love moral support, Dagda. I've been looking for it for years. You're the one who... No, but outside of that, you've given it to me, but no one else can give me what you give me, Dagda.
Ah, okay.
Okay? Yeah, out of context, people might be confused. We are just colleagues. Okay?
Don't tell Hannah.
Don't tell Hannah. The one night I hope my wife is not watching is 113 bot side. There's
Why
not
did my
much you
phone
can do.
just vibrate?
Flash in, pulverize from Alvaro. It's a good engage actually, and match play super. Running in front, first blood is easily done, and a really good start for the 2v2.
Great start in the 2v2 on bottom side. Ayoya kind of already having his impact. Oh, as Jojo has to go forward, wants to make sure he can get the shield and not get caught by the flick back there, so at least get a little bit of his health bar saved. But I think this is something that Ayoya's been very good at, is getting into his lanes early, getting them active on the scoreboard.
Yep.
Just to make sure.
Oh my God!
Okay.
He got PTA up. And with full blood stacks on the queue, that's insane. Meanwhile, Nuke going to do the same thing. Jojo in trouble, shifting sand with a small shield to get him out, but Nuke in control of this lane, and Jojo's already teleported back.
Elioya considering the flash over the wall. Well, I thought it was going to be a flash shield over the wall, but doesn't hit with the Q. And now Paris, I mean, Ignite walk away.
Dredgeline gets the flash out, but Paris is chill with that. I'd be gleaming.
Yeah, I thought he would just literally walk in and go for the Ignite, but Jojo now hits the level, so he's going to try and stick around for a little bit. Has Alvaro and Elioya to try and help him out once more, but Paris is back, no Hex Flash, but still needs to be careful.
He does indeed. Dredgeline going to come through, Root Caller just out of range as well. Nuke also paying respect and getting the reset here because the wave is crashing it.
Yeah, I think at this stage, though, Jojo's going to be surprisingly happy with the way that's gone. Like,
you're right.
He did end up taking a pretty horrific trade. Could have lost a huge amount of CS to the turret, but Paris ends up burning his flash to try and get the kill. Jojo's able to escape away, still gets a lot of the wave, and now Alvaro's just helping him crash this so Jojo can get the reset as well. Paris wants to try and hold the wave, and should be able to.
Alvaro missed the pulverize, 1 minion crashes, but yeah, Paris doing a good job, because I was about to say, Dagda, for Nuke, that feels like a bit of a nightmare losing that full wave after how close it was to getting Jojo down. But really nice when your support does that. You're the kind of support that would do that. We know that. We know that.
Look, Hannah's still watching me.
Oh, sorry. I thought we got us out of that before, but I'll pull us right back in.
But I think if I'm Elioya now, I'm pretty happy with the way this early stage has gone, right? Because we've got bot lane in a great spot. Early back with the Sheen and the tier gives you a ton of control in this matchup. You're now able to cover for Mirwin, who off of this first reset should be perfectly fine. And you can continue to put pressure down towards these dragons. And these dragon objectives are more what you want to focus on with this sort of composition to make sure that you can actually play for the poke later.
Yeah, that makes it easier. Dredgeline, though, he's going to stop shifting sands. Jojo's in trouble. Or rather, the shifting sands wasn't actually pulled out before, so he has it in his back pocket, gets away. But BDS going to launch those grubs we talked a little bit about before. And bottom lane is going to fight it out a bit. Hold your phone there. Well, Super does have a range advantage here.
Yeah, but didn't have the Ranger's focus, and that's what Super was trying to play off of there. You can see as he got up to those 4 auto attacks, that's when Super steps away, so then you can't actually go for that big trade or burst trade as Ice. But now Alvaro and Elioya down this bottom side as 113 goes for grubs. So this is kind of the trade we're talking about. Movistar Koi getting bot lane ahead in lieu of these topside objectives.
Grubs as well for a rumble, not too bad as well. 113 going to take all of them while Elioya, it's a brush, quite obviously so. Just making sure that Paris and Ice are getting negated this wave. Look at the size of it. For Observer, will just bring us back down. That wave is disgustingly large. Ice missed about half of it here. There's going to be about a 5 CS difference here for Super. Off the back of that, again, pressure.
Yeah, and now they can move over towards the Dragon. And Ice going to look for the reset, so shouldn't really be any sort of contest here. And this has kind of been what we were talking about with those stats earlier, is Movistar Koi haven't been on the forefront when it comes to the Dragons, but this is definitely a shift, and I think it makes a lot of sense for them given the composition that we have here. They've been much more focused on playing around, these AP top laners from Mirwin and using the Jojo Pyun's champion pool as well to try and shift into grub control and then Herald control to start snowballing these advantages through towers.
And I also remember that we're talking about Drakes for bot for Koi and the lack thereof, because I think that laning phase wasn't as clean as maybe some of the other top teams, right? We talked a lot about Alvaro and Elioya, how they sync up as important as we've already seen in this game. But Super, in that 2v2, wasn't bringing that same dynamic that I think they started and entered the split with.
I think it's also, we've seen some, and even Jojo Pyun with Janira was talking about on the interview, that there's individual mistakes that are coming into the play, and oftentimes we see them around Dragon objectives, which is an individual player trying to push out the boat that bit too far and getting caught out. Whether it's, hey, I can take this 1v1 and like Super I'm just saying Super because he's on the edge, or Arcane shifts in and ends up getting caught, or it's Jojo Pyun thinks he can make a play with the Emperor's Divide and goes too far and gets caught, right? It's these little things that can come back to bite them, and I think it's a little heartbreaking because when you look back at like even the KC series, Movistar Koi looked pretty damn good in the early stages, and then it was these little errors that got them caught out and brought KC into a much better position for the remainder of this game and remainder of the series. So I'm keeping my eyes on that to see if BDS can punish.
It was talked about in our hype video that Koi can be a little bit too hypey, right? And for BDS, they can lack to pull the trigger. It's kind of opposite ends of the spectrum, I feel like, and that's what's really important to note here, is that if you look at the comps, it's like, okay, I can see Koi here with triple AD carry and an Enchanter engage. And I see BDS with a comp that maybe wants to spike off mid-jungle pressure, Dagda, that picks from Ice the setup of engage and take down that one unit in front of an objective.
But that's the thing now, right? Because you look at, oh, well, how are they growing their leads from obviously Arcoy to play through a team comp that needs to be ahead, right? Well, Mirwan's been doing a great job himself, but Elyoya already got that play on bottom side to set up Supa now, so, twice. So Supa now nearly 600 gold ahead, you got a 300 gold lead from Mirwan in that top side, and as long as you can keep these advantages for the individual side lanes, it becomes much easier to dictate the pace of the game, get on the objective first, use your range advantage from that position. But 113 wants to change that, but a good ward to spot him out.
Of course he does. I mean, it's 113 we're talking about. He wants to go in. None of this sitting back and lollygagging. None of this 4 Giants belt either. He's on a mission and he needs to get it first.
We don't know. We don't know what he's going to go with yet. There is plenty of time for more of those belts. You know?
There's only 900 gold or something now. That's cheap.
Yeah. I mean, it just scales really well with his abilities. And as you saw, you've got so many different items that you can build them into. I think this time around, though, because you're playing at such a range disadvantage, probably not going to go for it. I think he's going to prioritize things like the Dead Man's Place, maybe even going for Force of Nature, these movement speed items, just to try and help close that distance when the Nautilus sets up for a Thrash engage or a hook or whatever that might be.
True, because it's a good point, isn't it? Running into things like Azir, Varus, Ivan, like there's a lot of stop and start that he's going to have to play with. Merc Tread's value I might just add in as well for things like Ivan, maybe Varus ulti, maybe Alistar Trample. An afterthought as well. We'll see where they go from there. But hey, at the very least, I want to bring it back to the fact that Mirwan is 20 CS ahead in this lane, has actually been bullying out the Rumble a lot. And as I said at the start, there are very few things that can bully out a Rumble to this degree, but an 80 carry top, as any pro top laner knows, is the most painful thing to go up against. Everyone hates 80 carry tops. You don't make friends, but you do win games.
Yeah, but the difference between when you play it, Hysterics, and this is the amount of vision control that's on that bottom side to set up for Mirwan. So they can basically spot out like what's happening. So they're not actually going to try and contest here. But I just want to highlight like one, two, three. There was another ward that was just down there. And Elyoya is just playing in this part of the map continuously and basically acting as another ward for the top half. So you're able to over-index into that vision on the bottom side and then use Elyoya as this fancy-looking yoke as a tree that actually spotting everything else.
Fancy-looking yoke?
Yeah.
Like an egg?
Yeah. Well, yoke is just like a fake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like you're a mad yoke, you know?
Oh, okay. Just new word acquired. Elyoya's coming in. And 113 started up the grubs, and it feels like Koi are not going to give this overhandedly. Nuke looking for the wall, but the first might comes down. That's 4. Might's acquired. Elyoya's already brought out Daisy to the show, making it a 5v5 if BDS bring more members in, but Mirwan's not going to leave this lane, and Koi are just going to take the 2 grubs after BDS give it up.
Yeah, it's a nice sneak by BDS, so mid lane hadn't been crashed by Jojo Pyun yet, so 113 could just about get in there as Elyoya was on reset, and just finding that little bit of a window to steal away one, but still, managing to pick up some is nice. But it won't be too much as 4 grubs picked up for BDS. And with Dragon now in 10 seconds time, I think this is more the focus that obviously Arcoy will be looking at.
Just a side note, when I see Daisy hitting grubs, it's like letting 2 kids fight each other and not breaking it up. And it's a little slap fight, you're like, stop it.
I think though, actually looking at the map state, I think obviously Arcoy would like to try and play for this Dragon, but your TP that is available is on the bottom side. You don't have that for Jojo Pyun. Nuke is able to join in with this play. So I think you're probably going to see Mirwan push in this wave, reset and try and swap with Jojo Pyun. But I think that might actually just give enough time to BDS to look for the Dragon and the take in the middle of it. So I'm curious how Movistar Koi want to try and play with this advantage. You can see here, that's Mirwan trying to look for that reset timer, but I think at this stage, yeah, it's going to be a BDS objective off of just where the teleport is stationed on the map for Movistar Koi.
Okay, well, they're obviously going to be first in river regardless. Ice also got push in mid to add to that point, so Alvaro, as he tries to clear away, it'll be Mirwan who teleports to his turret. Quite safe indeed. He's got experimental hex plate, so he's an ulti bot. Like we said, we're going to expect interesting builds from this top laner as BDS definitely control the river, but Jojo controls the lane. Ulti out into Nuke. A shut back is really nice too, but Jojo doesn't continue any far forward. He's low on mana, and Nuke with a full bar looking to poke him out to make it an even health trade.
Yeah, Jojo wanted to try and trade his health bar for Nuke, so if Nuke TP's in, he's just not a factor. But now Supa going on towards Ice in the mid lane. Good trading from Ice, but Alvaro and Elyoya aren't there to follow up, and Ice!
Barrage tags him, almost dies. There's a fight brewing in river as well, and with the root call, Paris goes nowhere. Alvaro unfortunately picks up the kill, but for Koi, it's one at the cost of Dragon.
Yeah, BDS just didn't need to take the fight. They could have just backed off there. They'd gotten the Dragon. Maybe a little unsure if they were able to leave Ice alone underneath that mid tower, but still, it's a kill from Movistar Koi. And now they're starting to control that bottom side jungle, which may net that bot lane tower to boot as well.
Well, the pressure continues in top. I mean, those mid laners are still fighting it out. And Jojo's TP, but with low health bar, low mana bar, he's just defending passively. While Nuke, also known as Unk, continues pushing in this wave. Arrow, a little dodge from Jojo, but it's into the seismic shove. He is your Unk! Solid kill for Nuke.
That's so hard for Jojo to be able to play out. Like, you're either getting hit by the Ash Arrow or you're getting hit by the flick. And it's really well orchestrated by BDS. Nuke picks up that kill off the back of it. And again, I mean, it's nice for BDS to start getting these kills in map, but they need to start looking at these turret plates, because if they let this game continue the way it's going, Mirwan's still growing that lead. You still got that bot lane lead opening up as well. They need more of this for BDS to try and shut down Movistar Koi.
While Nuke was backing top, I heard the sound animation of Talia Weaver's wall. I think he accidentally pressed R. So for what that's worth, with Herald coming up in a minute, Nuke does not have ult. It seems like a bit of a mistake. I heard it and I'm like, but she just didn't go anywhere.
Well, BDS want to try and go into the jungle of Movistar Koi in this top side. It's a little dangerous, but it does mean they will get first access on towards mid. It's trying to get across for this Rift Herald. It's in 30-second time, but basically just trying to control this area so they can move to Rift Herald. But I think Movistar Koi can... Okay.
Yeah, what can they do with Alvaro now popping the Unbreakable Will? BDS with a really good pick there. And as we said, 25 seconds as to what the Chinese broadcast would call the Pioneer spawning. What happened here?
Let's this is the... So basically... Oh, okay. He used the... So that was... It was the ult to interrupt. Yeah, it was the ult to interrupt Jojo Pyun. But then it's just basically playing for this ultimate to come through from Ice. So Jojo uses the shuffle to get away from that. But when you don't have shuffle, it's so much easier than to hit that seismic shove.
Yeah.
And Nuke does just that. But what I was going to say was, as we start to move in, cool, BDS hard focused on mid wave to get the push, but I actually thought the Movistar Koi were going to just trade for bot lane tower, but they're moving everyone up here to try and contest.
They haven't really willingly given up anything so far in this game, and again, they want to fight. That's what we know about the Fishes. All in, Super, just arcade, shift in front of Ice. He gets auto down, flashes away, but there's no ulti for Alvaro. They're engaging with a cow without the horns. And again, that Pioneer is going to be taken down, BDS, with the Herald and a good state from the pick.
There was no need for Movistar Koi to try and contest this. We talked about the strengths of the composition being, hey, let's look for poke, let's set up on the objective early. If you're going to be late, look for the cross map. And BDS, they punish well. Another big ultimate coming through from Ice just to set up a kill. And now, tower on top side, you've got the Rift Herald. Now this is BDS starting to take control of this game.
And again, Nuke is in a good spot when we talked a lot about on the desk. How Nuke is very pivotal. We have to have a pause, guys. I don't think we had one in the Fnatic game, did we?
Yeah, no, this is the mandatory one.
Yeah. See, Fnatic didn't bring us one, so it's been rolled over.
It's actually so Sharks can get out and teach you all how to do the Macarena once again, because apparently that's needed.
That was good.
It is a Movistar Koi game, so that is necessary. But
so if they start finding fights, then maybe we can lean into the Macarena more, because that was a good day. That was a very good day.
Do you know the Macarena?
Of course I do. Okay. I did it in primary school.
Look, I don't know what happens in Oz.
In high school. No, we did. Okay, here are our dances at school. The Nut Bush. You know what the Nut Bush is?
No.
You know, Nut Bush City Limits. You know that song?
No. But keep singing it. Maybe it'll, maybe it'll pop up in my head.
The Macarena. And Cha-Cha Slide was later on.
Cha-Cha Slide, yeah.
Yeah, slide to the left. No, but that's way too late. I think that was it. I don't know. We don't get out much in Australia. We don't do much.
I thought all you had was out. I thought that was the whole thing. It was like, it's sunny all the time, so you just existed.
Well, but out over there is in. So I don't actually stay inside much. That's being out.
Oh, okay.
Right? So being out is it. Remember, everything's opposite. Yeah. We're learning together. That's learning.
I might be teached if it's the other way around. I don't really understand it.
Yeah, look, to be fair, my country, and I've lost anyway. So. Well, how do you think I ended up here? I thought I was going home. I landed on the other side. Planes don't operate the way they do in this hemisphere.
Yeah, Berlin and Melbourne, very close.
Yeah, they sound so similar. They both do coffee. one just slightly better than the other. I'll leave that up to interpretation as Dredgeline starts off the fight. Alvaro, great engage, so pulverized back as Isis deflect, but he can't get through. There's a solid wall in the way, and Super is firing away. Meowin the same as his 80 carry combat, a great spot, and flies in as Jojo. 113 gets his ulti off, but Jojo's already done the damage, and yes, he'll burn down the Ember Koi with 4 strong members and a root caller. You disrespected the tree, and the tree disrespects him.
The bird may have gone down, but he serves up the roast dinner for Movistar Koi there. Perfectly set up for BDS to be taken down, and that was it. Exactly what Movistar Koi needed. BDS over the last few plays had started to get these picks, get the towers down, get that advantage in tempo where they could start to set up on the objective first, but here, they just bite off more than they can chew. Great flash from Alvaro onto ice, sends him packing immediately, and they're able to follow up on that. And then at this point, you're just fishing a barrel. Everyone in Movistar Koi is chasing you down. Great flash from Jojo trying to set this up, and sure, he dies for it, but you end up with another kill there. It's a double kill, actually, for Azir. And now, rinse and repeat? Question mark. Is Ripchild going to be put down?
At least it narrows the gold gap, but also look what that fight did. 1k gold lead in top, 1k gold lead 80 carry. Strong members of Koi here, and 2.5k gold lead as the Herald tries to regain some of that, but Chains of Corruption just out of range. Alvaro again with a good engage. Root Caller down as well as Irrelevant is now overheating, but the Cal happy to absorb with the Redemption, healing him up. The auto attacks are weaving and flying, and the teleport is going to be dying as 113 is free target. Paris re-engages, but BDS are all over the place, and Jojo loves those odds. Nuke falling back, Super falling in, Seismic shove out, the turret helping out, Super not dead, so but meanwhile Irrelevant is just trying to claw back, while Meowin is sitting autoing here like he has all fight. Irrelevant, if he runs in, I don't know about those odds, but it's now getting brisk with some of these fights.
There's so many skill shots to dodge as BDS, and they just can't manage it. Nuke ends up TPing in completely to the wrong position, which doesn't help either. And Movistar Koi, when it started to be a bit more of an equal game, now 3.2 thousand gold ahead. And so much of that has gone into the hands of Mirwin off the back of that play. We'll check it out here as we come into it. So BDS, group is 4 on this, but Movistar Koi are 5. Like, look at the bottom side. Nuke is still pushing in. So that's why Movistar Koi look for the engage. Ice already chunked out as the fight starts. And then this TP, this is not a safe place. 113 is trying to step up to protect his mid laner, but it means that he ends up falling. And as Paris tries to go in, it's just this rotating door of Movistar Koi DPS carries moving into position. Super gets saved by Nuke in this position as well. But it just is like, you pop over his shoulder and Mirwin takes a shot to get a triple kill. Look me, hope!
Okay. Jojo's real voice? Well, I mean, he's having big fights. Look, 4k damage, and, you know, we talked a lot about this as Nuke might be caught out yet again here. Meowin on top of him. The damage is going to be immense. He's dead. Meowin's got a Quintus now, and he gets the base AD from Experimental Hexplate. He's dealing damage. As BDS trying to do that same damage to the turret, they're still trying to open mid.
Jojo's still on a flank here. I don't know if BDS have spotted him out yet. Will now know that he is there, but you still got to be very careful. Alvaro can come over that wall incredibly quickly, but it looks like Movistar Koi just trying to keep pressure up so they can get that tower on the top side.
You know, we've had this discussion over weeks, from winter to summer, spring, excuse me, to get ahead of the wheel. As Meowin's just going to find top turret, and also with his attack speed rolling through, it'll be an easy job, but Jojo's improved a lot. Jojo's laning's improved a lot, and Jojo, just as a team fighter, feels like as well in this game alone.
And he talked about on Euphoria, is like, look, he hasn't been impressed with the way that he's been playing. Feels like he hasn't shown everything that he can, and it has been a bit of getting used to moving to a completely different continent, trying to find your rhythm with the rest of the team, but definitely started to step up, and I think okay.
Arrow, hit Super, instant cleanse. Here comes the Weaver's Wall as well, while under turret 113 is getting chunked out again. These 80 carries will not stop. Alvaro flashes away from the depth charge, but even with the dredge line in, this is an Ivan. He's got shielding, he's got time, but he doesn't have a health bar. Irrelevant made short work of that as Nuke again. Seismic shove, Jojo gets over the wall. We're complimenting them, but BDS still have the will to live.
But Movistar Koi will continue to push. It's only Mirwin who's shown up now after getting that top lane turret. So mid lane, despite heroic efforts from BDS, will still fall.
It's crazy how close it looks. It was a 1-for-1 in the end. But it's good. This game is ramping up. Almost a 5k gold lead, yes, but BDS, they land an arrow, they land Seismic shove. Skarner gets an ulti. Irrelevant's damage will follow through, as you'll soon see. It's surprising to see such a strong Rumble when he's 2,000 gold down and 50 CS down. He's still got damage.
Yeah, kind of the Rumble special, but
yeah.
Jojo did TP down to this bottom side, which is why BDS immediately started to pick up and congregate on him, thinking an early Atakan might be the name of the game here from obviously Koi, but I think they might have been a little overeager in thinking they were able to achieve that. So BDS just going to spot out exactly what Mobisar Koi are up to.
Alvaro also shadowing for the time being as well. Good ward inside the pit, but Alvaro going to get rid of that immediately. Atakan could be a bit of a flip, but is it really going to be worth it as Ice moves into position as well? But Koi have their sight on mid and top wave as well, it seems, for Mirwin. Can be a flourishing bounce back. Koi, they're that strong that wherever they move, respect is given over and BDS back off.
Yeah, don't want to try and give away too much, but still it's a slow and steady pace here from Mobisar Koi, getting the waves, pushing them in, just trying to establish vision. Again, like this is a composition that you kind of need that vision setup to make work. And as Dragon is there, you can see they're happy to fall back to it, and every entrance into River is covered by some vision from Mobisar Koi.
With third Dragon on the horizon, Dagda, I see fire. Very good song, very good angle for Koi.
You gonna sing that one as well?
Not now, but there will be a way. Ed Sheeran copyright incoming.
Wait a sec.
They're going to do Atakan. They're going to chain this, and look at where BDS are on the map.
Yeah, Nuke does have the teleport, but they've had zero idea of what's been happening in this river this entire time. They try to push mid for the tower, but super covered, and now can they get in for the 50-50?
But Alvaro, he's free range right now, so he doesn't care. He'll walk into any bush, anytime, anywhere. True Shot Barrage, equalizer down, but it's still not imminent because the Weaver's wall over the wall makes it so in case there is not a shove back ascend in. Jojo ran into melee range. The arrow gets it, but again, he can just withdraw. Irrelevant will go golden. He's candy in front of the baby, and baby will take it. Alvaro doesn't even burn over the edge in the end as Mirwin becomes godlike. Koi become more set up for game one.
More set up for Baron as well, which is just about to spawn. Only Jojo losing that revive is going to be massive for this upcoming fight, and you kind of have to stop this as BDS, because a Baron that then lets them take all these outer towers just makes it incredibly difficult for you to now fight for a potential third Infernal Soul Dragon for Mobisar Koi. But you see here, Alvaro does a great job of interrupting 113 as he tries to go over the wall. That's why Jojo ulted as well. Thought that maybe 113 could be coming over, but it's just trying to stop him from getting to Atakan. And then at this stage, they just think, cool, let's just see what we can get. It is the Unraveled Earth from Nuke that ends up interrupting him, which I think Jojo wasn't expecting, but Mobisar Koi still get like 1 for 1. Jojo's back on the map, and that vision that was covering that bottom side has now been shifted to the top end.
And I mean, completely visioned out. Koi still with 4 GAs available too, and I believe it'll be for another minute 30, so should cover the full extent of the ban, while midway from Super will just be an easy rotate to the purple one.
For BDS, it's so hard to try and look for picks to bring this game back.
Yeah.
The early Mikhails that we've already seen used by Ilyoya means Ice's power is just insignificant. Irrelevant is only on 2 items when you look at 3 items pretty much coming in across the board for the other side. So you're just getting outpaced across the board. And unfortunately for Nuke, like, the Talia just can't 1v9 this game.
This is why I looked forward to seeing Mirwin in Fearless.
Yeah.
Because the format suits him so much. He's got such an extensive champion pool. Who expects the enemy top laner to pick up bloody Varus? Like, I know he's 5-1 on it, but still, like, Mirwin can go on for days with what he's got in a BO3, hell, even a BO5.
Especially the fact that you can get the Varus in the first rotation, do the second ban phase, then get Ezreal. And the enemy team is like, wait, no, that's what we wanted. No, you're not allowed to do that. So I think it's stuff like that that just makes it so good for Mobisar Koi that you have this flexibility. And again, it was Mirwin who was talking about it, like, this is something that Mobisar Koi wanted to start to bring to the forefront again. It was work on the foundations of our gameplay, and once we feel a little bit more comfortable with that, then bring in that flair, and it's kind of popping off at the moment.
It really is, and it's a great sign when, again, we talked about the story of Koi so far in this split with their ramp up after such a heavy early schedule. It was so easy against Team Heretics. I mean, I felt like we got the Koi from, you know, winter of last year with the debut, obviously without Jojo, with Frescoy, but still last year, the big pro moments that we remember Koi for. And as I lose my voice slightly, I have to tell you one thing, that you mentioned 3 items for the Varus. We've also got a Seeker's Arm Guard, so if there is any pick, that Varus is going to delay the inevitable, it feels like, at level 16 at this point in the game.
Yeah, he's having a grand old time.
He's having a
I'm not going to lie. So, and even the 3.5 items for Super are there as well. It's a little bit delayed for Jojo Pyun, but he didn't get as much help in the game as his side lanes did, but you're still in a phenomenal spot as Movistar Koi. Now as BDS seems checking blind to all this range, you can see Paris already taking a couple of taps from these soldiers as he tries to enter to get some vision. Not even in river, just in the bush to get to river.
Yeah.
Says a lot about where BDS's prospects are right now.
Can't even get through the front door at this point. Koi waiting. The death brush imminent. Paris the one to face check, but level 10 Nautilus sees everyone moving out. The poke from 113 is trying to do the same thing as well. Not even sure this guy can survive, but Alvaro knows that. Root caller down, the Skarner hit hard, and look at this. Super gets the kill, but you see it's not over yet. The arrow to fly out, but BDS and members down. Equalize not bad, but Super is ripping through. Nukes the next target, easy as that. He's going to take the triple, but Mirwin will not extend that any further. This is Mirwin's kill now. He sets up for the auto. Jojo to take. And these 3 on-hit carries are living life to the fullest.
And immediately Jojo TP's the bot lane. You've got these massive waves that you can look to play through. We'll just rejoin on mid. And MKoi looking to end this game right here.
And in fashion as well, you have to say this game won. BDS's early game, there were some real brilliant moments, but once Koi snagged it, they held on to it, and now match of the week. The fish is still swimming, and they're still swimming real good to open up the series.
Jojo having a little bit of fun at the end of this one. The tower will fall. And save Mirwin! Save the KDA!
Deathless on the Varus top. He is now 6-1 on the champ in his career. That is a good win rate.
8-0 and 7 as well. Not exactly the worst.
Well, if you want to get the feel of Mirwin and other players, remember, you can watch LEC live in the right games arena. You just got to make sure to grab your tickets. The sales will start on the following day when you get into playoffs, 15th of April. Further into playoffs, the 22nd of April. And hey, if you like April so much, why don't you look on the 29th to see when the lower end split finals is on for sale as well. Okay?
Wouldn't be a fool at all if you got that.
You would not be a fool. And you know what's not foolish? To stick around after the break until we return with, game 2.
I like
game
it.
2. I like that. I like that, dude. That's Dagda. That's Dagda. Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly. What do we do now?
Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this.
Say it! What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony, here may help. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony, here may help. Finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become find harmony in me. Find it all me. Eyes ablaze when laser focused.
Zytos, nice try. Get fucked. Help it, good job. What? I have nothing else. I'm dead, probably. I don't have anything. I can go, TP. I can go. It's good, guys. It's 2v4, 2v4. Good job. That's no flash.
We can...
Yes, and then.
Go bot? TP bot? Guys, TP bot?
Welcome back to the LEC for a match of the week where MKOI strikes first here in a world where no swap lane exists anymore. Finn, Mirvin is back and he's reigning supreme.
Oh,
you hate it as a top laner, don't you?
Oh, it's so
you
painful.
love it, don't you, Finn? You love Varus
Oh my God.
top.
You were telling me I'm gonna go home after
love
this and I'm just gonna queue up a solo queue and there's gonna be 15 Varus tops again. Oh my God. This exact thing happened 2024 winter split when Mirvin joined the split.
Yeah.
He came in, week 2, everyone is banning Varus on blue side because they don't wanna deal with it. I don't wanna deal with it.
Well, luckily
Why?
you don't have to.
Why can't it just be normal? Like, I don't want it.
Because it's working, obviously, and I feel like, yeah, maybe BDS forgot. Maybe they were not prepared for this. You never know what's gonna happen with this guy, but I feel like he was running this game, he was running top lane. Do we attribute the success to Mirvin and the fact that he can think outside the box like this?
I mean, I think it's a huge link to a team, and I think I will attribute a little bit of it. I think still MKOI as the bigger picture team here just did better overall, right? But I do think that this Varus...
Oh my God! This is both cursed and amazing, honestly. I love it.
Oh
Shout
my
out
God.
to
I would also lose lane against this.
There he is. But yeah, this is scary to play against and to look at. And I think it was really around the team fights that it started to really come through, which is not what you think of when you think of a Varus top. You think laning phase is going to be the worst. And while he did punish a Rumble, he really just did start coming online around the mid-game fights.
Yeah, he also now goes TP, is a little bit more sensible, a little bit more sophisticated. So baby steps, baby steps.
What do we think about the development of the game, though? Because they held... I mean, look at the stats.
Ooh, that looked good. That looks like a ranged top laner right there.
Yeah, but to me, it's like a symptom of what MKOI has been able to do this game. The fact that they weren't in the driver's seat and they just didn't let go.
No, I actually think like, if we want to be real, I think it was an extremely clever draft from the way that it panned out, but also the fact that you get Ivern with 2 AD carries still in a meta where it isn't AD carries in the mid lane, but you have an Azir still. Like, there is so much value out of an enchanter, not support, but a jungler, when you can just go for an engage support as well. I really like the compositions from MKOI, and I have liked a lot of their compositions.
It is good, yeah.
Yes?
I don't like it.
Yes?
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Well, it's a hard sell.
Yeah, it's a hard sell, but I feel that it's been working for them. Why do you feel like this type of draft structure especially works for MKOI and the players they have?
I mean, it works because of this guy right here, right?
Yeah.
But I also think that they love to... They have shown in the past, right? I think it's only just a year ago when they said, we come in and we don't even know what we're going to draft before Jojo even got there when they had Frescowi. So I think the fact that they have players that are not only willing to, but really want to dive into all this flexibility is fantastic.
What does that make of MKOI then? Because running back at the beginning of the split, they didn't have the best debut there, but I also feel like they were facing off against some of the strongest teams we're supposed to have in the league. So gatekeepers?
I mean, I think
top 4 potentially. Like, where do you place them?
Absolutely top 4. They absolutely should go up there. And I think that they are only getting better from where they were in winter. And I think that they had a rough schedule. Their first week was against G2 and it was against KC. Now they had what? Team Heretics, and then they had BDS. Like, it's a ramp-up week for this Rogues MKOI squad. And I'm only thinking that they're going to continue to grow because when you're winning games on stage, it's easier improving as well. You ride that momentum.
Yeah, and I gotta give kudos to them, playing to their strengths. And I think that's what teams should do. They should notice what are their strengths, how do they win games, and looking over at BDS.
Yeah, you gotta know what is your
disappointed side for me. Like, I really don't like seeing 1-3 on these tank junglers. I really like give that man a spear in his hand, give him a Nidalee or a Xinqiao, and really allow him to make things happen in the early game. Because I've seen him time and time again in these objective fights. He doesn't actually look that comfortable starting the fights, and I want him to actually have the agency in the early game, and then in the later stages of the game, take a more backseat role in the top comp and give that opportunity to other players on the team.
And I think that brings a bigger the discussion into, like, it's just that we don't really know what BDS kind of identity is right now. Ever since that they rebuilt this roster, it feels like they don't really know what they want from this. Are we playing through an irrelevant? Is it a jungle and mid performance where we got a good draft with Nuke and 113 with the Nidalee Jace? You can't always get that. When are we playing for Ice? I'm really missing seeing them play for Ice, honestly. I thought Ice was super good last year. I just haven't seen the same sights of that this year.
What made me sad is that when I read the interview that Nuke did with Armand Luc from Sheep Esports, he was saying that right now the team is aiming for playoffs. They're aiming for top six, and I cannot help but think about the expectations from this team a year ago. Top 3, top 1, a championship, a fall from grace, as you say, but where is the solution if there's one?
Yeah, I mean, they really need to stop making the pyramid real, because they came into the league, looked very weak, and then they were at their apex for a few years. We don't want to see that descent. We want to see them get back and actually compete for top 4, top 3, because I think they have a lot of good pieces, but they really don't seem to work together at all right now.
I feel like they don't know how to get those pieces to work together, and for me, that's what the most baffling when I do.
Yeah, for sure, especially because when you think of BDS as a team, their biggest strength was never anyone shining. They were all very just decent at one thing, which was like, we had solid laning, no one was really a crazy standout. Yes, we did have back in the day some Atom picks, but their real big strength was just, we are just playing standard League of Legends where we're building around these objectives, we're fighting around the Drakes, and we will just out-team fight you. That was just, it was very basic.
Yeah, and I will say, when you get a guy like 113, you have to abandon that. And they can't linger on that image. They have to really develop a new one, because I don't want them to play like old BDS. I want them to create a neo BDS and see how far they can bring this team. Because I still think 113 is a great player. I've said this time and time again. He shows moments of greatness, and I want to see him actually develop into a player that BDS builds around.
I wish 113 would believe in himself as much as you believe in him, Finn. Honestly, that's what I feel like he's missing
hard lately, but I'm trying.
From his player. We see that BDS is going to be on the red side. Who would they want to empower with the last pick they're going to have?
I would like them to actually give last pick to Paris. And I will tell you that. Why? Because I want them to, as GB said, try to aim to get more leads in the bot lane. Because I think when BDS is their best is when they get leads in the bot lane and stack dragons. Stacking dragons is what works in LEC. And you need to simplify your game plan. Strong bot, strong jungle, get those early dragons, and then, yeah, pray for the best.
Last pick for support. Casters, what do you think? Do you agree? Do we give it to Paris?
No, I don't think we do. I don't think we should. I think instead we should give it to Irrelevant. Now, Irrelevant might not be playing well, but he's a top laner, and top laners deserve counterpick. I don't care what game it is. Top laners.
Slightly biased, no?
Yeah, I am biased. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Paris was on something that could sync up with 113, and we talk about engage for lane, or rather, priority for lane, as Finn was talking about. He was on something engage-wise, so what are you going to get? Lane bully? Karma game? I have many questions here.
I think the thing that stands out to me is, like, we have an unusually low AD carry pool now because Varus got flexed to top lane for this drop. So I feel like actually trying to prioritize an early AD carry makes a lot of sense here, because you've already gotten your Ezreal, your Ashe, your Varus gone. You end up looking at things like
Corki, right?
Corki, potentially, yeah, your kind of name of the game. Ice is obviously falling back towards like the Misfortunes and the Sivers as well, but like a lot of your champions are going to pinch there, and like especially when it is a champion like a Corki or an MF, you want to play hyper aggressive on that bottom side with those type of picks. So now your Nautilus and your Alistar are gone, so you kind of need to go for your Leonas and these more aggressive, and the Rels, yeah. So it definitely kind of skews the draft, in my opinion, towards that bottom side priority.
It's strange because, you know, in LPL, who are also doing best of threes, when you get to this stage, you start looking at things like Kaisers, right? Like you get the Kaiser rel lanes, you get a lot more dive comps coming out. Here in LEC, we've seen a little bit of Kaiser, but Super's brought it out, but it's not the most popular pick. Let's see. Again, Dagda talks about priority in bot. Corki seems like it's high on the list. Gwen was not seen last game. Straight away locked in for Mirwin. When Mirwin's playing good, it's a good sign.
Yeah, Mirwin going to try and get his hands on that. I think as well there's just very little that can answer for it with the Jace taken away and that Jack's gone. And those are kind of the two cheap picks you'd look to take into it, but looks like 113 on the opposite side. I'm going to try and go for that AP jungler, so opening up maybe the early Corki pick here, so then you can flex it into Ice on that bottom side, but also before nuking that mid lane with the Zyra taken here.
Does El Yoya play Mundo? Let's ask the first question. Because Mundo has been, as shown by Skumond, I mean also by Broken Blade, by the way, in a different context, but it can go pretty well.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad shout here, and it's something that he is hasn't brought out, but definitely he's had a plethora of champions that he's been able to bring to the forefront, so wouldn't be surprised if he has it in his wheelhouse. Not going to be the Corki. I thought they would go with the Corki here, again, just flexibility.
But they lose it now.
The early pick for the Gnar, I think you can go for the Mundo if you really want to, or at least take your jungle. And then my question is, like, do you end up trying to go for the MF takeaway here? Because when I look at BDS's comp, I think an MF slots really nicely into that.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if they wanted to. Oh, it looks like they might even leave jungle to second rotation and just take support AD carry in this position.
You know, it's not common, but Gwen can still go jungle. I'm just going to throw that out there just in case, because it is Koi, and I feel like the flexibility doesn't just end with Mirwin. You know, I feel like this comp in the past has been quite flexible with their champions, thanks to also El Yoya. We'll find out if that's really true, because you're talking about the Misfortune Dagda. The layering there is nice now with the Rel.
Yeah, and I think that makes the most sense to just try and set yourself up for it, especially when you have the Gwen. That's kind of the answer in a top lane perspective for the Misfortune, because you throw it in the Hollowed Mist, she doesn't get hit. So Movistar Koi already setting up for a pretty nice draft thus far, and now it's what do you want to try and respond with on the opposite side. Corki may be something you can fight fire with fire here to try and give Ice some ability to fight back. Jhin also fits into that, but I think that also when you've got DPS coming through from your jungle, Jhin does have a little bit more viability, where he doesn't have to be that sole DPS carry from the bot lane.
Yeah, that's a bit of range as well. Utility with the Zyra mixed in. Only thing I'm worried about is that Gnar matchup top Dagda, because we saw Gwen a little bit earlier on, and you know the Gnar didn't really get to pop off. I mean, I don't always feel like Gwen suffers in that matchup, but
yeah,
we'll pass through that, because for now it's all about these jungle / top lane bans that we're gonna get. Sorry, jungle bans we should see.
I think it's the support ban. I think, well, Poppy already taken away here by Movistar Koi. I think you need to ban Braum. Like the answer into the Rel, bullet time shuts down, even trying to like deny Gwen access to the backline is really good. I think Braum is such a powerful pick for Paris, and the only thing is it does mean that you're kind of reliant on this pseudo engage from the Gnar and the Zyra if you want to start off fights, but I don't think it's the worst position to be in when a lot of what Movistar Koi want to do is play into Gnar and Zyra's range. So I think Braum just needs to go here for MKoi.
You're right, one final ban to go. Poppy ended up being a flex as well. Surely, Braum, no Leona. So yeah, you're right. I mean, BDS can slam down Braum here, match support Dagda, and then get counterpick for mid, if they so choose, or do they need more engage, I guess is what they're asking.
Yeah, I thought with the... So basically you've got the Jhin to open up with the curtain call to give you some slow and engages to start things off, right? But I think as well, the way the Movistar's composition wants to operate is Rel diving in, Misfortune opens up with the ultimate, Gwen comes over the wall as well, and you've kind of got this set, there we go, set opportunity to set up. So I don't think you need more engaged necessarily because of the way Movistar Koi want to play. So I think the Braum gets a ton of value alongside the Zyra in this sort of situation. So nice read by BDS, and then it's just a wait for counterpick on your mid lane.
Hang on, much like our ulti, don't just think on a wish, guys. Chill out. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Wait, where do you think Rel's going back? Jungle? Yeah, nice try. Okay, Xin Zhao comes through, so we got aggro, but is there going to be like an Ari coming through, especially when you already talked about the Braum? How annoying is it to get a mid-jungle pairing here when things like Braum exist, when Zyra exists? Sylas?
That is not a bad one.
Yeah.
It also gives you kind of more follow-up engage. Aurora does kind of work as well, but I think Sylas blind can be a little tough.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair, most of the bad matchups are kind of out with Talia and Azir gone. Azir not even being that bad, but I'm going to go with the Aurora instead for what I imagine is the Jojo Pion in that mid lane.
I was going to say it's going to be Corki mid now. You know, we went through the Corki, a strong AD mid where Zyra is the only AP threat Dagda, because this is what Zyra jungles love. They love being the sole threat. You have to itemize for 2 because Zyra does so much damage.
I thought MKoi would look to actually just take the Corki to deny it, but okay, they're going to go for the AP mid. So we saw a new cover the Lucian, brought it out before. It didn't go as well as BDS would like, but I think it's still a lot of zone control is kind of the name of the game on BDS, and that's what Victor opts into as well, having that gravity field to control where MKoi can try and operate. And again, Movistar Koi, apart from Misfortune, relatively short range. Like, even the Aurora wants to jump in to get a lot of value out of her spells. So I think that's where BDS are hoping they can catch some of these squishies as they enter into fights. But you've kind of got the MC Hammer comp where we used to talk about in the past, which is the Don't Touch Me with Gwen and Xin Zhao ultimate. So yeah. I think this is where you've got at least a decent front line for trying to break through that front.
MC Hammer comp. The only thing we need is Jace just for the dance, you know? That's crazy. I always talk about this. Our audience probably don't know what that song is because they probably know some remix version. There's probably some garbage trash. That's what we're in the theme of doing these days. Did you know that? What? We just remix songs. There's this song going around on all the short form content. It's like a mixture of like Never Gonna Give You Up and
Jake,
then
I hate to tell you this.
What?
But that's what we've been doing for thousands of years.
Dude, we do remix
Nothing is
songs.
Original. Everyth's a remake.
But nothing's as good as the original. See, you just got Rick rolled on air, everyone at home. I said the name, you thought about it. That's brain Rick roll.
Yeah, and now you've lost the game as well. But
yeah.
We'll have to find out if BDS are going to lose this game because they are up a creek and they need a desperate paddle as we move ourselves on into game number 2.
Koi's game 1 was exceptional. Now there's a lot of setup. Up the creek without a paddle, indeed. I love the more vulgar version, but we'll keep it PG for today.
30 seconds until minions.
What is that creek made of? You'll find out next episode on Euphoria.
I can't say that on Euphoria either.
Oh, can't you?
We get a couple of more curses thrown in, but I don't know how much.
Who's your guest for this coming week? Are you allowed to say
Token.
it? Oh, hell yeah. Co-streamer Insight.
Yeah,
Big.
should be fun. I have never seen my... Like most Euphoria questions and stuff, like we'll put out a tweet to see, or whatever, post to see what people are thinking for it. And usually you get like a few responses and I get a few notifications. My phone was unreadable.
Oh, really?
Yesterday
Wow.
with the amount of messages for them. So definitely one people are looking forward to.
Oh, good. Well, you can tune into that in the upcoming week. As Jojo takes a bad trade early, Nuke just got his Q off and the shielding helped out quite a lot. Pot for each. Already popped up as Nuke just going to keep Q trading here and good dodge away as well. Mid lane matchup will be fun. Let's be real. Finn wanted to see more from Paris. He's on Brom. I don't know if that constitutes more, but let's see how the lane goes versus Misfortune and Rel, who are a bit of a powerhouse duo.
Yeah, I think this is where BDS, this is going to be a test for them. Oh, good trades as Mirren. Pops Conquer. No level 2, so they can't use the snip properly, but this is kind of where the change for Gwen is actually going to benefit a lot in this matchup.
Yep.
Because you do get that extra range. Your E cooldown is much shorter than it used to be. So getting these trades is much easier. And plus, obviously, the extra damage that you get on each auto just makes things significantly easier for Gwen to try and manage this early matchup. But I do think for BDS, this composition is something that they're, in theory, and the way we've seen them play, may struggle with.
Yeah.
Because it is a composition that you need patience on. It's about controlling space. It's about trying to draw Movistar Koi into you and then slamming down a bunch of those zone controls. So BDS, yesterday against Heretics, saw them do exactly not that.
Yeah.
So this is where I think this is a bit of a test to see how much they have learnt from yesterday.
And I think when Irrelevant is a big part of that comp as well, when he's a top laner who's not performing like he was last year. Irrelevant was someone we were very high on. We talked about him being top 3. But this year so far, he's been really quiet. We say that as well. He just hasn't been performing to those expectations. All in and bot in the 2v2. While I'm yapping away, Paris might have found an angle here, and Ice is getting good damage in response as well. But Paris gets a little bit low. Alvaro can say the same thing. Both pots are popped. The only difference is Paris has won in inventory, so that's beneficial at BDS.
Yeah, they should just continue to get the push here. So go control over bot side. Mid is in their favor as well. Nuke being able to abuse the fact that his Q is at very long range, as are his autos. So being able to send Jojo Pyun back early, he's now going to answer, but you're still going to keep that push control across these early stages, which does open up for some plays from 113, and he's definitely been someone who's not shied away from going for some of these invades, but I think it will be on the second spawn of a lot of these camps that he looks contest. He's already gone for the reset. He's going to pick up the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side. And now maybe looking to help out his bot side.
Well, at least one lane for BDS would be good because top is a nightmare right now as minion waves stacking up. Okay, Ice on his 4th shot. They're looking for Alvaro here, and Paris is going to Winter's Bite, flash away immediately, and Alvaro is okay. Survives the concussive blows, and Paris is out of there with the heal, while meanwhile Mirwin took a bit of damage. Looks like a turret shot as well, but it's an easy kill. Dives it so nicely. doesn't take that final killing blow, and First Blood exists top.
He just stacks up the 3 Talon Strike on the creep, so it's an immediate pop-up in the air of Irrelevant. Doesn't get to flash, doesn't get to play the game, and only gets to go back to a green screen.
That's the difference right now. 15 CS at 4 minutes. The wave was crashing, so I'm assuming some of that will be picked up, but 400 gold lead when Mirwin wasn't even the one to pick up the kill. 300 now for Elyoya because he was with Tunneler and inventory. And this is what we're talking about. Yes, on SK he was insane, but this year on BDS has not been the same Irrelevant that I got excited about with, you know, my debut to LEC being like, wow, this guy's a real talent. Elyoya making short work of him.
Especially when this is the matchup you opted into, right?
Yep.
So you were the one that counter-picked the Gwen with this Gnar, and it just hasn't quite had the impact that you want. And now the early kill going across as well, going to help out massively for Movistar Koi, but Paris still wants to try and get active, same with 113, but Alvaro here to cover.
X-Flash in, Jojo is low, but the setup is good. Nuke gets executed, flash away, Jojo almost dying. Nuke is closer, the Winter's Bite slows him down, and Alvaro will be stunned on the double as flash forward from Elyoya. That was smooth criminal behavior.
Nicely done by Elyoya to finish him off. Paris trying to keep the wave out from underneath the tower, but Movistar Koi going to have absolutely none of it as 113 appears from the jungle.
Audacious charge again, Elyoya going to take the concussive blows, flashing away, or rather Alvaro crashing down away. 113 is joined in, but he's not doing too much damage. Here's a Jin on the horizon. Ice just Wing in the middle of nowhere, but in the end, the wave doesn't crash, gets a little bit close, but Paris, I guess, did his job.
Yeah, a bit more of a lackluster flourish than anything else from Ice. He wasn't quite able to get anything working, but now with the resets needing to happen for Movistar Koi, imagine BDS could maybe look for something towards the Dragon, although 113 hasn't reset in a while, just picking off his Faded Ashes there, so wanted to make sure he's a little stronger. That's a very good item in the early stages for your AP junglers.
Well, Koi continue clearing vision out of bot. The pressure is on onto Ice as Super using this pushed up wave to do exactly that. Now top, 6 is hit by Mirwin first, by the way, and although a couple of CS was gained, Mirwin's threatening. The only reason he's not really sending it out right now is because he's low on mana. Probably gonna have to TP back here, Dagda, and see what he can do as Elyoya is setting up topside grubs.
Yeah, gonna reset, get the mana, and then be able to help out with Elyoya. Elyoya just trying to get one of the grubs, it seems like, for the moment. Saw 113, saw that his mid laner was roaming bot side, so a little uncertain as to how many members of BDS may try and answer, but with Jojo coming back and now Mirwin TPing into that top side, I think this should be an immediate turn after he finishes his grub, or his grump on towards the Void Grubs.
Yeah, I mean, that timing works as well because Mirwin, he's going to get Nard back, but the Mega Nard timer for Irrelevant won't sync up with a potential grub contest either. Bot now pinged out, already started out by Paris. He's just going to clear the ward, and Dagda 113 is bot side, so Zyra on Dragon seems like the next alternative.
Yeah, there's no real push at the moment for BDS. They've kind of been on this constant rotation of resets. You saw 113 go for the reset, then Irrelevant has to reset, now your mid lane has to reset. So you're not really in a position to contest for a lot of these. Elyoya has now transitioned down to this bottom side as well, so it looks like Elyoya kind of just looking to match 113 in these early stages. So I don't think they're really in position. You can see now 113 skipping his woes to move back up towards this top side. Looks like he does want to try and get something on the Void Grub side of things, but yeah, it's been a bit of a back and forth on BDS to try and see where they want to put their attention.
I would say when we get towards that wave top, if there's any opportunity to stop Mirwin in his tracks, because the other problem with it is Dagda, even though Gwen's late game scaling has been halted a bit, it's still there. Like, Gwen still scales like Gwen.
But, like, how does 113 help out? He walks into lane, Gwen hollow miss.
Gwen is immune.
And then you walk away.
Very, very valid point.
So you kind of need Irrelevant to be hitting this Mega Gnar for him and then going for it. But the wave is now crashing under the tower. He's about to turn Mega, so your timing window isn't really there. So you can see instead, 113 now has gone towards the top side, clear that out, moving back down towards this bottom half of the map. But Elyoya's already started up Dragon with the push he has in bot and mid, so you're not really in a position to contest this.
BDS going to try anyway, isn't he? 113 wants to set up that wild growth setup and at least strangle those thorns as the flash Alvaro matches, but concussive blow sets up. One man ulti only onto Alvaro. Dragon's just been done though. Alvaro probably happy to sacrifice his life as Jojo hops away. It's one kill, but the start of objectives goes to Koi.
I think that was massively unnecessary from Alvaro. This team was not in a position to follow up at all, and you pretty much had the Dragon. So I think playing for as BDS for funning through the choke was probably better for you instead, but it does mean you still at least get Dragon, but it's a kill going across to Ice.
It's true, and that's going to help Ice in this game too, especially when all other lanes are up, and even Bot was up before the kill, noting that almost a 10 CS lead for Super. Speaking of CS leads, mid, it's about 5 for Jojo as well once he receives this wave. But here's the more important lane. Mirwin is still maintaining pressure.
I like how engrossed you are in this top lane when nothing's happening.
Dude, top, as long as it's not tanked, it's a great meta as Ice. You might be finding the opposite. Bullet time out. Good kite down. Ice gets away, sets up with his curtain call, and Alvaro with a sidestep up. It was clean, but will he survive the final shot? That's a no. Second death here, second kill for BDS.
113 showing up at the perfect time to turn that one around. And Movistar Koi's bot lane getting a little too antsy, as again Oyoya kind of making this play towards the top side. So again we're seeing this Movistar Koi looking for an objective, and unfortunately it's Alvaro who's paying the price as they try and make this happen.
But Alvaro's paying the price while Koi is still getting the objectives here. 3 grubs look to be an easy take as Oyoya just on top of it once again. So while kills are going over, I wonder if Ice can really be the difference maker when a 3 grub game with a Gwen in the game is also really nice.
Yeah, I think once you start to hit the 5-6, that's when I'm ringing the alarm bells for Mirwin, but at this stage I think you're in an okay spot. The biggest issue for Ice is, as you already alluded to, is just hitting things this game. Like Mirwin having the Hollowed Mist, Oyoya having the ultimate, like it makes it kind of difficult to play these fights out. And even to a certain extent, Jojo Pyun just looking for flanks, playing off of invisibility. So I think this is where Ice's value might be a little hindered, unless BDS are able to set up properly at these objectives. But if Mirwin's popping off like this, it's hard to get there.
Hallowed Mist is down though, so if Irrelevant ulti's in 113, this should be easy. Tries to skip away, ulti back in 113, sets it out, strangle those thorns. Mirwin about to die, and he won't get a chance to get the needles out, so Irrelevant, that patience finally comes due.
And that's just what we were talking about, right? Waiting for that ultimate to come up on Irrelevant, so then you can move him, or move Mirwin into the position for 113, and 113 was just there at the right time as Mirwin went that bit over aggressive. So again, this kind of like overstepping from Movistar Koi coming in to be a major factor as 113 has kind of been reading where that aggression is going to go.
That really stagnates another lane for Koi, right? Mirwin now down in gold, and all the pressure that was going down to Irrelevant, it's a breath of fresh air. Bot's also working well in tandem in the 2v2 as well. Look at 113 Dagda. He's decided he's going to pay another visit.
Yeah, he's actually managed to sync up now with Oyoya, having that faster clear doing work from his entire jungle's down. So he's like, right, well, I just won top lane, so let me cover bot side. And he's read it as Oyoya's here, but can he do enough?
Best Uber Eats driver I've ever seen is 113 hovers on the side. He makes sure your food doesn't get hot, and Paris sends him upwards, and he's absorbing damage for now, but Alvaro ticks over. Both supports dead in the wind as Ice is chunked down, and Oyoya is looking a little bit deeper. He'll find the kill, and that means Ice is down for the count with his shutdown over to the Xin Zhao. When Koi start faltering, Dagda, we come back to the standard, but there's always Oyoya.
Yeah, Oyoya having that Sunder Sky completed, doing so much work in that fight, able to bypass a lot of that aggression from, defensive maneuvers from BDS and get on towards Ice, get access to 113, and there just wasn't enough then in the tank to take him down.
Oyoya massive at this point as well. Sunder Sky, as you already mentioned, is Mirwin versus Irrelevant, is going to continue on. Snip, snip, no. Mirwin going to get autoed a little bit, and Irrelevant with that gang top is starting to turn the tides a bit as he approaches the Trinity Force.
Yeah, this is where it's starting to get a little wobbly. So Irrelevant now starting to take control on that top side. You've got bot lane that's a little bit all over the place. 45 seconds until Dragon. So Movistar Koi going to set up a Soup in the mid lane. Look to, I think, overload mid with Oyoya in just a second to guarantee the push for Supa, and then contest these river entrances as BDS. Because you've got that big ultimate from Supa.
Yeah.
Hope that as the BDS are trying to retake, you can get some value out of that pick.
Dagda, as we approach 50 seconds toward the next Grubs and 20 towards the next Dragon. Just a side note, fizzy water, it just doesn't taste right. I picked up a bottle from the fridge and it was sparkling.
Yeah, I did see the look of disgust on your face if you realized.
It was in a glass bottle. I thought, oh, that's nice water. Water from a glacier. It was not. It was fizzy. Yuck. I'm just not cultured, apparently.
So you got to look for the Ona, whatever it says now.
Oh, yeah, the Ona. Yeah. I don't know what the word is, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know either. I just look for OHNE, and then I know.
This says water for all. It's not for me. This water is a complete lie. Well, with this 1K gold lead, Elyoya is going to tell you a true story around the Dragon. That's the objective stacking for Koi is going to continue. Grub's still not up. Elyoya here first, and he's got a lot of damage stack there. This is just dropping like flies. Same position as the last Dragon.
Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about, right? If BDS have control, they can set up in the objective first and play for these choke points. But after they have already lost control, it's really difficult for them to retake that position. Paris is the only person that can really face check. You're walking into a potential flash engage from Alvaro into a bullet time from Supa. There's a lot of damage that can come out very quickly.
Nice spacing from Nuke.
But yeah, I think that's really where, for BDS, it's starting to fall apart a bit. They don't even get the cross map, and now Movistar Koi again are set up the objective first for pushing mid. So trying to retake this river is going to be really difficult for them.
Poke there for 113, not going to connect to anything. Koi got some good wards of their own and control set up as Elyoya is just looking to start this off, at least get 4. Sneaking away in front of 113, though, not possible. It's Irrelevant. About to go Mega Gnar, but Jojo pops in the between worlds, and Irrelevant doesn't even have a chance to get his health back. He ulties, flashes, and Jojo looks for another angle, finds it! An enhanced solo kill with Elyoya in the mix, and now no Mega Gnar for the equation. Stranglethorns are out again, but Alvaro is just attached to the roots this game. BDS are running because with the TP on top, Miwin in a great position. Gwen immune as per usual. 113 separated from the team, and an easy target. He flashes away, but the needles are once again flying. Paris puts up the walls, but to what? It's free Raptors, it's free Grubs, it's Koi with the 2K gold lead.
BDS managed to get a singular Raptor, and they lose 2 members off the back of that play. It will be 5 Raptors going across the Movistar Koi when they decide to take it. And it's everything falling apart for them. And again, like, I like the retake as Movistar Koi had started to shift towards Irrelevant, but this from Irrelevant was not it. Movistar Koi are able to turn so easily on towards them. And you can see, yes, they get in to start taking the Void Grubs, but Nuke is still walking up from mid. Alvaro with the potential flash engage forces that early ult out from 113 because they're scared of being engaged on, and then just barely getting clipped by the Make It Rain and Mirren TPing in, that sets up for 113 to fall off the back as well. Just BDS uncoordinated on how they wanted to approach the fight, and Movistar Koi pounce immediately.
And great individual members from Koi as well. Take the fight in their own hands while Atakan was done while we were in the replay. No, it wasn't. I just saw a flower and got excited. I was about to say 16 minutes. I'm like, oh, wait, they took the flowers? But no. Ignore me. Atakan's up in 3.5 as Herald's now up.
Yeah, Movistar Koi also didn't get that 5th grub, so it would have been nice just to get the extra burn, especially for someone like Mirren. But now in a position once again to contest for this Rift Tower. Pushing mid, good, and Nuke on the bit of a business end of the snips from Mirren. But look at where the position is, right? You're getting consistent shove in onto this mid wave, which then lets you come across here. And all you want to do is just cut off, we're moved again, but cut off that top side to make sure that it's all fine for Movistar Koi. And you just really can't force your way in towards Alvaro when Supa's sticking in behind him. Like, Supa is sitting with an 800 gold lead. This MF hurts.
I wonder when Nuke's going to realize that Mirwin is going to slip him for all of his life.
Oh, no.
I just see it coming through. Yeah, the Stranglethorn's out again. 113. His ultis haven't been that great this game outside of the pick on Alvaro in the early Dragon, and that ulti now down, Koi might have an opportunity to get top.
This was the thing we were saying for BDS. Patience was what we wanted to see from them, but we're not really getting it here. They're trying to force plays, they're desperate to make things happen, but obviously our Koi are just playing out of hand's reach, and now they're grouping on mid.
I feel like they're being more patient than BDS. Not known for that with the Magnus Storm down on the turret, dead ice. There's no patience needed because it's a free kill. Set up by Jojo as well from the angle. Koi are working well together as Nuke drops the Chaos Storm, but Supa too healthy to care as well. He teleported in. He's going to open up bot. It's going to be a turret trade, but 2 kills back in the pocket for Koi.
Yeah, the TP from Nuke into the middle of Movistar Koi. Second time this series, he thought he was going to be safe. But Movistar Koi are just running through BDS at lightning speed. Rift Tower now to be picked up. Mid tower gone. Double summoners from Nuke. Ice losing double summoners as well. And you've got a potential 3rd dragon for that mountain dragon that's about to spawn in just 45 seconds. How do you try and fight this as BDS?
There's this conversation of BDS of like, oh, can they get top 4? I think that conversation needs to go in the bin. I think Can Koi get towards top 3, top 2? That becomes more and more apparent as we start seeing series and coordinated plays like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is just wonderful. Super doesn't even open up with the ultimate because the Braum shield is in the way, but they just have enough damage with the 4 members of Movistar Koi who are here. Nuke TP's in, thinking, hey, I'll be here to support you, but by the time it completes, he has to flash out immediately. Now, Dragon on the cards. You've got 2 items now for your Xin Zhao. The Triforce completed for Elyoya. Rift Herald to help out. Like, the upgrade of the Last Whisper, the Lord Damnix Regard, sorry, now finished for Supa. Like, what do you do as BDS? You kind of just have to give this up, but there's nowhere to cross map. Like, top tower is gone already. Mirwin just uses ult on the way if you ever try to over contest, and he still has TP to join. So Movistar Koi just going to get this for free, and BDS are just kind of looking at it going, have you got an idea? Because I don't have any.
Well, 113's got his scoreline as his name for this game. Mr. 113 is getting outclassed by Elyoya. I think you can say that this series. The Ivan game was clean. Elyoya was obviously more of a supportive element. Now he's on the carry. He's 7 out of 8 kill participation. I know, Dagda, you feel passionately as Irrelevant going to chase down Mirwin. I'm going to hold on that thought. Go's going to be used. Chase is there. Mirwin's run out of the extra snips, and Irrelevant about to go Mega Gnar, but a turret in the way. He's going to get chased a bit, and Irrelevant, as he's in Mega Gnar, can Super actually do enough to hold him? Good spacing.
Nice sidestep. Alvaro now coming through, especially with Elyoya on the way as well. If Irrelevant goes down, it might be the Atakan coming soon after. Terra is not healthy enough to keep him alive. He's got the TP.
The wave's going to be there, as you said. Teleports out. Flash ulti! Clean as anything from Elyoya. He'll take it up for a bit, and Alvaro will seal the deal with the tip of the spear. Meanwhile, Jojo does die mid, so there is a trade, but as you said, Atakan side of the map. Turret's going to be free there. Bot is looking like Nuke needs to really ramp up the speed to get something more, because this, Dagda, is a quick play.
Yeah, tier 2 tower take from Movistar Koi. They will lose mid and bot at least, so BDS do get some go back.
They held mid.
Yeah, oh actually, yeah, so you're able to hold mid as Mirren's able to cover there. Now top tower going down, and only 2, both Supa and Elyoya. Like, that is not a huge amount of people to split that goal between, so they're going to be in a great spot, and now they're on towards Atakan.
And no one's going to be nearby. Again, Irrelevant's up there, has no TP, so BDS is going to give up Atakan. Flowers for Koi. I think flowers for Elyoya. Dagda, I was going to bring up that I know, are passionate about Elyoya. You think this split, and dare I say this year, he's been underrated a bit with, you know, Yike going to KFC, with G2 bringing in Skumon. Elyoya is always and should be, I think, in that conversation for a top 3 jungler.
Yeah, I think he's been absolutely insane. The ability to shadow his lanes when they need to, constantly being able to cover, and especially in a game like where, even the last game, you're looking at 3 carries across the board, all of them wanting to push and being vulnerable at all points in time. He does a good job of tracking his opponent.
Yeah.
And traditionally, he's been on more of the, you know, the tank picks. His most played Skarner, Sejuani. This is now his 2nd game with the Xin Zhao, but it's been much more about him supporting his teammates, but you still get to see when he has his moments, he can still shine on some of these carries.
He really can, and again, like, it is nice to see things like Xin Zhao too, because here in the split, it's only been 113 who's actually pulled it out the most. Everyone else, it's a game or middling too, like Malrang has set up there. Alvaro going to flash away. He's crashed down, gets him out. Good sidestep from the deadly flourish. Magnustorm in response, so it's Irrelevant. Has to burn his own flash. There's the Stranglethorns out. Elyoya has got his ulti out, but a Winter's Bite concussive blows slows him down. But here's Jojo to separate the circle of death. Again, you need to take it to Mount Doom, but BDS haven't even got out of the Shire. Super flashing away. Nuke's laser ain't there, but Ankh is in the middle of it all. His Chaos Storm looks great, but too much in the way. Again, Koi are just so much better. Game 1, game 2, in BDS's face. Ice has to deal with it. He flashes away. That's Jojo getting out, but there's more where that came from. Elyoya once again showing his superiority. Koi are just better. A top 4 team shown here.
BDS went for the Hail Mary play, hoping to find a pick, but it's intercepted and ran the entire way down the field. Movistar Koi looking at the end zone and looking to end it right here.
Well, how can they? I mean, the only question is, what have they got left? It's 10 seconds for Nuke, so it doesn't stop here, but it's the optimism that they will go and end it, Dagda. As we look at this replay, and Alvaro's such a bait.
But it's a good idea, but Irrelevant just doesn't quite get the CC that he needs, doesn't hit the rock. So Alvaro gets to flash away. Elyoya, the can't touch me that we were talking about, able to tank up the forward shot from Ice. And then Movistar Koi, the Avengers, pulling out from every which way. The ult from Supa finishes off members, and now it's Paris that's going to fall as well. One more notch on the belt of Movistar Koi. And now, like, Dragon's in a minute's time, and they're going to lose more.
And 113 came in thinking he could do it, but again, Dagda, we better call MC Hammer because Elyoya pulling the copyright. Another kill and another notch, as you said, to add onto the belt. Irrelevant running for his life, but Jojo is about to find him in range. Slow is good, but Irrelevant staying away from the base is also a good thing for Koi.
I mean, he has his TP up shortly, but I don't really know if he's going to get enough time to get away. Jojo still chasing him down. Should have the Between Worlds to hop over. There it is. Oh! The tower shots?
Maybe he executes.
One? No.
No, Irrelevant still running. Elyoya is going to find him.
I think at this stage, yeah.
Wait.
No, there's the TP.
Elyoya.
Random W. Oh, had to guessed wrong, but it's still now TP down, Irrelevant back in base, and 20 seconds until mount.
I heard a BDS fan clapping in the audience, probably. Nice, Irrelevant. At this game,
you got to take Silver Line into this stage.
Yeah, you have to. It's a 10k gold lead at 24 minutes into the game. Sol coming up in 10 seconds, Baron in 30. If BDS lose one more fight, their mid lane is open and an easy window to end the game. Jojo also shepherding that top wave in. BDS have to look in 4 different directions at once, and I don't know how they do that.
Not very well, is my guess, as BDS... This is still just such an awkward position, because Alvaro just controls this space, and you get to do nothing. Like, he is a one-man army at this stage. BDS slowly starting to retake those. Irrelevant was able to move around, but Mirren sending them packing here.
He's letting them retake. As you said, Dagda, call it again. You can't touch this. Yuke runs away. He's got good zone control, and the Stranglethorns would be great, but Jojo has come in with a monster flank. I would do the monster match because you can only dance as BDS to shed away the tears. Ice is in trouble as well. Jojo looking for the final nail, the final piece, and this Jin running for his life is slowed down, but Koi have killed all but Ice in their way.
But they've killed the hopes of BDS. The minion wave is here. They're running past the tower, the Nexus in their sights.
There should be no doubt Koi have shown up against Team Heretics, now against BDS 2-0 fashion. If you're looking for a team to root for outside the big two of KC and G2 right now, Koi is where you find the faithful. Looking damn clean here in week 3.
It was a 0-2 start from Movistar Koi that's now gone to 1-2, that's gone 2-2, and it feels inevitable that that winning column is going to continue to rise for Movistar Koi. Another statement series against BDS.
And it is so nice to see Jojo firing off as well, what I thought was the weak element for Winter. Like, Miwin's champion pull is so much fun. Give him the Gwen, he'll carry. And put him on Vara's top, he'll carry. Miwin's still showing strength, and as we talked about, Elyoya is insane. You can vote for your key player of the series, though. If you agree with us, Miwin, Elyoya, or Alvaro over there.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, great stuff from Movistar Koi, right? I think it's very easy to go, oh, well, look, Mirren, great on the Gwen, and then Pradalmo, great on the Varus as well. But I think it was a lot of, Elyoya being able to support those lanes to get them set up into positions that they were comfortable. Alvaro being able to run the ramp and had some great engages on the rel here, too. This was much more of a team effort than anything else.
I think so. I mean, again, it's really nice when all those pieces are moving together, and that's why for Koi, it just feels like so hard to vote for any one individual player. I feel like for BDS, we need to kind of crack the whip a bit, because, BDS 113 has had many stellar moments, but also, like, it doesn't feel like they're on the same page, Dagda.
It just feels like everyone is lacking that patience. It's kind of what we were talking about already, right? Like, they are in a position where even at the start of this game, 113 costs members of the Movistar Koi out. Like, he was actually able to cover, was in a decent spot, but then it came to like team fights and they overextend and someone's gone to the wrong side of the map, or they haven't set up where their TP player should be. There's a couple of things that just start to fall through, and I think that's where the rough lies.
Well, we need more insight. Obviously, Koi are looking damn good, and Ginny's going to tell us exactly why with Elyoya, why he thinks he's one of the best junglers in the league right now. Performance like that. Hot damn.
That is a great question. Welcome everyone to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game checking. I'm Jeannie and I'm standing by with Elyoya. That was a clean series from the team, but also from you individually. And that's something that we've been seeing from you, regardless of whether the games are going really well or not so much. You're a consistent factor and you're like the rock of the team. What does it take for a player to be able to do that?
I think mostly is preparation. I think the day by day is the most important to me right now. I base my confidence on my day by day. I base my confidence on my work ethic. So as long as I have that, I'm always able to perform. So yeah, I think that's what's the most important for me.
So it's like performing well in scrims and being able to take that onto stage as well?
Not necessarily performing good in scrims, but keeping my routine.
Okay.
As long as I do the things that are in my control, because there is some days that I will play bad. But yeah, also it goes also a bit with the hand, with the confidence. That when I play better in scrims, I am more confident. So yeah.
That's good to know. I mean, you guys last week played Heretics, and that was a 2-0 as well. Before that, you had KC and G2. So when we're looking at your schedule, it is looking to be maybe a little bit more easier in terms of the opponents. Does that give you confidence as well?
For sure. I mean, the fact that we had to face, I think, the 2 finalists in the first week, for sure the next opponents are going to be much easier. But I know the week in Madrid, we have Fnatic and Giantex. I think both are really strong opponents, so we will also play in front of our crowd. So I think that's going to be like a test of fire for us.
It's going to be maybe the crowd buff, the fans buff, right? They'll
For
be
sure,
there, they'll
yeah.
be cheering for you, they'll be excited. When it comes to the playoffs in general and being able to make that top 6, you guys are proving to be a very strong contender. Do you see yourself more in the top 4 when it comes to these positions, or rather maybe the gatekeeper that are keeping the teams from getting into that position?
I see ourselves as the top 1, so doesn't really matter that we lost into G2 KC. This is a marathon. It matters in the finals, and I know we're going to perform there. So, yeah, for me, we are the top 1.
Okay, that's good to know the confidence. You got to keep it, right? And to add on to that confidence, you also got Kia Player of the Series. So, congratulations. They're cheering for you. What would you like to say to the people that have shown up here today, and they are here today cheering for MKOI?
I mean, as always, I would like to thank them because, yeah, we don't always put up these good performances, so, and they are always there. So, yeah, mostly it's thank you all for being here. Thank you.
Aww. That's very kind. Well, before we close this out, anything you would like to say to Merwin? Because he's sitting over with Lore, he's been bringing out some of those creative picks. How does that impact you as a jungler?
Stop it. I mean, as you can see, my last games have been Sejuani, Vi, Ivern, Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao is like the little one that escapes the utility junglers. But yeah, Ivern, Sejuani, Maokai, Skarner, I'm just on a duty. Please stop. Take the Sion already. Make it stop.
Make it stop, let you have some fun. Well, that's enough from us here. We're going to be heading over to PGL with Lore, Finn, and Mirren. And maybe he can let us know whether or not he'll let Oyo have some fun as well.
Thank you so much, Ginny. We're back in PGL here with Mervin, who can defend himself, actually, after this awful statement from your jungler. Can you believe?
I think it was something really ugly to say, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Like, I consider LG a part of my family, same as all my team. And
Betrayal.
hearing this comment, I just like, I can't play again. I cannot play official.
Yeah. Well,
And he's crying about playing like Ivern, but he played one Ivern. He played only one Ivern, literally. I've been 1 year entire with swaps. And he's
yeah,
crying.
true. You're allowed to have fun
Yes.
after all the shenanigans
of
and the
course.
fact that, yeah, the game has changed finally. Finn, top laners hate him. Solo queue players love him for how creative he is.
I was sitting here complaining actually backstage that now Varus is back in solo queue. I had like a good 6-month stretch where I didn't see a single Varus in solo queue. I reckon that's going to change now. I'm very unhappy, but kudos, you played really well. It was a great pick. You have the balls to pull it off. I remember when you first came in last split, you were actually just dragging Varus bans like week 2, week 3 already of winter, just because people see CBA dealing with it. So how do you feel? How does that make you feel? Do you feel like the king of top lane right now?
I mean, not this year because there's not many Varus bans, you know.
No.
It was always a joke because last year Suban Varus was disgusting. So every time there was a Varus ban, I just knew it was for me, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, this year Super Varus is good, so if now they ban it, I think it's for both.
You think at night to like cried himself to sleep, so I think it's like, that was for me. They banned my Varus for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, I mean, it was in every scrim draft, you know, there's a Varus ban or an Italy ban.
Oh, I know.
I told to you, yeah, bro, that's for me. Like.
Yeah, it's not for you guys. I feel like it's an ego at this point. Like, you want to prove your teammates that you can play their champions better than them.
I mean, I just didn't play Varus for a long time. I'm just here to prove that I'm still the best Varus in LEC.
Looking at top lane, actually, I feel like the landscape changed with swap lane being gone. Sorry, we don't want that back. We don't want that back. Riot, don't listen to me. But I've been taking a look at other regions and what they've been playing top lane. And the first thing that crosses my mind is Yorick top lane. We've seen it in the LCK, in the LPL as well. But I feel like a champion that requires too much of side lane control, Finn, and I doubt that we might see it in the league.
I was really sad when I think there was a great angle earlier today for Naknako, but I think you don't need the side lane. You can just put your mother to side lane, let her split push for you, and you go group because you can like make her auto push the lane and just leave her like that. But the champion is for sure tricky. It's very unconventional as a top laner. I think it's really strong into range champions and champions like Gragas, because Gragas, if you like throw your E and then the little ghouls jump on him, he can't E away anymore because he's getting body blocked by the little rascals running around. You put them in the cage and you run him down. Really cool champion. A lot of cool like ways you can integrate yourself on the map. I don't know what you think of the champion. Obviously, don't reveal too much, but I think it's great that it's in the meta again.
I played in solo queue yesterday and today, and actually playing to Gragas, and it's really funny how you just throw the E and he just gets body block.
Yeah.
But I mean, I also did I sent the Maiden to bot lane when we were playing Nashor, and I just got like a tier 3 and inhibitor while we're just fighting and winning time. So it's like, it's a fun champion. I think it can be strong, but I think depends. It's not that easy to play for side. Like people kind of need to adapt to you.
Yeah.
So in the end, it depends on the team, I think.
Okay, something weird that I've seen and I want to have your expertise on is in the LCK, Kingen played Diana. Top lane. Even you disagree, so that's a no-go.
Okay, in the level 3 all-in, I think if he actually hits the Q, he kills Gwen. But I mean, I don't see it how...
Gwen?
Yeah, it sounds really bad. I think if Gwen goes exhaust, it's unplayable. Like, it literally kills your champion, you can't do anything. So I don't know, I don't see it. I can only see it with like face rush and like QE and you run off.
It sounds awful.
Yeah.
How is Diana ever gonna fight into Gwen? You can't go onto her, you can't play from range. Or are you just gonna try to kill her teammates? What's the logic there? I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I don't see it. I'm a really big Kingen fan because he cooks everything.
Yeah.
In solo queue, I think like he made nearly popular in Asia because in solo queue, 3 weeks ago he played like 20 games, and he's just the GOAT. So, but I don't see this one.
You don't see this one?
I don't see this
one. A champion that has been back and that I actually enjoy and I wish we would see more in our league in other regions is Fiora. Clear played it, Morgan played it, 2 victories, and again with swap lane being gone, I feel like it's the type of champion that we could see again. Maybe not in the LEC. What do you think, Fen?
I don't know. I just don't see what European top laner can bring at Fiora. For me, like, if you want to play Fiora, you better have like a history of being a Fiora one-trick and solo queue. Because whenever we see people pick Fiora, they go even in lane, they don't know how to team fight, they don't split push effectively, and they just look useless. I think it's just like a worse Camille, at least from what we've seen in Europe. I don't know what your opinion is of Fiora. I think I've never seen you play Fiora, but I could be surprised.
Oh yeah, do you have a Fiora?
I've never been a really insane Fiora player. Like, I consider myself to be good Fiora, but I need to spam games, kind of. I think the only one I know that plays Fiora is Oscar. In Superliga, I've seen him play it a lot.
True, actually, yeah.
And I remember even this year or last year he was playing Fiora sometimes, but because of lane swaps, I think he never actually played it. So we will see.
All right, I have questions for you both because we have a top lane expertise panel here. I want to make a tier list, but not the way we've been doing it so far. I want to make a top lane tier list of which players are creative and good enough to pull good champions and like weird champions in the league. So we're gonna start. Okay, we have S tier, all the ranks. Who do you guys want to start with?
So
like it goes from most creative to least creative, I would say.
Yeah, so it's not the best. It's just like who do you think cooks the best?
Who cooks the best? Okay, S tier.
I mean, we have a Michelin star cook right here next to us. I think I fully agree with that. It would be crime not to put you in S on this tier list for sure. I think BB deserves to be like in the conversation for S as well.
I agree.
Because I mean, he did pick Urgot in the final. That was a bit of a burnt
And
steak.
the Warwick.
Yeah, but the Warwick, I think he started the Swain as well. I don't see anyone else playing. I think he also deserves to be in the S tier.
Okay, so S tier, we would have Mirvin and BB. Where do we take it from there? What do you think of Adam, actually, in that sense?
I think he cooks a lot of champs.
Yeah.
So I would say he's high tier for sure.
High tier? Let's put him in A then.
Yeah.
Maybe. Adam goes in A.
It is a hot take.
Yeah.
But when it comes to creativity, I think Genox is like really far up. I mean, they haven't been winning a lot with it.
Yeah.
But he has been playing the Akali, the Vladimir he brought out recently. I think at least B, I would like to see him in A personally.
Okay.
Just like, I mean, Adam has been very creative historically, but I don't think we've seen anything new. It's still kind of the Gods champions.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, I think in the end, no one really plays that champions. It's only him in the league, so I would still give him an A.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you make of Kana? Who is without an argument, one of the best top laners we have in the league, but how creative is he?
I think he's not that creative.
Yeah?
I think he likes more playing the meta champions and he plays them really well.
Okay.
But he doesn't like cooking that much, I think.
So would be a C?
I would
say
put him in
C.
D.
D? Oh
Yeah,
my God.
I mean,
Oh my God.
I think historically the Koreans, they really like look at who's the best player in the world and then they try to emulate that play style, and that kind of results in a way that you're kind of playing the meta a lot of the time. I would like to see kind of bring out some more picks that we've seen around the world, maybe like a Gangplank. It's been brewing under the surface in the solo queue, but right now it is most of the Jace, it is most of the Ambessa, the Rumble, the normal stuff.
Okay.
I mean, but still, in solo queue, sometimes I've seen him play Jon, some Varus.
But everyone cooks in solo queue.
Yeah, but still, you know.
Okay.
You have to be a bit creative to play it in solo queue.
Okay, C.
Yeah.
C is fine. C is
Okay,
fine.
then Naknako, who brought Yasuo in official games, actually.
I don't think, I mean, he has his champions, like Yasuo Jon, he's really, really good. But I don't think he cooks that much, no?
Yeah, I would say maybe B or C tier for him. Cause
I mean, actually, I remember in EMEA Masters, he played Varus.
you played Varus?
Yeah, a lot of times actually in official.
But
And
is it
Yasuo
is it a
Rumble.
cook if it's stolen from someone else? Like, do you claim ownership to that food?
No. I mean, a bit yes, because it comes from a random Korean one trick that one, like, random and me, the mid laner.
Yeah.
Random the mid laner. We were watching Nemesis stream like 2 or 3 years ago, and he was playing K'Sante into Varus, and from there we just took the idea.
Oh my god.
So now it's like
Wow.
officially ours.
The inspiration. Okay, where does he go? We say between B and C, maybe.
I would put him C.
C?
Because I think
Okay.
Janax cooks more than
Okay.
Naknako.
I agree.
Naknako in C tier. That leaves us with, let's do Carlson.
Ooh, I would like to hear your opinion on this.
I mean, I know he plays a lot of champs. When he was in the Heretics Academy, I used to talk a lot with Machuki. So I know he plays a lot of... how to say it? It's kind of weird champs, but kind of like me, you know? Like, he just plays all the weird champs. He likes them. So I think he's creative. I would put him in a B, but
Okay.
I think he didn't play them yet
Yeah.
in official.
We would like to see them on stage before we can put him higher. But I
Yeah.
think B is fine. He does still play the Camille. That's, I mean, I guess
Yeah.
Kana plays that.
No,
as
but it's
well.
fine. We base them
Yeah.
on potential. Like, they don't have to play this
Okay,
in the
okay.
league,
Then,
but,
then
like,
B,
at
then
least,
B is
yeah.
very
B?
good. Yeah.
B.
I
Okay.
fully agree.
Irrelevant, you just played against him. I feel like he's going to play the standard picks most of the time.
I mean, he cooks in solo queue, but I've never seen him pull anything weird, honestly, in official.
Yeah, but makes sense. With the
Yeah.
state of the team right now, I feel like it's hard. you
Yeah,
know?
for me, maybe that's what is necessary for
Yeah.
them to
Yeah.
get some kind of strong place
Okay.
in the meta. I would put him D, probably.
D? Okay.
Yeah, I think he
Wow.
cooks the least out of these people.
He cooks the least.
Yeah.
Then where do you put Oscar? Because I don't see Oscar as a cook, but again, I'm in solo queue, but not in the like I'm much lower, so I don't know what he does.
I know Oscar from such a long time. I would give him a D.
Okay.
I mean, no, BBB.
I mean, you said he copies you anyway. He
Yeah, I
copies
mean,
your
he-
build. You're
he's
his
my
dad.
little rat.
Yeah.
A mess, you know, he's B. It's fine.
All right. Let's put him in B, and that leaves us with the last one from GX, Lot. Lot, I've seen him in LFL. He wasn't cooking that much, but I don't know how it goes in solo queue and if it's the kind of stuff he could bring.
From what I played into him, I would give him a C. Honestly.
Okay.
Like, I think he cooks something, but not much. So I don't know. I think from that team, the one who cooks most is Jackie's, probably.
Okay.
But yeah, I think Lot is more like a standard top laner. He likes playing his champs. He's comfortable on them. And maybe cooks a bit, but not much.
Yeah, it doesn't strike me as a player that goes outside his comfort zone too much, you know? Like, he really has, like, the Jace Rumble that he really enjoys and kind of leans back on a bit too much, the K'Sante as well. Would love to see more, obviously, but I think right now C is a valid state.
C, okay.
Valid place.
And we have a lot of them.
Where's
we
the
have a lot
Baus?
of them. Oh yeah, where would Baus
S+.
be? S+. We don't have his face, unfortunately, but yeah. Baus is right up there
He's
with
right up
BB
there.
and
He's cooking
Mirvin.
with his
Yeah, he's the
really
goat.
good deaths.
I know you can't say too much, and it's hard to spy your solo queue because you have so many hidden accounts. But are you working on something right now that we would not expect?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, yes. I think I didn't play it in solo queue, but I've played some things in scrims that
Okay.
hopefully it will show soon.
Okay.
We will see.
I cannot wait. What is something that you would like to see top lane Finn
Ooh,
now
a
that we have
5-star dish that I want to see. I believe in Shinshao top.
Shinshao.
It's strong. It's
Yeah,
really strong.
it's really strong. I've been playing it on my account as well. I think
Okay.
there's great potential there. There's a rushdown fighter, a little bit of early skirmishing, grab the ignite, get the early solo kills, get that eclipse, Titanic Hydra, boom combo. Really good. Trust me.
Yeah?
Playing in solo queue right now?
I could see it. I could see it. Playing in solo queue. Let's go ruin top lane in solo queue, especially when
you did it, not me.
Against you guys.
You're the one giving the idea.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the schedule that we have for tomorrow. And Mirvin, I want you to give us predictions for this one. We're going to have GX facing off against SK Gaming and Heretics against KC.
I mean, I'm not sure about the GX SK. I think GX is a bit lost.
Okay.
From what I'm seeing from them. But it kind of depends on how they take this week, and we will see. But I think for sure, I think GX should be favored. But I mean, SK Believer, after they became the best team in the world for like one day.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they
in that
peaked.
chain of like SK better than Fnatic, then Fnatic better than all of this. So
the circle of suck.
Yeah. So I would say GX favored, but I would like to see an SK win, you know.
I want to give it to SK, kinda. What do you think, Finn?
No, I believe in GX. I know they really tried to curse them, but I think the curse is lifted now. I think finally they can start playing some decent
they've suffered enough.
Yeah, they've suffered enough. I think Noah and June still one of the best bot lanes, like individually in the league. And I think really they should beat a team like SK, because if they don't, yeah, I'm giving them the stanky eye. Like that, you gotta be winning this one for sure.
We'll see about this tomorrow. You have a lot of time to rest, actually, Mirvin. We'll see you back next Monday. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be week 4 against Vitality. So a lot of time to prep for this one. Yep. Vitality has been really crazy. I'm actually excited about this matchup. I think
that's hype, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be really hype. It's going to be really hype. And that's all for us here on the side of the LEC. Thank you so much for joining us. After this short day, if you haven't had enough League of Legends, the LTA will be live. Now, it is live now, actually. 100 Thieves and these guys playing first at 10 p.m. CST. And on our side, we'll be back tomorrow at 16:45 with the Ready Check and GX versus SK. Have a good night, evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you are, and stay tuned. Take care.
What's happening?
Dude, I missed the fist bump with Nikki, by the way. You missed it? Yes. How did you miss it? I did this, and he did like this, and it was like...
Oh,
I was looking at you. Karzi, do something about it.
About what?
About this guy looking.
He was looking at me. You fucking bitch. You fucking bitch. I'm gonna you up. I'm gonna you up. Loser. Loser.
Doesn't have the flash, but Oscar doesn't have a flash of his own either. He's just going to get chased out. In the end, it's a solo polo.
He's like, Shayako, you can let me do this, okay? Scanner from bot side.
I'm running a
They're both choking.
Remember last time what happened when we said that?
And then snip, snip. Flashes, snip, done, 50G. All Oscar. Well played, Fnatic.
Don't worry, fans, we got this shit.
We're just wanting to play free games today.
I mean, I didn't want to go drink so early, so...
I mean, my Greek restaurant is closed already, so I might just as well play all the games.
Oh no, your Greek restaurant is closed?
Oh no. Oh no.
What are we gonna do now?
What are we gonna eat now?
Okay, we're going bot. Well, guys, Oscar, well played, man. That was such a nice play.
Itos, nice shot. Get f***ed. Help it.
Good job.
What? I have nothing else.
I'm dead, probably.
I don't have anything.
I can go. It's good, guys. It's 2v4.
Good job.
Almost dying. Nuke is closer. The Winter's Bite slows him down. Navro will be stunned on the double. As Black Fall from Elyoya. That was smooth criminal behavior.
Guys, if LEC could put this in like on the broadcast, like my girlfriend, could you cook some delicious dinner for me? I love you. Thank you so much.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all.